I'm gonna write coughing. Coughing. And shall we do a count off?
Yeah.
Yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right? Josh and I were always
count
like
from 10 all the way down to 0, and then there's a shit.
We started at 100. Yeah.
Oh,
we're actually...
That's right.
Yeah, so we're going to 100, 99, 98 bottles of milk on the wall. Shall we jump back in?
Let's jump it.
Let's jump it, baby. Wow, you're talking just like Josh already.
Jump the gun.
Let's jump it, bro.
Just totally steals thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking just be like, yeah, and it's Josh-imation Station.
Just do it. Do it. Jump in, baby. All right, brother. Let's do the countdown.
All right.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. What is good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Brothers podcast. We have a super special episode today that I've been so excited. I've been mentioning it and leading up to it for kind of the last couple of months as Josh and I have been talking about what the plans were for the podcast. And so we just had the special episode 18 release today, actually, because we're recording Friday, December 22nd. And I am joined today not by Joshy, because I am out of state. I am joined by one of my very special friends who I've known for a very long time. It is Caleb. Caleb, how are you doing, brother?
Dude, I'm doing pretty good, man.
Yeah, bro.
I can't believe this is finally happening.
I know, man. Yeah, it's been in the works kind of for a minute.
Yeah, it's been a couple months, if not more, that you've been wanting to do this.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, absolutely.
And me too, obviously.
Right. But I remember, small recap, Caleb and I traditionally really get together at least on the phone, because we're Caleb lives in Oregon, I'm in Arizona. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're basically inseparable when we lived both in the same state. I'd see you on at least a weekly basis, if not more.
Yeah.
But now mostly when I'm coming home for Christmas or whenever I'm in town, we'll catch up, we'll link. We usually hang at least one night, if not two, catch up gaming. But we keep in touch still on a weekly basis. And Caleb's the guy I've referenced a lot with he's kind of my Dark Souls guy, right? Yeah. We're playing through Elden Ring together right now, which is still going.
Tempering the boy. Got you started on Bloodborne with your first.
Yeah, dude.
Which is crazy to me.
Crazy, right?
That was your first, because that's one of the hardest ones.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so glad we started with Bloodborne and getting me into it, because starting with that level of difficulty, and not bullshit difficulty akin to Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, right? Yeah. Where it's so absurdly hard, and it's not necessarily because of the mechanics of the game.
Yeah, you have to have a build
on top of everything else.
Because if not, you're gonna get one shot, and you still do. The remake, you totally get one shot at.
Yeah,
I love getting killed on New Game Plus, being in full plate mail by a guy with a crossbow or something.
Dude.
You're done.
No, for sure.
And I'm
right,
bro.
It's the silliest thing too. Whenever we're getting together and we're oh, I want to show you this thing, and it's usually you're oh, I want to show you here. Of course, you can never actually really do that in these games, because there's always some fucking enemy way far away, just out of the way, or spawns from underneath you, or something from above, and they got some bow and arrow, and they're hitting you, and it's oh, this is, even though I'm at endgame, it's still chunking a third of my health.
The game will always remind you that no matter how OP you think you are, you can get killed by the dumbest crap and will.
Yeah,
and
the dumbest crap, by the way.
Literally,
you're beefed up. You've been through all of it. You've killed God himself, right? And you literally, you're in this dreaded cape. You have a huge sword, and a literal midget skeleton guy is killing you with a crossbow, from Minecraft. It's why is this guy actually doing damage?
Why am I playing this, right?
Yeah.
It's the Miyazaki curse. Remember, in the early ons, we always would yell his name, right? It's always his fault. Miyazaki trolling us.
Yeah, which is he's the lead director of all the Souls games, right? Yeah.
He's the of course the whole team, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, because it takes a team, but
which is From Software.
Yeah, From Software. Yeah. But he was the one who really gave us the Souls, Demon Souls.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know, and that's why I like watching Mac McMuscles. Is, dude, the development hell that these games actually went through, including Demon Souls, and how we almost did not get this.
Really?
Could you imagine if we didn't get Demon Souls or any type, dude? This whole genre would probably not exist right
For
now.
sure. Yeah,
the
or
genre.
even like I'm thinking of like other stuff too that has totally stemmed from and been influenced because it's reached out so far.
It
like
has become so big because Souls-like.
shit, yes, Souls-like,
It's
right?
such a huge thing.
And even like Breath of the Wild is like coming to my mind,
Breath of the
honestly,
Wild.
because the combat in that it's like it's not Souls.
It's not Souls
like
heavy
in a traditional Souls-like style, right? But it's influenced by Dark Souls, right?
is.
Like that combat, like go play Ocarina. The combat is nothing like that, right? Or
Run around all day,
Wind
do
Waker, Twilight Princess, same thing, right? A basic enemy, if you're not careful, can just end you, right?
one-shot
They have
you.
parrying in there. They have all this stuff that
stamina.
has
You're having stamina bar for your actions, which I don't think you take stamina for swinging, do you? But
I don't
mostly
think so.
Running and climbing, and there is no true there is the dodge mechanic, but you're not dodge rolling like you said, like Ocarina of Time or the others. You have to be deliberate, and or you will get smacked. And it seems like you can get killed very easily in the new one. I just lost
Breath of the Wild. Or like Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom. It seems like a little bit of a difficulty spike from what I've seen compared to Breath.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which Breath was already really tough.
Yeah, no, it was difficult. Dude, I died so many times just in the basic combat of Breath of the Wild. Like, and the learning curve of the Lionels and like and everything that's involved. Right, that's what they're called, right?
Yeah, I think they're called Lionels.
Lionels.
And there's so many of them, but
every
first time you see them and you're just like...
Right, doing like the tutorial level, right? And you have 3 hearts and like you're a one-shot. Like you're not even supposed to beat him. You're supposed to sneak up and get
And that's
something.
the base one. And then they have different versions. And even when you get all your health and stuff, unless you're running like a max souped up like armor build, because of course there's so many clothes and and again, fashion souls, right? You want to wear what you want to wear, and damn the attributes behind them, And that's why I really loved Bloodborne, is because Bloodborne, your clothes don't matter. Yeah, they barely give you.
It's all aesthetic.
Anything. It's all aesthetic, you know. And so you can wear what you want. And that's why it's still rough, even when we're playing Elden Ring. You see me kind of changing stuff, but if we're like getting really pressed or someone invades and they seem dangerous, I'll like go to my, go to my heavy armor and like. It sucks, but most of the best armor makes you look like literal poop. Right? Yeah. You've seen some.
No, it's true.
Literally, you got like giant fat belly guy with like weird things all over his body. Right. Like, this is the best physical defense. And I'm like, bro, this?
Yeah, I'm having like the big like tentacle head.
Yeah, you're running around with the tentacle face and stuff, so.
No, I know.
Definitely.
You know what, Caleb, let's I wanted to, we normally have the Let's Catch Up section just to start off the podcast every time, as I'm sure you know, because Caleb is actually an avid listener to the show as well, and he's been here kind of by my side as I've really gotten it kickstarted, and I've kind of reformed the ideas as the podcast has slowly evolved over the last 4 months. So I kind of wanted to put a focus on you because you're kind of the new guest, right? Yeah. And giving like just the listeners at home and everyone just kind of involved. Like I kind of just want to know kind of like a little about you, like for the audience, if you want to, whatever you want to share. So like an introduction to yourself and maybe like how we became friends.
Yeah. So obviously, my name's Caleb. I've been living in Oregon for like all my life now. Yeah. But originally moved here when I was like 10, 11 or something.
From New York, right?
From New York, yeah. Just me, my mom, and our little dog in a giant friggin' moving truck that broke down halfway through. Right, it was fun and stressful. But yeah, I was always. I don't remember. I'm trying to think of when I first started playing video games, and I the earliest I can remember is maybe 7.
Really? Okay.
And I remember our OG Zelda. And
like on the NES.
Yeah. And like OG maybe like Mario, like Super Mario Brothers. Yeah. And you know how it is when you're a kid. Video games are fun, but they're not like more to you than time testers, right? And
or like a test of grit,
a test of grit or something, or just something to do. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I remember, still in New York, my mom got me a Super Nintendo, either for Christmas or something one day. And this is what I told you when you guys were like, when I asked you and Josh, and I was like, dude, what is the game that you finally like really remember going, I really like this.
Yeah.
And I want to finish it. And
you're thinking about like the game when you're not playing.
When you're
the
not
game,
thinking,
right?
yeah. It's become something where you're like, oh, I'm really enjoying this. And that was Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past for me.
Yeah,
right?
brother.
So that was my first like foray into being like, I really like games. I want to play more. And then I wanted to play more, and so I played Zelda. I told you about the whole thing where I'm like looking at the back of the box, and I see Link throwing a red boomerang, and I'm like, Mom, Link has a red boomerang in this game? And she's like, well, we never found it, because of course she would help me, because I'm still young, right?
Sure, yeah.
And I just couldn't let it go. She's like, well, honey, I think maybe it was a misprint, or maybe like coloring. And I couldn't get it out of my head.
Yeah.
You
had this hunch.
I'm like, there's a red boomerang.
Yeah.
There has to be. And I can't figure it out. Never found it when I was a kid until like maybe when I was 13, 14 or something. And actually, my mom got rid of my Super Nintendo. I ended up having a lot of games. So I was a Zelda, Mega Man X, Metroid boy, big time. But like we sold them all. She got rid of them when we moved here. She got rid of all my games and stuff because she traded in. You know, parents don't understand.
Yeah.
So you don't know that it's going to be worth something. She wanted to get me a PS1 and Mega Man X4, which she did. So she did a trade-in and got all that. And then I ended up getting another Super Nintendo and Legend of Zelda, the same cartridge that I have now to this day. And I finally, when internet was becoming more prevalent, I researched it. And I found out that, yes, there is a red boomerang. It's the magic boomerang.
The magic boomerang.
And there was a secret fairy that I was missing under a waterfall.
Right.
Which I would never have, like, figured out as a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever.
Yeah.
Like, maybe some other did, maybe. But it was just like, yeah, you go in the water here, and then you just walk into this waterfall. It's just there.
Yeah.
And boom.
Yeah.
And it's the only fairy you can get it from. And it, like, blew my mind.
Yeah, dude.
You know?
For sure.
So I've been a huge video game boy. Obviously, like Sam and Joshy, video games mean a lot to me.
Yeah.
They are my favorite medium for storytelling. I feel like, for me personally, I enjoy video games more than movies because you are influencing it, even if you're following the story, if you're influencing a character, and you feel like you're a part of the story of the adventure and everything. And
absolutely.
And like I dedicate a lot of my time to video games.
Yes.
Like
Caleb is an avid gamer.
Sammy can tell you that, dude, if you go and look at my bronze trophies.
Yeah, I showed Kendall the other day, like when it was just like talking about you and talking about like coming to the house and stuff, and I was telling her that Josh and I were wanting to do like an episode on trophies and achievements, right? So we're talking on that, and I'm like, Caleb and I, we used to be like competitive because I was starting to, I like Caleb's been like a loose trophy hunter, but he kind of won't really, unless he loves the game so much, he's not going to go out of his way looking for trophies. He'd rather he finds more value in whatever he's playing and respect. I was definitely on a train myself of like being a trophy hunter, where I'm like, yes, I'm trying to go for like a certain number of platinums. I'm trying to platinum a bunch of games that I felt I wasn't going too out of my way, that wouldn't like annoy me, that it was like it was good, right? I enjoyed my time getting it, And then we ended up catching up because how the trophy system is in PlayStation is it's by levels. So because like in platinums are worth a lot more, they're worth like 16 times of what like a bronze trophy is in like this point system. So we got to like the same level, and I think I just passed him after this one platinum. So I tell him, and then like he passes me a few days later, and we're just like, we have this like competitive edge of like just we're big gamers, and we're like. Or what's even the word I'm looking for? We're destroying everyone else on our friends list. You know what I mean? Dude, we're looking down and we're like,
you and me.
We actually care.
Are like literally the highest.
Yeah,
especially on mine. But
and I can't even remember like where it was at, but I always remember looking at like, well, it's like, all right, even if we're the same level, go to the actual trophy list there. I'm like, Kendall, look how many bronze trophies he has. He has more bronze. He has like twice as many bronze trophies than I have altogether. Of all my, you have like 5,000 bronze trophies. I'm like, oh my gosh. So even though they're not worth as much, in the grand scheme of things, it's like he's just saved up and stockpiled all these fucking bronzes.
Because it's just like I have such a broad range of like genres that I like to enjoy. Yeah. And honestly, like if I'm not working and if I'm not doing much, if I'm not working on my car or fixing my truck.
Yeah.
You know, I'm down to game. I love the stories. I love gaming. It's one of my biggest passions. It's my escape, you know, too.
Absolutely.
To enjoy a crazy story.
Yeah.
And I do enjoy the platinum trophies, but like what you came to the conclusion to is that, you know, it becomes work.
It does.
And some of these trophies are literally they are not worth it.
Yeah.
That they're like almost a joke. And that's I didn't want it to turn into work for me because it was. It was making me not like enjoy the game, you know?
Absolutely.
Because like I said, some of them are just like you're all like, what is this? Like,
right. I would never actually even try to go for this if there wasn't a arbitrary trophy locked behind the achievement.
Yeah, and even for me, you know, like I don't have the platinum for a lot of games that I'm absolutely in love with because some of them it's like you said it.
I said it about God of War.
No, you said you or Joshua were like, it doesn't value your time.
Yes,
you know what I mean. And if it's not fun, and you've said this too, you're like, dude, if you're not having fun with the game, then why do it? Or if it's not valuing your time, or if it's just like obviously just not it. And that's what I've come to for Tales of Arise. Is that it's such a beautiful game. Yeah, it's amazing. You brought me into the Tales series. Right. That was you. Yeah. But like, dude, the freaking combat. Every battle, even with some lore, and it's like 5-6 minutes. Right. They just feel like quote unquote. It feels like you're not respecting your time. Yeah, and they feel like bullet sponges. Where I'm like, dude, I should be just destroying these guys and then moving on. Right. You know. So but yeah, about me is this. Honestly, I've loved games. You know, I just work. And that's
where you're working now? You're at Grocery Outlet?
I'm at Grocery Outlet, yeah. And Sam knows. Sam and me, we work together.
Safeway.
Yeah.
Yep. Slaveway, we called it.
We met at Safeway, right? Yeah.
Well, that's like when we became, like, we were acquainted by, like, you know, small town over here, and, like, everybody knows everybody. Right. So, like, we were acquainted, but we worked together, and that's when we actually, like, started talking and being friends and hanging out. Yeah. And that was back in 2010. So it's been a good 13-year journey for us. One of my longest lasting friendships, and specifically just a friendship where like Caleb and I reminisce about this often, but like we've never even like really argued or fought about or had any drama.
We've never had drama. We've never fought. Yeah. And like I tell a lot of people, so when I talk about Sam, or I'm talking like even people at work, or I was telling people, you know, we're going to do a podcast. I'm like, me and my brother are doing podcasts. Like I told you before, like it's to the point where I'm like, it's not like, me and Sam. It's like me and my brother. Yeah. Because that's how it's felt for the longest time.
Absolutely,
like,
bro.
Brother from another mother.
Yeah, and I love it.
But like straight up. Yeah. And so people are like, you have a brother? And I'm like, yeah, but I mean like, you know, not by blood, but basically it might as well be, because we got to points where we would finish each other's sentences. We were talking about stuff. We knew what each other were thinking.
It still happens.
Before we even said it. It got crazy. And like, Sam and me, we started our quote unquote, our Let's Plays. Right. Where him and me would just be talking over a headset back in the day.
Because we mostly like lived apart, you know, like, and especially with the last few years of me living in Arizona, a whole state away, right? Like, it's like we just use like whatever means necessary, usually like gamer chat or just talking on the phone, to communicate as we're gaming together.
The struggles of when those wouldn't work good.
Oh, I know.
But we started our little Let's Play because we became like super close friends really fast. And our first Let's Play that we ever did was Metroid Prime.
Yes, sir.
We both played through it. And you talked about it, Metroid Prime 2 a little bit. I think you probably mentioned Prime also.
because you and I did Let's Play that like almost right after. Or I think it was like we did Metroid Prime, then we did Legend of Dragoon. Yep. Right? And then we went to Metroid Prime 2.
The Echoes.
Yeah. And we didn't end up beating it because the ending is bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what you were talking about. You literally made it you made it known because it's true. Yeah. You remember? Like, because they were like, oh, here's the arbitrary fetch quest that's just absolutely boring. Right. And lame. And you're like, bro, if you want, you can just borrow my your save file. And I was like, dude, honestly, I think I just like I said, I'm just done. Yeah. Because it's just ridiculous. Right. And so it's not that we like gave up on it, but it just was like, again, you're not respecting my time, and it's just not fun. Yeah. You know.
I think what we tried doing, even along everything you're saying, was we hung out in person, and then we just took one copy. It was like my copy of the game after I offered to just like copy it to your memory card. We just booted up and tried fighting the last boss, and I don't even think we beat him, which was like my fear from the beginning, that we were going to go through all of this. And the last boss fight, it's just a bunch of bullshit back to back to back. Like, already when you're fighting the main dude, the big like darkness king or whatever the fuck, I don't even remember, but I remember jumping in and you're fighting him, and it like every little piece of his massive body, if it touches you, you lose. It's one of those things where it doesn't like do damage, like set damage. It does like a bunch of like dot damage, right? So you like see your health bar just slowly ticking out. Plus there's like this what is it even called? The darkness energy that you're there, right? And it's hitting
the dark aether.
The dark aether. So you're slowly dying over time. In addition to the like, it's
even
like,
though
it's
you
too
have the
much.
light suit,
which
was supposed to make that,
it's supposed to be immune, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like the phase.
And they were like,
thing.
actually, we're just gonna take that away. That's right.
Plus, it's a multi-part boss fight. So once you like die, if in like part 2 of it, like you just start over at the beginning. Like it's like, okay, no. So we did one attempt, and then we were like, all right, let's. I want you to see the ending, who the actual last boss is, because you fight like Dark Samus. Like that's like the last.
And that's what like.
That's how it should be.
That's what we. Yeah, that's all I care about.
Right.
Dark Samus, dude.
Absolutely.
So, oh my god, I
bro.
forgot.
Thanks for bringing that memory train back up to me.
Yeah,
bro.
dude. Dude, like so much, man. Like, so yeah, Sam and me, we've hung out a lot. We've done a lot of video game stuff together. Dude, remember the Ocarina of Time?
Which one? When we did
Giant
Master Quest
Fest with all the boys when you're in Corvallis.
Oh yeah,
where we are all just gonna go through it one to. Dude, remember? Like,
we did the big like speed run.
Yeah, so we were gonna do a giant speed run.
We did do it.
I couldn't do it. Dude, remember? I could not sleep to save my life, and I was so exhausted that I couldn't remember how to do anything. Because remember, it's like, you were always the Ocarina of Time god, right? You remember everything. And like, I always felt like I was a little bit behind you, where I could remember most stuff. Dude, I couldn't even remember doing the Bigaron quest. Like, off memory. I was so exhausted.
Yeah.
And I was just like...
And you hadn't played the game in a minute. I'm pretty sure that most of the things you knew of the game was just, like, discussions, and I'm, like, pulling out the memories from you. But you hadn't actually sat down and gone through it in a while. Yeah. While, like, the whole game, like you said, it's always been so fresh on my mind. I've beaten Ocarina of Time more than 10 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
And you were right. We were doing the Master Quest, right?
Okay, what I remember about Master Quest, though, you and I did a Let's Play of Master Quest. We did a small Let's Play, and I played the 3DS version because I had never... It was my first chance to really play Master Quest, right? Because I remember getting that Master Quest disc, but it wasn't mine. I borrowed it from somebody, and all I wanted to do was play OG Ocarina of Time on my GameCube. Yeah. Do even remember, like, in the corner of the screen, it had, like, the red, like, the B button on the GameCube. It's such a small detail, but, like, you know, it has the HUD on screen. So in the 64, it shows, like, the C buttons, and it shows, like, the A and B, but it's blue and green, right? That's on the 64. But on the GameCube controller, the A button's green, and the B button is red. And so on the HUD for Ocarina on the GameCube version, they made that small tweak where they made the sword was red and the roll button was green or whatever. That's right. Yeah, like these small and the X and Y like buttons on there, and Z instead of having like the C buttons that are on the 64. So there's like small subtle stuff like that. And and it's a little up-resed. I want to play it, but I never got to play Master Quest. And so you and I got to go through that.
Because I own that disc. I do own the GameCube, the double, and that's like one of my prized ones, right? Because I'm like, dude, Master Quest, and because I think I played through it one time. Before you.
We did the Let's Play,
and I was just like, dude, and I remember Master Quest so easily is how much of a joke and easy Water Temple is on Master Quest versus the original. Oh my God,
you're so right.
And I'm like, what is this? Why is this so easy?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Okay, they buffed up. Kind of like the difficulty was in the challenge. The challenge of like what's in front of you. So they like reorganized the rooms into all these things. They even moved the water levels, but the water levels were in way better locations, so you could easily remember it basically instead of going through like a maze, because they have like the lower level, the mid level, and the upper, and so you had to kind of remember. where they were, and that's kind of a part of the difficulty because it's so much backtracking. So like the challenge of the OG water temple isn't in like the temple itself necessarily. It's kind of just in the maze and keeping your cool, right?
And
going through this maze and not getting lost, right?
Yeah,
and map
organization. And it's hard to do because, if you're playing that even on GameCube or the old OG versions, obviously this is you all day. All right, pause menu,
right?
Put my metal boots on. And then you switching out your equipment. You guys talked about this and why I like the other versions of like, especially the Wii U, of just having the pad there and your just stuff is there.
Yes.
But it's like mixed with not knowing where to go. It's arbitrary. Having to stop every second, load up the menu, put the thing on. Then obviously you're in water and it's so slow going.
It is.
You gotta drop down slow.
Right.
And you move. Can't use your sword.
It almost like the difficulty is like your patience. Straight up, right?
Is the
and Master Quest, like they just redid it, so it's it's more of a traditional.
And it was
dungeon.
mainstream.
Yeah,
you still had those things, but you're making progress, and
then we were done. I remember we were going through it, and we were literally done. Like it was like, yo, we're already at Dark Link. We're already done with the What was that water temple, bro? It was just over.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Nothing like the original.
No.
Not to cut you off.
Yeah.
Thinking in terms of time, because for us and our audience, this will be a long episode. I'm hoping it's going to be about our standard length, which is about an average of 4 hours and a half. But there is so much info in this episode, and I am so excited to get into it because it couldn't be more perfect with how it all lined up, like I told you yesterday, with the content that is here to cover. It's all stuff that is so relevant to you and I, because you and I, and you haven't even met Joshi in person yet, right? But you guys have talked, and through my relationship with you and Joshi, like we're all kind of like similar in terms of our experiences, what we like in games, but we are all unique and different. And there's things that Joshi and I have in common with us that are different from what you and I have in common. Right. So I'm really excited for this episode and diving in, because you and I will get to talk about things that I probably wouldn't talk about with Joshi for our podcast, including the title of the episode, which we will get to on Final Fantasy, because unlike Joshi, you are a huge Final Fantasy nerd, just like me. In fact, you've played Final Fantasy 16, and I haven't even played it yet. Right? And and that's actually, you know what? Just while we're here, in this intro topic here, like, what was like kind of like your small summary take on 16?
16?
Yeah.
Because
you beat it, right?
I beat it.
Yeah.
It is a flawed masterpiece.
Flawed masterpiece.
Is how I would really show it. Dude, the voice acting in that game, especially the main character, Clive, blew me away. Really? I love the voice acting in Final Fantasy VII, and most of them. They're really good, right?
Yeah.
But dude, you could, you need to just at least hear in the beginning of what happens with Clive. This man conveys so much pain and rage when he's screaming and yelling to... Spoilers for you?
No, please. I'm good.
Okay. You're all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happens, basically, long story short, you play as Clive. You are a sworn swordsman under your father and your mother and your younger brother, who is blessed by the Phoenix.
Okay.
And he blesses you, so you're an amazing swordsman, but you also have, like, Phoenix power, so you can cast fire and stuff and everything without using a crystal. Everyone else in the world has to use crystals for magic. People who can do magic on their own are considered, for whatever reason, it's so backwards, lesser. And they are literally
called lesser.
They are literally they're lesser people. They are slaves, and I mean straight up.
Shit.
So this game is very heavily involved with slavery,
like slavery and segregation.
Yeah. So everyone who has powers who naturally can cast magic is put under slavery and controlled. And they're used literally used as tools. So like a person who has like affinity to ice or magic will literally be used to fill up the well. But you use your magic so consecutively, it wears on your body. And doing it constantly.
Like it's using like your body's energy.
Yeah. And then you start like, they start becoming like pale, their skin starts hardening, and it ultimately turns into a painful death. It's sad. So,
wow. But
people who are blessed are, by an econ, quote unquote, are revered and exalted. And so you have these people who have the Phoenix icon.
Okay.
They're in their own little territory and stuff.
It's like upper society.
Yeah, you got the Titans and everything.
Okay.
So everyone's at war and everything.
Okay,
and everything. So premise is that, dude, it's such a dark game too. You get attacked by another warring faction at your place. You're keeping your brother safe while you're at this castle. You were on your way to get the blessing for Joshua to say, you need to do this or whatever. I can't really think of it right now.
Yeah.
But before they get to go, you're getting attacked, and people are like dying and stuff, and you're trying to get to Joshua. Joshua and your father, the king, are escaping. Dude, no joke. He puts Joshua on a horse. He turns around, and a guy beheads him. Blood everywhere.
Wow.
In front of this kid, and just splatters, like straight up behead. You were not expecting it. I'm literally like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like,
are you?
Because that has not happened like in a previous Final Fantasy.
And not even for a Final Fantasy, dude, it was so a flashback. I
heard it was really freaking.
And
dark.
I'm like, what the hell is going on?
That's crazy. Okay.
And so Joshua was seeing his father murdered before him, and these guys coming on because they're gonna kill him too.
Yeah.
They want to kill the icon of the Phoenix, the icon of fire. Is what they're called.
Right.
To get rid of
Which
him.
in the game too, the icons are kind of like the
summons.
Right?
Yeah, so you have Bahamut, you have
like
Odin,
Ifrit.
Shiva, you have everybody,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
The main ones.
Yeah.
Joshua goes berserk. And he kills everybody, and he transforms into the icon of the Phoenix icon, and
he literally transforms into
transforms into the summon. And the flames are so hot that it's literally scorching everybody away. So people and you just got to learn to know, they're turning into ash. Good and bad. Wow. He has no control.
Yeah.
And you're trying to stop your brother. And you're like, I need to get to him. But for some reason, Clive falls to the ground. He has a huge migraine. And he's seeing this dude in cloaked figure. And he's like, what is happening?
Oh,
blah, blah, blah.
This is like Final Fantasy VII shit.
He blacks out. And all of a sudden, Ifrit's there. Another icon of fire. There's not supposed to be two of the same attribute.
Fuck?
Yeah. And so they're fighting. So you're playing as Joshua all of a sudden, and you're playing as, you're having a full icon battle is what they call it. So you're controlling Joshua as the Phoenix, while Ifrit is jumping around trying to do damage, and you're dodging, and you're doing your attacks, and you're filling your meter and stuff. And Joshua is a kid in it, and he's just like, he's still talking, and he's like, icon of fire, get away from me, or whoever you are, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
And you're all like, dude, and you're really trying to fight this guy off. You don't know what's going on. And Ifrit does kill you for a second, but you're the Phoenix. Okay. So you resurrect and you just finish it in this cool cinematic cutscene, dude. The music is so amazing. It's the fanfare, but it's all what is that? Remix. Orchestra.
Oh yeah.
And it's all like deep like tones. So it's like
yeah.
It's friggin' amazing. So you think you defeat Ifrit, he's laying there. All of a sudden he wakes up, dude. He grabs Joshua and starts ripping into him. And now you're looking at the two fighting, but you're out, and it's Clive, and he's screaming. And he's like, stop, please stop this. All these things. And dude, literally, Ifrit is ripping, and there's blood, like ripping the Phoenix apart. Breaking, and at the last second, he puts his hand through the Phoenix, comes out his back, and it unleashes an explosion and decimates the whole area. And all you hear is Clive going, I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you.
Oh, shit.
But this guy's voice is just next level, dude.
Yeah.
You would have to, like, I'm watching this, bro, and my mouth is literally open. Okay. And I'm like, what is going on?
This sounds like some AOT shit.
Yeah. And so that's the kind of, like, the feel you can get for this game. The particle effects and everything, dude. This game is insane gorgeous. And I don't know if you heard, but the game was so power heavy that it was melting some people's PS5s because they were overheating.
I did not hear
and
that.
You know how people don't take care of their stuff and they clean them out. And unlike me, dude, like I go full bore and clean mine out like every couple of months. You
always have been.
With my air compressor, you know, I shoot air. Anyway, so I didn't have that problem. But this game's amazing. Gameplay is amazing. It's very Devil May Cry. It's very so it's got abuse stuff, but it's definitely not as in depth. So it can get a little bit stale. But like story is amazing, very adult, very story, very sad. Sad stuff happens, dark stuff happens. The it's very Final Fantasy VII when you just imagine it. So it's crystal Final Fantasy. So the crystals, right? The crystals are ginormous in each realm of areas of like maybe Titan's realm, Earth realm, or like whatever, where he lives in like sand area or in that. So they're huge, but apparently they're sucking the aether and the life from the planet, and it's killing everything.
Shit.
And so, long story short,
wow, it really does sound like
Sid finds you. Yeah, so Sid finds you because after you do whatever you do, your mother, she finds you knocked out. You survived. You still don't know. So technically, spoilers if you guys want to play this game.
Okay.
But obviously, Clive is Ifrit. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know that he thinks someone murdered his brother. Here's the sad thing. His mother, she was the one who did the coup and killed her own husband. She loves Joshua.
Originated from.
But he got killed. And then she hates you.
Yeah.
So she sells you to a slavery thing where you're used as a merc. So.
Well, okay. So, like greater, deeper plot aside. What would you like if you were to like kind of like loosely give it like kind of like traditional Flash Bros score, like between 1 and 5? Where would you say?
4.
4.
It's really good. It's a must play if you're a Final Fantasy guy. It is. It's a very long game. It's super amazing. The only gripes I have for it was that I got burned out on side quests.
Okay.
And also like
that's a big point of.
And you guys talked about it too.
To be honest,
and Joshy did too.
RPGs.
He's like, dude, I hate it when like you're at a point where like, oh, the world's gonna die in like 3 days, but let me go get these feathers for you.
Right.
And I'm like, what?
And it's all peaceful, right? And like whatever,
yeah,
right?
Like,
and
I need feathers for my necklace for my daughter's birthday.
Nobody
and
cares.
I'm like, dude, the sky's falling.
Look up, bro.
You know?
Yeah.
So, but still, even with that, and it does get stale. You don't have to do side quests, right? Obviously.
Sure.
Main story and everything, it's super amazing. There are some things where it does make you go, well, go here. And you go there, you talk to someone, they're like, okay, now fast travel here too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
Oh, right.
But honestly, dude, I loved this game. I love this story. It's freaking crazy. And it's definitely a must play for Final Fantasy guys. So definite
it's
4
on
out
list.
of 5.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
Okay.
So.
Solid as hell. Thanks,
man.
Caleb. Let's actually let's take a break real quick. And dive into the rest of the show here because my landlord just texted me that he needs to call me. So I'll see what that is about. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Caleb, let's dive into the cash, shall we, brother?
Dude, let's dive in.
Let's fucking do it, baby. We got plugged in, our first section here. So what are we about? The Flash Bros podcast is just casual. My words. It's just casual conversation, very casual conversation between friends revolving around gaming and anime. Traditionally by me and my co-host, my name's Sam, by the way, and my co-host, Joshy. Joined today, Joshimation Station, baby. You already fucking know.
I just, my voice kind of changing, so.
Right.
Probably getting a cold, so that's why I sound.
No, it's true. Yeah, no, it's like different atmosphere over
so don't
here.
You guys
this time
worry,
of year.
It's still the same old Joshy.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome back, Joshy. How you doing, bro? So we have our recordings every Wednesday traditionally. Today's a unique episode, but normally we got our normal schedule of recording on Wednesdays and uploading episodes every Friday. So we will make an announcement if that is ever not the case, but we have been posting every Friday since we have launched. And we have our website where we have everything based out of and our info. If you want to see what we're all about and get plugged into the community, you can head on over to our Patreon page, which is patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. And we have a whole section in the show for write-ins from the audience for anybody out there, whether you're already involved or not. So you can head on over to Patreon and sign up there to be able to message the show for anything you want to write in about. Otherwise, you can just send us an email, which you can do absolutely free. And that will be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. You can also just message me or Joshy directly if you want to do that. And that's often how Caleb gets his messages read off on the show.
Yeah.
So your support means everything for us and the growth of the channel, and we absolutely adore and love you. So thank you so much to everyone out there who has been involved. And I've got a list here, Caleb, of our Patreon sponsors currently subscribed to our tier list right now on Patreon, which is the Flash Bros Club. And I'll start with Austin Bowman, as always, my man. Episode 1. He was already a subscriber.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
He was your
he's an OG.
first.
He was, bro. Yeah, and he's doing really well. He moved. I haven't seen him in person in a couple of months.
Yep.
His family moved to Alabama, I think, but
Alabama.
he's over there doing his thing.
My birthplace.
Your birthplace, Alabama. You're actually born in Alabama?
Dothan, Alabama, dude. Yeah. I'm
shit.
technically Southern. Don't tell Joshy.
Okay.
I don't know why you care, actually.
No, I kind of always thought he had like a southern twang, but I just attributed it to
It's that New York and, that Alabama. Dude, if you heard
But
my
Alabama.
dad, though.
Oh, really?
Because he's Florida,
Thick.
man.
Well, next up, there is Annette Anderson, my beautiful mother.
Oh, yes, the mom.
Love her. Thank you so much, Mama. We got Donald Duck, as you mentioned already, too.
Donald
Is he
Duck.
still here? Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
he is.
Donald Duck is still around, baby. Shout outs to you, Donald.
Still never gave you a message or nothing?
Nothing yet.
He's just
Yeah.
he's the anti-hero Cape Crusader. He's just there watching over us.
I know. And you know what? To have be Donald Duck of all things, with Kingdom Hearts being such a beloved series to you and I both too. Like I'm grateful for him, to be honest.
Yeah.
Next up is Kendall Sutherland,
Dude, I think I've
gorgeous
met her.
girlfriend. Yeah, just met her today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's feeling a little sicky,
Yeah.
but I hope she feels better. I think it's just a little bit of like
Dude, you know how it is when you're sometimes traveling and you just, especially because you guys flew, right?
totally
I was
different.
going,
We did, and it was totally different
Planes.
climate change too. Like it's just
Oh yeah.
yeah, like the humidity here, dude. Like I'm not sick, but my skin is suddenly just like dry as hell, which is crazy because
Because it's so
I came
wet.
from the dryness. But there's
Yeah.
something about the humidity. It's just like it's literally peeling off a layer of my skin.
It's probably
you know what
too
I mean?
because they say that water on your skin it steals moisture anyways. So
True.
and it's been very foggy, so
Yeah,
maybe your body's
I've
just
also
like,
been
dude,
taking a scalding hot shower with my parents, so that's probably something to do with
Dude,
it
I
too.
love
It
that,
feels
though.
amazing. I literally I look forward to my first shower there, and I take long showers.
Dude, yes.
you
I
know?
love to boil. Dude, that's why I miss having a bathtub, bro. Just boil
yeah.
me alive like a
Dude,
chicken.
boil me alive, baby. Next on here is Adrell Williams, my beautiful roommate. Shout out to Sweet A. We always shout him out for his Twitch channel because he's a Twitch streamer, and he usually streams on Wednesdays. And it is you'll find him at Twitch. I think it's twitch.tv/Sweet A, which is the word sweet followed by AYEEE. 3 E's at the end. Then we got John Rao the Fourth. Fucking love this guy. My cousin, my brother. We got Lene Lovelady, my sister, fellow bartender.
Oh, yeah.
Shout outs, and Mike Sandoval, my bar back. That's kind of like my little family crew of my workplace and just people who are involved in the podcast over there, which is really
That's
cool.
good to have.
It's so nice,
Dude,
man.
It's
yeah.
good to have someone at work that is like family-esque.
Yes.
And I get that too because I got that. I had that with you.
Right.
When we were at
Right.
Safeway, and
Absolutely.
I got that again with the girl that I work with.
Yeah.
you know.
So I feel
Love her daughter and
super
everything,
blessed.
but
Yeah.
they're amazing.
And I think Johnny and Mikey both wrote into the show this week. So we will get there when we get there. Caleb, let's dive into retro recap, my friend. You already know this is the first section of the show, the first official section here. We dive into classic games that have been released in the week. I actually have extended it because this week starts on December 18th, and because we're not really recording another episode next week either. Josh and I aren't going to be back to record until January. So
guys are on
I thought it
vacation.
would be fitting, yes, to fit like this 2-week mark at the end of the year. And turns out that a bunch of the games released in that window fall under an umbrella of games that I know you and I both have shit to talk about. We love these games.
I'm
so
ready.
yes,
I'm so
sir.
ready.
Today, by the way, I wrote is Wednesday, December 22nd. It's definitely Friday, December 22nd, to correct because I normally have like this like template,
Yeah.
and so it just says Wednesday blank, and then like so I just fill in the date. And now that I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, yep, it's
Bro, you're
definitely
jumping timelines.
Friday. I know. Before we get into the timeline hops, so I got these games here, Caleb, and traditionally too, we've talked about it on the show, but we don't really have big North American release dates that are like after December 1st. It's
Right.
pretty rare. Like if we do, it's like the first week of December. Sometimes it's Pokemon, maybe even like a Zelda game or like some Final Fantasy thrown in there. But usually I feel like we have like a fall window and it's kind of October, November. And then we have like summer and then earlier in the year, like March or February.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we got Persona coming out, I think in March, and then Rebirth comes out in February, right?
29th,
Yes.
maybe.
So, oh wow. Gotta get
Oh, I know, dude. Yeah.
Well, I have a lot of Japanese release dates here, but which pretty much is just showing that these are like Japanese origin. So let's dive into it. The first one here, Caleb, is Dissidia Final Fantasy, released on the PSP December 18th, 2008 in Japan, making it the 15th year anniversary this year.
Bro.
How do you feel about that?
Dissidia Final Fantasy, man. Yeah. I remember being so crazy hyped for this game because it is the equivalent of Smash Brothers, but instead of Nintendo, it's Square Enix.
Right.
And I'm just like blown away because I'm like, dude, how are all these characters going to interact with each other? What's going on? Finally got the game when it came out. I think I pre-ordered that. I did.
Well, I'll tell you where my memory is at when it came out, which is that you were hyping me up for this game. Yeah. Because my PSP intake at this time was right before I met you. I like really got into PSP and specifically PSP like kind of modding at the end of high school. Right. So I had my PSP, but it was kind of like my virtual console machine. Mm-hmm. So I played PS1 games on it. I played some PSP games. I played Danganronpa because of the modding, there was a fan translation, so I got to experience Danganronpa before it was ever like actually released in the US, right? Because at the time it was unknown if it would ever come to the US. Like this was like a Japanese only thing. So that was kind of my wheelhouse of PSP, and I remember playing like other games too. There was like Birth by Sleep, obviously, right? Yes. Crisis Core, obviously. So I played both of those games before we met.
You had the Birth by Sleep PSP, didn't you?
No, I did, dude. You know what it was? It was I had a silver one, but there was like a Crisis Core white one that some random dude came into Safeway one time when you and I were both working, and he sold to me because he looked like he just wanted like drug money, right? Yeah. He just came in, he was super sketchy, never seen him. He was like, "Hey, I got a PSP for $50."
$50,
and it was like, yeah,
and it had Birth by Sleep on it.
It literally had the disc of Birth by Sleep in it. Right. But the PSP itself, it was kind of like rough. Mm-hmm. And you and I are kind of, we mentioned it briefly in our intro, but we're kind of like, I'm pretty particular with like my gaming stuff and stuff I like spend money on. So like I got this iPad I have the podcast recording from, my microphone obviously. I kind of like more fine things in life. I'll say that. I got a finer taste, right? Right. And so in that, if I'm like spending money, I have like, my Switch right now is the Tears of the Kingdom OLED Switch. Mm-hmm. So I keep that in a case. I keep everything in a case. I keep it nice. Yep. I usually don't break anything because I don't really drop anything. I'm always like pretty careful, right? Yeah. So I get this PSP and I'm so excited because it was like a $50 PSP and it's the Birth by Sleep edition. So it's like really fucking cool with how it's designed, has the disc, but like it was kind of rough. I remember like a couple of the buttons were sticky, right? Mm-hmm. Like they wouldn't press right. It didn't feel right. It had some scratches that were kind of deep in it. It was like, this is cool, but like, it's not gonna be my. I already had a PSP. It's not my daily driver or anything like that. But going back into Dissidia, I remember that I didn't really know this game was coming out. I wasn't really following Square that much in terms of like what was happening. I was very much in like the Call of Duty Halo wheelhouse and then Nintendo. And so you were hyping my ass up about this game, being like, dude, this is gonna be like look at these trailers, look at this. And it was all like Japanese too, and I hadn't really even gotten into really anime yet. Like if I did, it was like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon. It was already dubbed, so I didn't really take in a lot of like Japanese subbed content, and you're like showing me like these Japanese only trailers, and I'm like, okay, why does this look sick as fuck? Dude, seriously. Yeah. And it turned out to actually be really fucking good. It was
really good. It was really fun.
My opinion too, I think you're on the same page. The best Dissidia is the first one.
The first one, yes. Yeah. Because they did come out with 012.
Yeah, they had a weird title.
Which was also
I think
PSP?
I think it was 012:Dissidium. Dissidium?
Something weird.
It was something weird, right? It was Deciduo or something like that, right? It was like a different play on word, Japanese fucking title.
I remember that it was like because so in the first one had quite a bit of the story for these characters, especially like
it was a fleshed out game.
Yeah, it has fleshed out game. I remember, dude. I remember I just couldn't wait to play the story as my boy Sephiroth.
Yes,
and just be the big evil brat. But also, I was super excited because I was like, dude, I get to play an updated version of what Squall would look like, or an updated version of
like
Sephiroth.
Titus.
Right?
Yeah, and Jecht. That was like my favorite character.
Jecht, dude.
Like you get to play as Jecht
and all the other main antagonists and protagonists from the other games that were either PSP or even, Nintendo.
Yeah.
Like Warrior of Light. I think that was his first alliteration into full-fledged
No, I think you're right.
3D character model, and most of the other ones too. So it was like blowing my mind that I would get to take Squall and fight Sephiroth, or taking Cloud and fighting Kefka, or any of these characters, and mix and matching them, and they're all talking and stuff, and like, they would literally have intros and outros, depending on who you're fighting.
Right?
Yeah, and costumes, and they would say different stuff. I remember Sephiroth fighting Squall, and he would literally be like, "What does a beast know?"
Yeah,
because he akin him to just a wild beast, because quiet, and he was the lion, right?
Absolutely,
and so I had great memories of that game.
Yeah, man,
super amazing.
Me too.
And then they ruined it.
Yeah,
we don't talk about NT.
That's the kind of like the topic of conversation here, because I feel like Smash is like this only real example of like each title really just gets better. And I know that there's diehard like Melee fans out there, but like in terms of actual content and what they added to the game, and like eventually leading to Ultimate, Ultimate exists because of everything that came out before, and it's made it into like the definitive experience. But Dissidia was not that. In fact, Dissidia, I think around the same time, there was also the release of PlayStation All-Stars, which was truly a Smash clone, right?
Yes.
And when really Dissidia is not, it's just a fighter, and it's a different kind of fighter.
It's a
like
totally different
3D landscape.
Arena.
Yeah.
You don't have health, remember?
Right, yeah. There's a whole system behind the
so how it was is that you had, I think Brave points. And like all of them, because I was playing around on NT even, I think you start out with 1,000. So all of your normal attacks give you Brave points that accumulate, and you can go up to 999. And then you have your HP attacks. So that would be like any special attack from Final Fantasy. So say Cloud's Braver, Sephiroth's Octaslash. So if you just start off the game trying to do HP attack and you have like no points, you're going to do very little damage to their
because
it
like
health.
Stacks with like how much brave points you've accumulated.
So getting hit takes away your brave points, and hitting gives you brave points. Those are then, like, say you have 3,000, you're going to do 3,000 damage to their HP, and everyone has set HP. You did have levels, you did have equipment and everything like that in these games, which made it so good. But yeah, you couldn't just go out swinging and just do your ultimate attacks as much as you want. You had to work towards it. And I remember they also had launch attacks too, where you'd hit them hard and you could launch them into the walls, and you could follow up. And you could either do a normal attack or a heavy attack. And if the computer, it was like a rock, paper, scissors thing, but only with like 2 different buttons, I think. If you hit the same one, they would either dodge out of the way, or if you did opposites, you would get them. I can't remember how.
Yeah, there's something like that.
It was very different. I don't really
remember. It was very different, right?
So you didn't have damaged health, right?
Right. But moving to like NT, because they came out with this sequel in the PSP, and then they came out with NT, and you and I were so hyped for NT, because I mean, the OG trailers, everything they showed, it looked like, oh my god,
the character
this
models,
actually now is a console experience
and everything
of fucking Dissidia. Like, this is going to be hype.
Yeah, Sephiroth looked so amazing.
Yes, everything.
Voice acting, like how they move. And the thing that I didn't like about Sephiroth in the original Dissidia on PSP was because his attacks, dude, I love when he swings his sword to cut you, but in the PSP ones, he like swung and kind of like hit you with like an after effect. So he wasn't really doing a combo. And in this one, dude, full-fledged combos, and what I talked about you before. Just looks good and everything.
It does.
And we were so excited. I was blown away. And what did they give us? They give us this shell.
It's a shell of Dissidia.
It's literally 3-on-3, which I hated. I wanted more. I wanted at least 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, but they only gave you 3-on-3.
Right.
No
and the
equipment.
Focus was all PvP.
Yep.
That was the focus,
no
right?
Story, really?
No story. That was completely absent. Like, that was a big draw.
No equipment.
Through it,
no level
ups.
As
a single player.
No
right?
nothing.
No.
It literally doesn't give you
stripped.
a choice to. There's no not a choice, but there's no reason to play it.
Yeah, truly.
Except for if you want to look at
because you and I both got it at launch, and we played it quite a bit, and then we both were like,
the online. That's
I'm
thing
good.
Too. Remember how it didn't work?
Oh, of course.
And that's the only way you can truly play it was online.
Right.
So
the matchmaking was like
horrible.
Yeah. Literally terrible.
So,
let's actually move on. I'm getting pissed off.
Yep.
You know, Caleb. I was about to say Josh actually. Next one on here is Kingdom Hearts 2. Came out in the PS2, December 22nd, 2005. Japanese release date. Brother, Kingdom Hearts 2 is and forever will be one of my greatest childhood memories for a video game. Yep. For hype, Reese and I both. We were both. He had a PS2 and I did not yet. Mm-hmm. And he and his brother, his brother's a year older than me, Shane. They both were so involved with the first Kingdom Hearts, and I watched them play it, but I didn't. I played a little bit, but I didn't sit down and play it. I didn't own a PS2. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I didn't sit on theirs and do it. I was kind of like just along for the ride as they were both so hyped. And, you know, and as Reese would kind of be with me when I'm like getting hyped of a new Pokemon game, and Reese wasn't really a Pokemon guy. Yeah. So it was kind of like, we just like played things together or whatnot. And I just remember Kingdom Hearts 2 came out, and I got a used PS2 from like a neighbor or friend or something, and so I got a copy, Reese got a copy, Shane got a copy. We're literally all, it's the OG like LAN days, right? Even though those games are completely single player, it's the three of us. I even brought over, I would always, when I go to my buddy's place, bring this tiny little tube TV. It was my TV to bring over to my friend's house. I'd bring it with my 64, my GameCube, or whatever. So I brought it over with my PS2, tiny little like 10-inch screen, and we all three of us are playing Kingdom Hearts 2 on it, and the intro, it's a 3-hour tutorial of playing as Roxas, a brand new character, and everything in that game to me, even despite its meme of reviews, which if you look them up, you'll see what I mean. I think that this is a absolute masterpiece. Kingdom Hearts 2 is my favorite in the entire series, and I think if you were to only play one Kingdom Hearts game, you should play 2. Like, truly, you don't need to love everything 2 has, because it's perfect in everything. It's perfect with depth of a story that makes the most sense as a standalone compared to any other Kingdom Hearts, even more than the first one, which has a lot of questions, so you're like, what the fuck is going on, right? But 2 is, like, incredible. What do you guys say about it? I just had to really like express.
No, dude, because
it is one of my favorite experiences ever.
Yeah, because obviously you and me didn't know each other existed yet.
Right.
And how I feel about Kingdom Hearts 2 is I could not wait for this fucking game to come out, bro. Yes, I was counting the days.
Yeah, so you were on the hype train,
and we
weren't on it together.
Yeah. I got it day one with the strategy guide, the full-fledged collector's edition.
I had the same one.
What was that?
It was, I remember because at the time, Prima made a bunch of the guides, and they made a bunch of the guides for Nintendo games I followed. But this was a different company.
This was the B word, right?
Yeah,
what is that?
It was like I want to say Borderlands, but that wasn't it. But like something like that. Yeah. It was thick. Brady Games.
Brady Games. And full colored. I had to have it.
And it had a matte finish on the front.
I had to have it because the color palette and stuff. You know how I am with color palettes.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude, the whites and the blues, and then I'm just like, who the fuck is this kid? Dude, oh my god, the way that game made me feel, and the wonder, and just like how it opens up, and you're like, dude, this isn't Sora. Who's this guy? But immediately you're kind of like, I kind of like this guy a lot.
Right.
And then boom, all of a sudden, you're getting attacked. What are these white creatures? What is happening?
What is happening?
This music is playing.
Right.
You're getting attacked. You can't do anything. You're trying to hit them with your struggle bat, because remember the kids played struggle, kind of like how Sora, Riku, and them trained with wooden swords. They played struggle with plastic or hardened.
Specifically, he's playing struggle, by the way, against a major antagonist of Final Fantasy VIII, which is really fucking cool. Yeah, Cypher.
So again, you're like, oh my god, I can't do anything. These guys are they're literally just baseline. They're called nobodies, if people are wondering.
Right.
And they're just kind of dancing around you, and they're making a mockery of you, and you're like, bro. And then it happens, the awakening, or what do they call that? It's called awakening something.
Yeah.
But either way,
the awakening.
You get the awakening. You're slowly falling through, which like it seems like water and darkness. You make your way to the pictures, platform, the awakening platforms. Yeah. Station of Awakening. There it is.
That's exactly.
And it has Sora. It has Sora. It's like stained glass, and it's Sora sleeping, holding the Keyblade. I think it's that one.
No,
I'm trying to not get mixed up with not Birth by Sleep,
Yeah,
but the one,
there's
the one
unique
between.
to each game.
Right. So anyways, and I'm like, what? And so you're going through all this stuff, but it's different.
It's different.
But the music,
But it's connected.
Yes, Station of Awakening's music. And here's one thing for a PS2 game, dude. The music and the orchestra to this day, Kingdom Hearts 1 and this one, it gives me the chills because it's so good and it conveys
You're so right, man.
so much. But anyways, this game means so much to me because I'm on the same boat. It took something, because I did play Kingdom Hearts 1. I was in love with Kingdom Hearts 1 and I couldn't get enough of it. It took that and it just made it so much better.
In every
It brought
way.
so many questions, gave you some answers, because if you're a Kingdom Hearts fan, we all know that's convoluted as shit, though.
The whole story, yeah.
But still, like, the way it made me feel about Roxas, and then the ending for him, you know, it's really sad, and it's really emotional. But, dude, what did we do earlier today? We literally quoted it. When we were at your house, because everything, there's a part where a guy shows up, his name's Axel. Long story short, Roxas becomes a Keyblade wielder.
Right.
But he pulls out 2 Keyblades from his back when he's finally pressured by this guy.
Right.
Oblivion and Oathkeeper of
Right.
all of them. And is all of a sudden a master swordsman. Axel, all he does is goes, 2. And I'm like, I'm freaking out, dude. And all of a sudden, your attack pattern, everything is just
Everything
insane.
is insane.
It's not even a boss battle.
No.
You wreck Axel.
You just destroy him, bro.
And my mind was like,
dude.
I'm like, what is happening?
Yes.
2 Keyblades?
Yes.
That's not possible. Who is this kid? And then it goes to find out the sad truth of who he is.
But, you know, like, story and depth aside, like, you know, it had, like, also some other things in the game that were just so incredible. And, like, series aside, how you feel when you're playing it, especially for the first time. You get forms, like drive forms, right? So you have, like, all these different, like, options, and it's like this idea of giving fan service, giving gamers, like, what they want, right? So a new skin, new fresh coat of paint, plus new abilities, plus all these things in a way of forms. Pokemon has done that. Josh and I have talked about it a lot.
And that's like
it's
rule
amazing.
Of thumb. Everyone loves transformations. Why would I not want a badass character to be able to go, quote unquote, even further beyond Goku style and be even more badass? Nobody would say no to that in any game if it fits. Devil May Cry, Devil Trigger, Pokemon. Super or Mega Evolution. You go beyond, you know, like, and the form drives. You get these completely different form. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, dude.
And then the dark form too. When you would sometimes where you could, it was such a balance of being like, okay, you're a Heartless all of a sudden, but dude, if you stay out of the enemy's way, you go ballistic and you will melt boss's health. As long as you don't get hit, you're fine.
Because you're a fucking you're a little glass cannon over there.
Yeah, dude.
The last thing I want to say on that too is that, you know, the topic of this episode relating really to Final Fantasy and our love for Final Fantasy. Up until this game came out, the coolest rendition we had ever seen of Cloud and Sephiroth in terms of an action scene was the movie, was Advent Children, which we'll dive into that in a bit, but they literally gave us the most amazing, like, optional, well, no, it wasn't optional, it was a part of the main quest, and you can fight Sephiroth as an optional boss, which, by the way, is one of the dopest optional bosses in any video game ever.
It's by far the coolest looking alliteration of Sephiroth, too.
Absolutely.
Because he, in the Kingdom Hearts world, he thrives in the darkness.
Yeah.
Like, obviously darkness is a huge theme of Kingdom Hearts, and typical Sephiroth, who will have no will put over his own. He is impossible to control.
Right.
He thrives in it. And so he's got his normal one wing, but then he's got 2 wings on the bottom.
Right.
His
like bluish, right?
Yeah. His clothes are all frayed and just insane. And he just looks so amazing.
Sick. Yes.
And
it's like their own original concept based on kind of the newer look of Sephiroth from Advent Children.
And the same for Cloud.
Yes. And same for Cloud. And so watching them have that cutscene that is part of the main story that you have to watch. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You actually only see the cutscene if you beat him. Right. So if you beat Sephiroth, it's optional. It literally unlocks this insane CGI cutscene, and you're watching it, and you're right. Going back, it's on PS2, bro. This came out so long ago. Like, literally, we're looking at 2005, right?
Man.
And we are looking at, like, this cutscene that's taking place in, like, CGI engine on, like, running on game graphics, and, like, wow.
Right.
This is incredible. Because it had a CGI part scene, and then it was choreographed game engine. So you're literally watching, like, this clashes and everything, and it's in the graphics of Kingdom Hearts.
And
2,
it's like Advent
and it looks
Children.
incredible.
It's the Advent Children complete battle between them. They do their fight. Tifa shows up and she's like, and then they do their fight and they disappear and she's like, shit. They got away.
Let's move on here though, because I think you and I could talk about Kingdom Hearts 2 so much we can make our own episode on it, to be honest with you. We've got The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. And this, I definitely remember too, this was a December release date, because I remember we were talking about this when we first became like really, really tight friends, and I was living in my parents' house, and we I think you happened upon this and sent me a link, and it was an Amazon link, right? And it had it showing for Vita and PS3, and you and I were both getting really on board with all this stuff for Vita. Actually, I'm looking at the release date right now. It's December 22nd, 2015. So it's a little later than I thought. Yeah, actually, I definitely was moved out of my parents by then.
So you got it for Vita. I think
I did.
You got it for Vita, and I got mine for PS3.
Yes.
Because I still have it there. I have the holofoil box. I can't remember if it's a
and that was the one that was on Amazon, right?
Yeah.
It was just like, it was like a glorified version of like the base game. It was kind of this cool thing that I feel like some game companies do that aren't like necessarily, well, I guess like they did it for Metroid Dread, so I guess like I've seen it across the board, but kind of like not necessarily a collector's edition or a deluxe edition, just like a $5 or $10 more extra edition that just has like an extra little coloring book or a little art book.
Here it is in a box.
Yeah, here's a nice box. It even came with a little coin, right? Like from like the school that like the school is a part of it. It's kind of Persona-esque. Gameplay, though, you and I both didn't beat this game.
Right.
But that doesn't mean... I saw so much potential behind it. I probably sunk like 30 hours into it. It's a long fucking game.
Yeah.
Holy crap. And then if you look at it spanning the series, I don't think we've talked about it in a minute, but, dude, there's like 13 games in this fucking series.
Right. No, we did just last... Remember,
like recently,
we were just talking, and I was looking on PSN, and I'm like, bro... Trials of Reverie,
Trials of Azure,
Trials of and you're like, yeah, bro, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah, and that there's also like the Trails of Cold Steel. There's 4 of them. And
now.
Within that, so there's 4 just within that, right? Just within Trails of Cold Steel, even though it's all connected to a greater universe. But Trails of Cold Steel, when it was coming to PS3 and Vita, that was just the first major console release because they already had 2 versions come out in Japan, but it was like Japan only on PSP, and then it was PC, and that's Trails in the Sky. So you can play Trails in the Sky, Trails in the Sky 2nd, and then Trails in the Sky SC.
Oh my god,
that's the fucking. Can we just do 1, 2, and 3? You know what I mean? Like,
no,
why has it got to be new?
These guys do it, and so do the that other series that there's like a billion, the Altair.
Oh my god! Don't even get me
like
started.
500 of those.
Yeah, no, that's just stupid. All the names in that,
or the yeast
or anything. Yeast is also just as bad, but they actually put a number between most of them. But like in the title,
right?
Like they'll do like Yeast 8, Lacrimosa of Donna, or whatever. But the game itself, though, very much Persona-esque, but what I really liked about it, because Persona was way more advanced. Like, for Persona 4 having come out when it did, which was like 2006 or 7, right? Like,
which is crazy.
Crazy. Yeah,
still that was a PS2 game.
But that game coming out a good like 7 or 8 years before this game, Persona 4 and 3, they both look, run, and feel like a better kind of with the experience it gives you, right? Not talking necessarily about the combat, because that is what I think sets this apart. I'm talking like it's both Persona and the Trails games have this emphasis on like you're a student, so half of the game is school life, and with that, a kind of a meme. It's kind of like exams, so you kind of have to pay attention. Right,
because in Trials of Cold Steel, they're in like military school.
It's a military school, yeah. So it's the Thor's Military Academy.
Yeah, so it's like Trails is more the theme of that,
right?
And doing, but like you said, Persona is the theme and the mechanics of school and like,
and almost making it an anime, because the emphasis when you're playing it with, I don't know how far you got into it, but you have kind of the same. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like you have kind of the same ideas of like it's all about your relationship that you build with whoever you want, and there's like 1,000 fucking main characters, you know what I mean? So you're just like, you can build these relationships, you can take it as far as you want, or you can really just progress it, see what, like take in what is like canon and then go with the story. Because what I thought the game truly shied more than most in this category, especially for its time, was the combat, because the combat was like this perfect blend of like strategy with turn-based, because remember, you could like move on the battlefield and position yourself, and then a move would take up like a certain amount of space, and any enemies in that space would get hit.
I can't
there was
remember
combos.
this. I'm gonna have to check this out again.
Yeah, the combat is the best part of the series, but in Trails of Cold Steel, like that's where I'm actually playing it. I'm like, damn, this is really good and really deep.
I thought you played a lot.
Of the first one.
Yeah, and you lost a save file, and that's why you never.
Oh my god, you just reminded me. You're absolutely right.
That's what happened.
Yeah, what happened was mini story, and then we'll move on. It was when I had the car stolen incident.
Oh my god,
that is a whole story that I want to share on cast of like crazy stories that have happened to us. But in that incident, I got my Vita back, but it was like not working, so they replaced it.
Right, because they dusted it.
My save file was on that Vita, and it didn't upload to the cloud to PS Plus because whatever reason, like auto backup just wasn't on, or like something. Maybe I was even trying to like mod my Vita, so like it could have been just my fault, right? But for whatever reason, I went to go try it again because like remember they had a re-release of a whole series on PS4, so they re-released it on 60 FPS of PS4. I got that because it came with the steelbook in the base game, so it was almost like they were justifying the $40 price tag with also just giving you like steelbook and free shit, which I'm like, well, fuck, I'll take that. It's gorgeous. I still have it. Yeah, I love steelbooks, but my save file was lost, and there's the feeling inside of me of like, I put so much time into this already. Especially in I don't think I could do this right now. No. Even though I haven't played the game in a couple of years, because it was probably like a 4-year gap. I think it came out in like 2019 when it came in PS4. Yeah. I was like, I can't do this because I invested so much.
It's a real feeling though. Us all as gamers, you, me, Joshy, and the other guys, I'm pretty sure we've all lost save files. Dude, it is. Oh yeah, it is.
It's part of being a gamer.
It's a mood killer.
It is.
And now we're so lucky nowadays because like corruption and stuff. I haven't ever had corrupted saves even on my PS3, 4, or 5, Nintendo Switch. We've been lucky. It's so much more better.
You're right.
But dude, I don't blame you. You put so much time in it, especially in an RPG when you're already and then you're going. It's a slog now.
Yes, bro.
Because you have to go through the same stuff. And you lose all that. And speaking of like, if we're going to talk about, I wanted to mention this too, about being thieved stuff. Remember my sad story of thievery?
Oh yeah.
Because I believe you gave me that modded PSP, the white one.
I remember.
That guy.
Oh my gosh, that's exactly what happened to it, because I modded it and like all this stuff happened and I really just didn't need to. And I think you had a PSP and it took a shit.
Yeah,
so
I lost
just gave
the
it
screen.
to you. Yes.
And I was so excited. Remember, dude, I was so happy and I was like, dude, my bro. And then I couldn't believe it. So basically what happened, guys, is that I was a fool. We were still working or at least I was still at Safeway.
Yeah.
And we were working at a deli at the time. I brought it to work to play, but I put it in the office. That is still a part of the deli right there. And someone stole it from me. So I lost my Crisis Core.
Big sad.
I won my Final Fantasy Crisis Core game.
Yep.
And this PSP that my brother gives me, basically. Yes. And the fact that I'm pretty sure I know who did it, which was this fucking
and I remember you even called her out and she just denied it and kind of ran away.
Yeah, and she ran away. So disappointed.
Yeah, big bummer, bro.
So I get the losses.
Well, let's move on to the next game here, which is one of my favorite games of all time, and it was the re-release of Final Fantasy X/10-2 on the PlayStation 3 and Vita simultaneously, December 26th, 2013 in Japan, which also makes it the 10-year anniversary. 10 fucking years.
10 years,
and
man.
I remember this release so vividly.
You better.
Because this was, I remember they showed they literally showed just like the intro title screen, because it's got one of those title screens where like when you boot up the game it just shows like one tiny little, remember it pans on the campfire and it shows the whole party because it's the night before like the final journey.
Because when you start a new game, Titus does his
It's exactly
this is my story.
This is my story.
Yep.
And then it pans up. It shows Titus. I'm calling him Titus. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Titus?
I don't fuck with the canon name.
Right.
It's Titus, and it always will be. So Titus is standing there, and he's got his his sword. I can't even remember.
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood. Thank you.
The blue.
The iconic sword that it is
sword
on the cover. Yeah, it's stabbed into the stone, and it just has Final Fantasy X remastered come up or whatever it said, or HD. And I lost it, and we didn't hear anything for years, and they finally were like, hey, this is still happening. In fact, it's coming out next year. on Vita and PS3 still. And the fact that this was coming to Vita was like the most hyped thing for me. I ended up getting it on PS3 like originally because there was definite upgrades to the PS3 version. The Vita version was basically a slightly better PS2 version.
Right.
Because the Vita's still a Vita at the end of the day, right? But the PS3 version, oh my God, bro. This was a dream come true.
Dude.
And still upholds one of my favorite gaming memories ever in terms of like a JRPG story. And crying along with like what's happening. Mm-hmm. Also talk about emotional. Bullshit trophies, right? Let's talk about the 200 lightning bolt dodges. Do you remember that shit?
Bro, I remember
what the fuck?
Because you were texting me and you're like, bro, I'm going to do this. And I was literally like, Godspeed, bro. Like, good luck. And I don't think I heard from you for hours. I don't even know I don't know if it was hours or maybe even days.
I'm pretty sure that I remember something along the lines of it was about a 2-hour dedication to this fucking trophy. That was when I got it. So that's not the times I attempted it before and didn't get it. But I sat down one day because it was one of the last ones I had, and I said, all right, the time has finally come dude. Where I have to, because I was dead set on getting that platinum trophy.
Yeah.
Like after I beat the game, I literally I was not done with it. Like
no.
I didn't have that feeling the first time playing it through on PS2. I don't even think I fully beat it, but I loved it so much, and we were going through and I think you and I were like kind of doing a loose let's play together. Like we were playing it at the same time and kind of coming together and talking about it at work.
Yeah.
And dude, like I really, really remember like getting to the end, grinding and like figuring out like the tech behind the game. There's all this weird tech.
You
like,
really researched it.
Dude, I did. There was really all this hidden shit, and they carried it over to the remastered version. So obviously it was intentional. But for example, there's stats in the game, and it's a turn-based RPG. So it's very akin to like Final Fantasy VII, for example. It's not ATB, so it doesn't like time you out and like build up speed is a stat. Speed is a stat. Enemies have speed that you can't see, and then your party members have visible speed that you upgrade.
Well, they had the bar for each whoever's turn it was too.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah, so it was just a turn order though.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could skip if you used like haste or some type of skill.
Absolutely.
Right?
Which
so it was kind of
the most broken ability in the game.
Telling you when, because that was one of the things I didn't realize when I was first playing it on PS2 as a kid.
Yeah.
Was I was just like, oh, the game is basically telling me that this guy's gonna do a super attack. And I'm going to lose him because he's going to go, but I can make these two do a defense and maybe survive.
Right.
And
or swapping out. Like, there's so much strategy because it was also one of the first turn-based JRPGs, like full turn-based, right? Yep. Not ATB, to let you actively swap out the party from the back. And that was a huge part of the strategy because of what you said and because of speed. So if you saw, like, if I had, like, I don't know, Orin's coming up, for example, and he's a slower character, and like there's an attack about to go off. You could literally see in the preview pane, which is what you're talking about, like where it shows the order of who's going to go next. And if you saw that the boss was going to go after your turn with like Orin, you swap to Riku. Riku's speed is so high that it would show Riku going twice before the boss, so you could literally manipulate certain things and add to the strategy. Yes, because then you could use Riku to haste somebody else. Then she gets another turn, and the hasted person also gets another turn. So then you can literally like chain all these things, and it's so much more depth than you think it was when you're a child, because that's exactly how I felt playing it again.
That, you know?
Yeah, no, I didn't think like that at all.
And even now, like in the last couple of years, dude, when I played Elden Ring first by myself, and I'm like, bro, I think I'm actually gonna do builds.
Yes,
because usually I just do whatever I want, just
whatever you feel.
And
like,
now I'm doing builds in Elden Ring.
Right.
I'm doing builds right now, Final Fantasy VII. Right. You know, and so now I'm like, dude, this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
But they gave us that choice this whole time, just never utilized it because obviously Sphere Grid and everything.
Yes. So, to capitalize on it, and by the way, the Sphere Grid is one of my favorite kind of little mechanics that they put into a JRPG, and to be honest, I don't think it can be replicated because not because it's super unique in how they do it. With what I mean by like replication wouldn't be like another like Sphere Grid. It could be copied just by being any kind of like big tree of skills and you're choosing actively. But the Sphere Grid was so unique because you really could tackle it from any angle, and your goal is to fill up the entire grid. Right? And so it's dedication and essentially what it meant though, especially if you took this new approach because in the international version of Final Fantasy X, which was a meme. It was basically just like a re-release of Final Fantasy X, and they had extra features in it. And North America, I don't even think North America got an official copy. I think it went to Europe and it went to Japan. But in the international release, they gave a bunch of updates. And there was 2 big ones that I'm going to basically reference right now, which is Dark Aeons, right? Which is some of the coolest extra Final Fantasy content or JRPG content that I've experienced.
Yes.
Especially because it was like an actual just upgrade. It was free. This wasn't DLC. You know what I mean? So it was Dark Aeons, and it was the advanced Sphere Grid, right? Because it was the regular one, which the base game played with, right? And basically all that means is that each party member has like a preset. Their sphere grids are all unique.
Right. Preset jobs.
It's preset jobs because it kind of copied, the job system. So it'd be like, okay, so Yuna is kind of a healer summoner. Okay, Yuffie is kind of a magic thief. Okay, Titus is a warrior. So you build them in accordance with like not just the stats and the tree leading up to increased stats, right? So it'd be like magic is more favored towards Lulu or more favored towards Yuna because they're mages as opposed to the others, right? Instead, if you did like the advanced sphere grid, then everybody has the same one and you all start in the middle. So you can build every single party member however you want. And it like, that added so much.
Dude, it does.
Depth.
Because you can seriously do some of the goofiest stuff.
Yes.
You can literally take Lulu and turn her into the tank.
Warrior. A tank. It's troll.
Literally, and that goes back to a lot of RPGs and builds now, and that's why like when I do Elden Ring, I did the worthless skin or whatever one that starts at level 1, so I can maximize what I want in the beginning.
Right.
Obviously, you can respec, but I don't think there's respecing in. So you're stuck with what you want.
You're stuck.
So it's nice to really go. Maybe I want. Auron to be my Healy boy,
right?
With a big sword,
right?
For no reason,
right?
You can do
for
that.
No fucking reason,
and it's
just because you want to, dude. It is amazing. And what made it really cool too, and I don't think I've seen another game have the same mechanics all intertwined. But with everything we already said, especially about like how you can build your characters, it's unique in the fact that each specific story character has a unique ability innate to them.
Right.
So what I mean by that is like Waka, for example, he's got the ball. He can hit enemies that are not on the ground with 100% accuracy. All other characters have their accuracy super nerfed.
Yep.
So even if they're like max stats, you could still miss if it was a flying character and you're trying to slash him with like a sword like Cloud, fucking like Titus, right? So that made Waka's like the accuracy guy. So he can get any enemy with a physical attack, no problem. But he's unique to that. Auron has armor break built into his sword. So all these armored enemies, like they're basically only weak to magic because all other physical attacks don't work unless their armor is broken, which is built into Auron's kit. So it makes more sense to build him as a warrior because he wants to physically attack because you get to use his ability, right? And so it kind of had this cool secondary aspect of like a secondary class without calling it a class, and also it didn't really have it on like a stat page. You didn't go to like the stats and see that these were all like unique abilities. The game just told you through tutorials, and then you figure it out. Because I remember
it's kind of needed.
It is. It's so needed.
You know, if you go against the grain, the game will be tough.
Yes,
but it's not saying that you can't, right? But like, you need these innate abilities, and the game wants you to know, like, hey, you know, you gotta try and attack dudes in the sky without Waka. Like, say you have your favorite characters, you only have Titus, Lulu, and Auron. You're going to have a hard time.
You're going to have a hard time.
Dude, in the music.
Caleb, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to move on to the last one.
I do mind.
Right here.
Thank you.
Well, fuck you, bro. We're moving on anyway to Sonic Adventure. That came out on the Dreamcast, December 23rd, 1998. That was the Japanese release date, 1998. That makes it actually 25 years.
25 on the dot?
25 years this year. On
have you heard anything
December 23rd, so
I don't
we're
think
not
I've heard
quite
anything.
there. That's tomorrow. So tomorrow will be the 25th year anniversary for Sonic Adventure.
Nice.
But man, what do you got to say about this game?
So Sonic Adventure is honestly not one that I played before Adventure 2.
For Adventure 2, which notoriously is pretty much your Sonic game, right?
Yes. But I did play it. I got to play because Oh, what did I play it on? Did it have a GameCube release?
It did. I was going to tell you that I first discovered the game and played it myself because it came out when I was still a kid. It came out in 2003. Okay, so 5 years later, it came out on the GameCube, and it was titled Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut.
That's right.
And it had Sonic on the front with Chaos on like the side.
Yeah, the blue guy.
Know what I'm talking about? Yeah, because the original logo is like Sonic in the ring, and it just says Sonic Adventure.
Right.
And then this in the re-release, it like showed this guy, this character Chaos.
Yeah, and they're
Sonic.
3D rendered characters.
Yeah, right.
Which honestly, I kind of liked the original.
I do too.
More.
I do too.
Because that seems kind of like...
But it intrigued me. I remember being a kid and looking at the shelf and being like, what is this?
Version?
Yeah, I bought it on a whim. Like my mom said I could pick out a video game if we went to the store for whatever reason.
Amazing mother.
Yeah, amazing mother, right? I probably was doing chores for 6 months and was like, all right, here is the one game for the year.
She's like, you get to
Good
choose
luck.
food or a video game.
Yeah, right.
Like,
well, you already know what I'm picking. I'm not picking fucking food. Burritos. Yeah, so no, it came out in the GameCube, and that is where all my memories come from.
Yeah, I think I have that one. I think.
Okay, yeah.
I can't remember. I haven't played.
Yeah, and it had you could. I don't know if the original game was like this because I don't know a lot of the differences, to be honest with you. But there was a character selection, so you play through each character's story individually.
Yes.
Starting with Sonic, and then as you unlock more characters like Big the Cat or like Tails. Yeah, I know the meme of Big the Cat, which is the only.
This game is
really the only negative I have about the game is Amy and Big the Cat.
Yeah, and the game is quite a meme. It
is. It is.
I don't have.
It's pretty broken,
right? I don't have true ultra negativity for it, but I mean, oh my god, dude, the voice acting and the lip sync voice act.
Oh yeah,
it's so
It's one of those games that I look back on and I can totally acknowledge that it's broken and kind of gross. It's not in a lot of ways,
right?
But I love it. I could go back at any time, and if you said, okay, you have to beat Sonic Adventure before you can play it like another video game, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Right.
No
dude, because
question.
I'm sorry, Crush 40.
Dude,
music. The first one.
That is a great point. Yes, dude.
So
all the music.
Still, the music was a banger, and the game wasn't horrible, man. Not by any means. There was some on Sonic's level. I remember being in the forest or something. I remember getting lost and annoyed.
Oh,
but
true.
Most of it is it's typical.
It's
Sonic.
not Sonic 06 broken.
It's
okay?
not
It's
Sonic
before
06,
those days,
which I can't say because I played the crap out of Sonic 06.
Oh, really?
Yeah, me and Cody played a lot of it on the co-op. So I can't talk down on this one. Yeah, I had co-op at some point. Bet you didn't.
One, I didn't know I had co-op. Number two, you can't talk down on it because I can. Because I also played it. I didn't beat it. And I don't think I played as much as you.
No, I mean, I can't talk down on Adventure because
I thought you were saying Sonic 06. Because I'm like, that's an example where, yes, if you played it or not, you already know.
When you and Joshy were talking about the loading screens, it made me have PTSD at work a little bit. That's all I could think of. Hey! And then you're talking.
Yeah, and by the way, that's the voice acting. Hey!
Yeah, that is the voice acting. And guys, when they were talking about the loading, Sam was not, he was not stretching it. You literally had to go through 4 loading screens.
Just for one mission.
For one mission.
One 10-second mission.
You talk to the person, loading screen. Then you get the text of what they say, loading screen. Then you go to the mission, you do the mission, loading screen. And then
here's
there might
reward.
be a 5th one even.
No, there is, because you finish the mission, loading screen. The guy rewards you and says, here's your reward. Loading screen. You get the award. Loading screen. You're back.
You know what's so sad about that game? Music is amazing still, even though it's not Crush 40. Still, I think.
You're so right. It is Crush 40 because they did. It's what the fuck is the song called? It was called something, and it was His World.
His World.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Caleb, I'm going to be right back, brother, and then we are going to move on to our next section. I knew this was going to be so fucking long, bro. It's already been a fucking hour, just under an hour for the retro recap of 5 games. Yep. You already know. So this is going to be
anyone wonders,
fantastic.
I also have ADD. So it's the ADD.
You have ADHD, bro. I got no question about that. You and I are in the same boat. And that's honestly, I feel like that's the only people who belong in the podcast. Because
our ADHD
just dude. That's the only way people ask all the time. How can you talk for so long? Well, it's easy. We got ADHD. It just flows. Yeah. No, you don't understand. If I'm trying to make it short, that's when it's hard. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, bro.
All right, we are back. My fucking brother. Let's jump into the news. I got a lot of news to cover this week because we are, again, covering the next 2 weeks or I guess like I can't really report on future news, but a lot has happened since Josh and I recorded our last full episode. So we got a lot to catch up on. Okay,
Yeah.
I got a few stories here we'll go through, and then some footnotes as well that I just thought were worth mentioning. But I have some updates first for the channel, so stick with me. So first is a major podcast update, which was that we announced pretty early on in starting the podcast that there was a big possibility, it was probably that we were moving out of the house. And so there was going to be potentially even a delay in the podcast because of just all of that situation and not knowing. It was kind of a lot of unknown.
Right.
But we have received official confirmation we're keeping the house, which is
Yes,
hype.
you told me. I'm happy for you guys, seriously.
Yes, dude, it's big hype. So I won't go into like a lot of detail. We don't really need to say much more about it, but that does mean that it will be early in the year that I'm going to be beginning my project of building a recording studio, which is going to dramatically, I think, set this podcast on path for a lot of growth beginning.
Yeah.
You know, with guests, with bonus content for subscribers, with just Joshy and I not hauling all of the podcast equipment in and out of a, quote, dirty closet every week.
Right?
Dude, it's hype. So I wanted to announce that. Also, last week's poll on the last official episode was asked, it was episode 17, what is your game of the year 2023? Also, I'll mention real quick, episode 18, we had thank you for being a part of this journey with us, my friends. And I posted that just as, it's like on Spotify if you were to go to the episode as a Q&A, but more or less like it's just
like
there. It's just there's a message.
Right.
You
like
know what I mean?
Thank you, Noah.
Yeah. So, and anybody, including you, can reply to that if you'd like to, if you want to like show thanks back. But otherwise, it's really just meant for everyone to listen to. So I wanted to mention that. But the responses for Game of the Year, I have a few here. I want to go through. We got Johnny, and Johnny's was Metal Gear Solid 2. He said, haven't played in over 10 years, and it was reminded why everyone should just play the tanker level just to understand that it came out in 2001. I don't understand that reference, but I'm guessing you do.
Dude.
Because you're a big Metal Gear Solid fan.
Metal Gear Solid 2 won all of them, but Metal Gear Solid 2 was just, again, taking something that was absolutely amazing and that people just, it was just so crazy for its time, bro. If you would go,
You talk exactly like Johnny.
if you would go to look at Metal Gear Solid 1, it's a PlayStation 1 game. You know, now you would probably be like, okay, I can get it, but it's still like graphics are dated and everything. But dude, for the time, this game started out with just a full-fledged cutscene.
Yes.
Voice acted.
Yes.
This is the first time you got to hear Snake talk, played by David Hayter.
Right.
Which a lot of people love, including me.
Absolutely.
And
the OG.
The things you were doing, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're just sneaking around and stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's a lot of that, but interacting with enemies and everything, it was out of this world. It wasn't something that was ever done before. Do you know about a certain boss at all from even one? So there's a boss called Psycho Mantis.
Yes, I do.
So you know about that?
I do.
Having to switch your controller port to beat him. Dude, when has everyone done that? And then
nobody, right?
If you had other Konami saves, he would read your mind and be like, you like to play Castlevania, don't you?
And then he would like erase it, right?
No, he
Or say
wouldn't.
something
That'd be
that.
messed up.
No, but like he would
I
pretend
don't know
to
if he
erase it.
pretended.
I thought that's what Johnny told me, was that like he
might
would
be
tell
right.
you I'm deleting it, and he would make
might
you
have,
freak
and
out.
It's been a long time, but the fact that like he knew that you were playing other games, especially if you were young, dude, that would freak you out.
Yeah.
This guy's really reading my mind. Kojima has ideas like that, and so they took this amazing stuff and then they brought it to the PS2, which then blew people's minds even more because it's a PS2 game.
Right.
Snake's now way more defined. He's amazing. He's completely like fleshed out, and then they make you play as Raiden, and everyone hated him.
Yeah.
This naked guy. You start out like you're just like some dude.
Which is crazy
like,
because all I have ever heard of Raiden from you is like how
but he
amazing
was
he is.
never like that.
Right.
People did not like him because you wanted to play as Snake. You're Solid Snake, damn it.
Yeah.
I want my voice. I want my funny little.
And don't you
things that he
start
says.
off the game as Solid Snake, and then
you
like it's
do.
only in the intro, and
Yep,
then
and
you're
only in the
playing
intro,
as
and you're
Raiden
playing, and
the
you're
rest
like,
of the
what
game.
the hell is this?
That's
'Cause
what
you're,
Giant told me. Yeah.
Yeah, but dude, it is amazing, and it turns out to be amazing. Metal Gear, the series, is an extreme mind fuck, basically.
Yeah.
It's not what it seems ever. If you don't think about it, it is a stealth game. You take out the bad guys.
That's what it is on the surface.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But that's not Kojima. Kojima likes to put hidden messages upon hidden messages and convey different meanings. Right?
Yes.
And Metal Gear Rising, obviously, it's literally about memes.
Yeah.
And how memes, keep going. And if you make a meme, people take that meme and you're living on through memes and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so, I even remember when you first showed me one of those cutscenes from Rising, and I'm watching the meme scene.
Dude, that PS3
and I'm like...
game.
What the fuck?
If you go back and look at that, you still can't believe how, I'm surprised the PS3s don't just burn up.
Yeah.
That game's so beautiful.
And it runs so well on PS3. Good. Yeah, Platinum did amazing with that.
Well, bro, you might get the chance, though, to play it someday, because those remakes...
I know. And I'm promise you I'm going to dive into those remakes. Dude, yes. I'm not kidding. Next up, another response here from Austin said, been playing a lot of Warzone lately, so I'm going to say Warzone. Mm-hmm. Respectable, because there's a reason I feel like it's always Call of Duty, notoriously just at the top of the charts, right? For good reason. And we got the Flash Bros official game of the year was Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if you listened to the episode, but it was Tears of the Kingdom. It was Josh's personal game of the year, and it was our joint discussion. And my personal game of the year was Sea of Stars. So with that, I wanted to ask Caleb, before we jump into the news, what is your game of the year?
My game of the year, honestly, I have to, for me personally, and dude, it's hard. This year, got some amazing stuff. Stuff I haven't even gotten to play yet. But for me, dude, Resident Evil 4 remake.
Resident Evil 4 remake.
Dude,
I am putting that in the notes.
Put it in the notes. Make it official. Sir. Caleb said Resident Evil. Dude, Resident Evil 4. So, original OG Resident Evil 4, if you ask a lot of people, they think it's one of the greatest games of all time.
Oh, yeah.
And especially for horror, quote unquote, though I would say Resident Evil 4 isn't scary like the OGs, because you play as...
It's more of a badass...
You're a one-man army.
You're a one-man army.
Leon is I think he's a CIA agent, and he is going to rescue the president's daughter.
Yeah.
He's cool looking, especially original anime, long blonde hair, the jacket, has a look, right? And they took that, and they just dude, they made it so much better. And I know not everyone agrees about remakes, but for me personally, dude, they made this so much better. So the OG was very much, when you were walking, it was still tanky, but over-the-shoulder tank controls. And it brought that you could shoot enemies. You would have a laser sight. You could shoot them in the head. They would stagger, and you could run up and kick them, and you do a flying kick or a roundhouse.
Yeah.
And if you shot them in the knee, you would do a spin kick and kick them down. And then you had your knife. You could also do the things. To not get hit, you could just try and back up or run around. But it was still very tanky, right? But it had awesome action scenes. It had button mashes of you having to run from a boulder and then dodge at the last second. If you didn't hit the buttons right, you would die. A lot of cool action scenes,
Absolutely.
Right? It was amazing. Dude, the remake
just hits all the marks, right?
And all they did, they brought in the best thing they could. And it was literally parries with your knife. And I'm going to tell you, dude, it's amazing. You can parry almost everything with Leon's knife. At the trade-off of there having 2 levels of parry, which is not so perfect parry that would take a bit of your knife's durability. Because your knives did have health bars.
Got it.
And then perfect parrying that would set you up for a melee attack. So say an enemy's coming up and he's gonna hit you with an axe. Perfect parry him and then follow up, kick him in the freaking face, right?
Yeah.
And it feels good, dude. The parrying feels good. The sound effects of kicking an enemy, everything. Dude, you would get crit kicks. You could hear it. They made sure you kick them, you could hear their neck snap. They're dead.
Yeah.
Enemies who tried to punch you just barehanded, dude, you parry them, just blow their arm off. And so this is taking that where you can shoot them in the leg, do all this stuff. It was amazing. It's literally amazing. Dude, I couldn't play. I beat it, and I played it again immediately and beat it again. I could not stop playing. Literally, it was like crack.
Yeah.
I played it so much that now I'm like, okay, I can't play this anymore for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Super
but you
amazing.
you soaked up everything you possibly
I soaked
could.
up everything.
Fuck
okay.
yes.
So
all right,
that is
your
for me.
official game of the year.
Yes.
Thank you, Caleb. All right, shall we jump into the news, brother?
Dude, give me the
I got
news.
some stuff here for you. Let's start with number 1. The Last of Us Online officially canceled.
I did.
This came out last week, so I figured you probably had heard of this by now because I know you're a Last of Us fan. This info, pretty much all the news I get as usual from Game Rant. They just really organize their news they get their news from like GameSpot and like IGN and all that too, because they're just another news publication, but they really organize it in a really nice way that makes it easy to read, and it usually goes straight to my mailbox, so I just siphon through.
So it's just there.
Exactly.
Nice.
So I wanted to say that, though. I'm pretty sure, like I said, all the news this week is from Game Rant, unless I otherwise note here. So I'll start with Naughty Dog has confirmed that The Last of Us Online has been permanently canceled, disappointing fans who were eager for a multiplayer expansion to the franchise. The decision was made in order to allow the studio to focus on developing new single-player experiences and avoid diverting resources to post-launch content for an online game. That's official from Naughty Dog, by the way. While some fans are disappointed by the cancellation, others are optimistic about Naughty Dog's focus on narrative games and the potential for new IPs or the expansion of beloved franchises in the future, such as Jak and Daxter. So I want to talk about this real quick because I felt like, to be honest, this is kind of a big deal because I know you and I didn't, Joshy and I covered kind of the launch of The Last of Us and where they were going with The Last of Us Online, and the fact, I'm pretty sure it was one of the first stories we had, that it was launching without the online, which caught a lot of people off guard because it was wasn't it called like Red Faction or something like that?
Red Faction, no, that's an actual totally different game. I can't remember.
Okay.
I think it was just called
Factions. Yeah, Factions. You're right. So they were taking the Factions and kind of remastering it, and they were kind of, from my memory, beefing it up to really be kind of a much better experience. And people were, from what I remember, it seemed like the community was really behind this, and they were really
People loved Factions on the original PS3.
Yes, and that was like with a part of the remake. There was a ton of people in the community on board with this online Factions mode and the online Last of Us, right? That now being called Last of Us Online. This had a big fan following behind it, and it was really disappointing to the fans when they announced it was going to be delayed post content, right? And a lot of the outcry was specifically saying like, well, you know, from their like, I guess like naive perspective, how can this be delayed? Like, wouldn't you just remaster this with the base game? You already have the infrastructure. But it was kind of came out that like, I feel like you can understand if you're somewhat in the industry, like it doesn't work like that. No. And if you're creating like an online experience, like Factions was pretty broken, so they were redoing it. Okay,
right.
So which requires a lot of resources. I understand that, but disappointing. I think there's a big disappointment to a lot, especially kind of sadly, you know, as much as I love Naughty Dog, I don't like to play bias here, you know. So like I'll just be like upfront and open when I really like companies and decisions they make, like Atlas. You know, we're big Atlas fans, and Square, but doesn't mean they're short of bad decisions or being a dumbasses. Yes. And this, Capcom. You know, this unfortunately, I think like goes under kind of the umbrella of, you know, they announced a Last of Us Part 2 remake remaster much sooner than everyone thought necessary, right? Like it was like, this is already getting remastered. It's already playable on current gen, right? Or on the current gen consoles, even though it's technically a last gen game. Yes. And it literally just came out like 2 years ago? Yeah. Right? So kind of this thing of like, okay, like awesome, but what's next? Or like, what about Jak and Daxter? Like, what about this, right?
People are wanting something new. And so that's the thing that kind of, I think I told you where I'm just like,
where you at?
Like, because I'm like, all right, they want to remaster Part 2. I'm like, dude, this game, like, how can you make it...
It feels so new.
How can you make it better? And even if you do, like, how much better can you make it graphically?
Right.
Because already, I mean, mechanical-wise...
Right.
It built upon... well, I guess call it part 1 now, or original.
Right.
You know, and it feels great. And, you know, I know you didn't finish, but I've played it, and I played it through again. I think it's silly. Honestly, I really do love the games. But the thing is just like, that would be like Square coming out and going, hey guys, so instead of doing Rebirth, we're gonna remaster Final Fantasy Remake.
Right.
And I'm like,
or
why?
How? Even beyond that, what if they were literally to come out and say, because I think this is something you and I were talking about not that long ago, like this year. Something along the lines of, like, they said when a certain anniversary comes for Final Fantasy X, that Nomura wants to fully remake 10.
Right.
But that's kind of weird because we just talked about a remaster that, yeah, it's been, 10 years already?
10
or
years,
15 years, right? But you can go back right now on any console and play Final Fantasy X.
You can
right?
download it right now.
Literally,
PS5,
PS5,
everything.
Xbox. Yeah, and it, like, I can't imagine it being better without it being a remake, but I would almost look at it as like, why does it need a remake? Because other games clearly need this more, or they're wanted more.
Yes.
Why would you do? You just remastered it, right? For years. So that's kind of how I see it.
Right.
Right.
We're on the same page too. Yeah.
Right.
So I understand why people are disappointed, because you were going to have something brand new in the Last of Us universe, and it was going to be its own standalone deal. So it was going to be like super built upon factions, which I played a bit of, but I wasn't a huge factions. Like, I didn't play a crap ton of it. But instead, it feels like they were like, what if we just do, again, I love Naughty Dog as well. I'm not a Jack and Daxter or other thing, but, you know, I'm a huge Last of Us fan. But it was just like, well, instead of doing that, let's just divert to remastering a game that absolutely does not need it, so we can make a buck again. And that's how I feel. And I feel like it's doing a disservice to their fans, and that they're just literally milking it. It's getting milked.
It's getting milked, right? And it's not looking so hot.
It's a greedy practice that I just truly don't stand by.
Where I'm at, and I'm with you with everything you said, honestly. Like, that's exactly how I feel. So I'm kind of like in this wheelhouse of kind of like watching, and I hope it's not the fall of Naughty Dog. I really do, because they don't deserve that. Like, really, like, and for everything they've been through, I mean, even going back to like Last of Us Part 2 leaks and all that happened, and that was largely out of personal backlash against Naughty Dog, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, like, I really hope it's not the case, but I am very curious to see what happens following the future of Naughty Dog right now. It could be a situation where they have one more chance, which is their next IP.
Yeah.
So when their next game, whatever it is, drops, if it doesn't get critically received, it might be the end of Naughty Dog.
It could be, because that's what you guys talked about. That's what people have been talking about, is the fall of AAA. Because when you got these indie developers pumping out these amazing things, and first time indie developers, dude.
Yes.
Liza P. Like,
Dude.
Are you kidding me? From a Korean studio that's just like, this is our first game. Man, there you go.
Yeah.
You know, completely, like, not 100% original. It's a Souls-like. But dude, you're Pinocchio.
But it's pretty damn original.
Yeah.
For everything that it is for a first game.
You know, and that's why I have such love for FromSoft. Not for the fact that I'm a fanboy so much, but dude, at least, like, they have the same formula, but they're giving you new stuff. Yes. Right? And like I never wanted to play an Armored Core game, but dude, Rubicon, I want it. I want to play Rubicon, because it's just like so different, you know, at least expanding and at least like, dude, I won't want to remaster part 2. I would want part 3. I thought about, I didn't even like really was thinking about playing this multiplayer unless you wanted to. So I completely let it go. Yeah. But I would have rather had that than what they're doing now, because I'm not going to get part 2 remaster. It looks amazing. Me neither. On my PS5.
For real. And I have no doubt that there probably is some crazy upgrades. Okay. Yeah. Like, but I didn't even beat 2, which like that's something you know, because like you've beaten 2, right?
Yes.
Part 2. Right.
I've beaten 2 twice.
Yeah. So I'm in the same boat with you as I am with Josh, where like Josh is a huge Last of Us fan, so he is constantly on a weekly basis reminding me, by the way, you still got to beat Last of Us Part 2, right? I'm with it. I need to. But nothing in me is like, my reason for not returning to it, or I guess like what's holding me back, it's only other games and experiences. It's not me going back and enjoying what's already there.
Right.
Because I loved what I was enjoying when I was in it. Like truly, like it feels amazing. And I even felt that way with Last of Us Part 1 Remastered on PS4. Like I looked at when they announced a remastered, you and I both were like, is this necessary?
Right.
Like I'm down, but
that's the thing. That one was actually decent because for one, I mean, I got mine for free when I bought my PS4.
Right,
I got the bundle.
Right. Oh, I did too. Remember? Yeah, that's how I played.
And you're looking at it and you're like, oh my god, dude, 60 frames.
Right.
Holy shit.
That's enough of a reason.
And I was like,
for me.
okay, but dude, a PS4 game that was made at around the end of the PS4's life, I believe, too, right?
Wait, we're talking about Last of Us?
We're talking about Last of Us Part 2 now.
Part 2.
Not
yes,
like
PS4 game towards the end of the PS4's life.
So it's already pumping out as good as a PS4 can get, and especially if you had a Pro,
right?
You know, so like, what else are you gonna give me? You gonna give me ray tracing?
Sure.
But then ray tracing at 30 frames. Well, I already have 60 frames, so what are you gonna give me? Are you gonna give me updated character models?
Right.
But you just updated Last of Us into Last of Us Part 1,
right,
which has now follows the character models of Part 2. Right. So what are you going to give us to make this necessary?
Right. And then there's a whole conversation with that of like, okay, if the base game was $60 and you bought it 2 years ago, and now you're about to buy the current next gen, so it's also $60. So you kind of, I think, look at it through the lens of what is this $60 like upgrade that I'm getting, right? To a game that's not that old, as opposed to remake, right?
Yeah.
Like looking at remake, you look at, for me, looking at a $70 like Rebirth, that is a total rehaul upgrade. I see the value of spending $70 when I could have the same experience, quote unquote, with the original, right?
Yeah.
It literally is. It's just better in every way.
Yeah.
So like it quantifies or justifies like how much of that upgrade and why you're spending $70 on that upgrade.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It just feels like it's not the right direction. I don't know. And I know there's a lot of people out there who are just like, give me, I want the Mac. Because remember, you and me used to be like, dude, graphics.
Yes.
You know, and then like even when I was playing Final Fantasy 15 for the time, I was like, bro, I'm running on graphics, and you're like, bro, the 60 frames.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but then I'm like, when I'm actually taking a critical look at it, I'm like, I can't tell the difference of better graphics or just being at normal graphics, quote unquote, but 60 frames.
Right.
They look so similar.
Yeah.
And at least with 60 frames, it's a smoother experience.
Right.
Right.
No, 100%.
So, yeah.
Let's move on. I feel like we've exhausted ourselves on that topic. Like there's nothing more we can say. So we got number 2 is Sony patent could allow game difficulty to adapt to the player as they play or on the fly. This is very reminiscent of kind of what we just got wind of for Final Fantasy Rebirth, right? But yeah, I'll give you the details here. It is Sony is developing a new feature for PlayStation consoles that adjusts game difficulty in real time, providing players with an optimal level of challenge. This feature introduces algorithms to finely tune difficulty setting based on each player's performance, so based on how good you are at playing the game. The goal is to create a seamless gaming experience where players don't have to manually adjust difficulty settings and the game adapts to their skills and weaknesses. This is cool.
This is very cool.
Yeah.
They already have something like this. I don't know if you know. Not so absolutely in depth.
Right.
But have you noticed in the settings? In PlayStation's 5 settings?
Yeah.
They have base set settings.
Oh, they do. Right.
So and I think one of them is like difficulty. I don't know if it works.
It does. I know what you're talking about because it's,
like,
I don't know what they call it, but it's like dynamic difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, so it basically, it gives you a list of options from like easy, normal, hard or something. And whatever you select in your PlayStation, it'll default to that on whatever game you play.
So if you get a new game, it's going to default those settings for you.
Right.
So, but this is pretty cool because I told you Rebirth is doing that.
Yeah.
They're going to have normal, story or whatever, easy mode, and they're gonna have adaptive difficulty. And I told you, I was like, bro.
Yeah, and I want to know your thoughts on it. I do.
I honestly think that would be a pretty fun and cool idea.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn because, to be honest with you, there's something that I like to play video games, and I like my experience to be a specific way. And you and I kind of differ in this way because you oftentimes are in it for the hunt. You're in it for the thrill of the hunt, right? You like the challenge. You like the difficulty. You're drawn to games like the Souls-likes because of that difficulty and overcoming the challenge, right? And I kind of have this certain way I like to play games. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Where I like to experience the game that was designed by the developers.
Right.
Okay. So I struggle with roguelikes, for example, sometimes because it'll take me out of feeling like I've designed a well-designed challenge. I'm playing a randomly generated dungeon. That's what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah.
So even if the boss per se or enemy is interesting, right, and the enemy's not completely random, I like kind of like the Zelda effect of the carefully crafted, handcrafted dungeon.
Yeah.
And I want to experience it on the level that the person who made it wants me to.
Right.
So in that, I usually don't like silent protagonist / choose your own characters that you designed, like Final Fantasy I. There's an example, right? Like a voiceless character that you pick. I'd much rather have a Cloud, a main character you follow and you get attached to, blah, blah, blah. And then I like to play games on normal difficulty because I want to, regardless of if it's too hard or easy, if it's hard, then I feel like I personally am trying to get better to undergo the challenge that is designed for me, right? And then if it's too easy, then I'm just off the gate. I'll be like, oh, I'm a god at this game. You know what I mean? This game, I naturally get it. I'm not struggling. There's no more learning curve I have to learn. I'll get it later, which usually happens anyway. Right. You get to the end of the game, then there's more bullshit that comes up, and you're like, oh, now here's the difficulty. So with that being said, the idea for me of a dynamic experience, I don't necessarily. I feel like I already get that from playing a game naturally. Granted, I play a lot, mostly JRPGs, but I'm thinking of a game like God of War 2, and you're playing through God of War, and that is an extremely challenging game on standard difficulty, whatever they call it, normal, right?
Right.
And getting to the point where I'm okay, I know I'm gonna have to hone my skills more than I have for the last 40 hours to beat the Queen Valkyrie. And everyone who's done it knows they put dedicated time to get better at it. But they didn't beat the Queen Valkyrie because the Queen Valkyrie got easier because that's what they could handle. Right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel about it. But I feel like for the average gamer, and in terms of inclusivity, getting people to experience the game, people who can't, there's all the stuff we were talking about, the Game Awards, and there's accessibility in gaming. So allowing people who are unable to, if for any reason, physically or emotionally or mentally, handle an experience, they can experience that instead of not experiencing it. I just personally like having the set difficulty, especially the default difficulty, or maybe even the hard difficulty, because that's still tailored around whatever the developer wants you to feel for a hard difficulty. But I feel like adding the option, not replacing. So I would hate if they did dynamic only. Right. And took out an option that you select.
Do you know if they just start out with normal?
What do you mean?
Story, normal, and dynamic right now? I can't remember.
Well, this feature isn't available yet, largely. Because this is talking about, my thought is that Sony would incorporate this as a setting on your PS5 for one of those options. So you could choose dynamic and then choose easy, normal, hard, right? Gotcha. And if you chose dynamic, then all future be one of those things where I could foresee where every game after a certain point, after the patent gets accepted, and after they finalize the technology or whatever it is, then PS5 games might even require it. And so then having the option on every game going forward would be this dynamic difficulty if you wanted it to. Right. And I think that's great for another feature, but I do not think it should replace a standard difficulty system. Set. Yeah. You kind of with me?
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, I'm kind of I'm pretty curious, especially going back to how Rebirth is doing it. I have to see. I'm not super dead set on it, but the thing is, it's dynamic sounds fun. If I'm getting better, the enemies can be harder. Yeah. But again, there's different kinds of difficulty that developers think, right? And going back again to Arise, if I'm playing Rebirth and every single encounter it's hard because these guys have 3 trillion things of HP,
right?
Then I don't want it,
right?
I don't want that, right?
Absolutely.
Hard mode usually goes like, I'm playing remake hard mode right now,
right?
They're tough and they hit me hard, but I hit them hard as well.
Yeah,
and I love that, and that's where I've always loved the challenge.
Right.
I want to play the game on hard if it's if it's not
doable.
If it's doable and not just crushing, because I like to play a game on hard and then becoming OP as well. I love that. And that's why I really like playing like Elden Ring and stuff, or even in like my old like Legend of Legaia game. Remember?
Yeah.
I'm like I built up the main character and like they take on my other team and it was just me and the boss and we're just freaking going toe to toe and I defeat them. So I love that stuff. So if they do something where it's like it keeps the challenge going, I can't over level a certain area and that the enemies can kind of fight me back, but I can still hammer them into the ground as much as they can to me. Right. I would love that. Yeah. But if it's enemies just going, well, now you got to deal with my 10,000 HP and it's a little worm and I'm just smacking them for 5 minutes straight and I'm like, finally. And then another one comes and I'm like, bro.
You're right. If it starts to feel like monotonous,
and
annoying,
that's what Arise does. Arise, all things are all bullet sponges. So
okay.
But
I think
I'm
on the same
definitely
page.
Would love to see where they go with that.
Me too.
But I'm with you too. I do not want it. Like I don't want developers to be like, okay, well your PS5 does that. We don't have to worry about it.
Right. Like we don't have to make a difficulty. No. Because then that would be like my fear with like if like roguelite like took over and it was like AI generated levels. Like it's like no, I want a handcrafted level. Like could you imagine it's like, let's over exaggerate it here. You look over at the overworld of like Elden Ring and you're like, man, this is beautiful, or Breath of the Wild, but then you have a game that comes out that's like an AI generated like world, so your world is unique, kind of like Minecraft, right? And then you look at it and you could think like, oh wow, this is beautiful, like I can't believe the game can do this. I get that perspective, but I'd look at it and be like, damn, like this wasn't made with love. This, you know what I mean? Like this wasn't carefully designed. And that's
soulless. What a lot of people have problems with, like AI art and everything.
Right.
That whole deal.
Right.
So.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, let's go to number 3 here. I have 4, by the way. So it's not too much, but we're about... Yeah, I got a couple left. So number 3 is Insomniac's next 5 games leaked online. Did you see this?
I haven't read it, but I heard the sadness.
Yeah,
and
it's big sadness.
It's a lot of pain. A lot of developers are speaking out.
Absolutely, and we're going to actually talk about that because I have, like, the whole story is kind of revolving around what happened and what happened after what happened, okay? So we'll dive into Insomniac Games was the victim of a ransomware attack. I don't really know what exactly that entails. I'm guessing it's like they got data hacked and then it's being held for ransom. I've never heard ransomware.
Ransomware? I don't think it's...
We'll see, because a ransom is involved here, okay?
Right.
But I've never seen that word.
What that means. I've heard that before, but I don't think they're being... They could be, but I don't think that's what ransomware means.
Okay. So they're the victim of a ransomware attack, leading to leaked information about its future plans and upcoming games. Rhysida, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's like RHYSIDA. Okay, that's the group. A group that is known to have hacked into hospitals and private medical information. So this is the group involved for the hacking. So it was targeted. Okay, this is not like an unintentional thing that just happened to be Insomniac. They demanded $2 million in ransom for the information. And after they failed to, I think they even put out like a quote. I didn't write it down, but it was something like, I think it was one guy like that was like involved in all this leaks. And he demanded the $2 million and said he will release over a terabyte of data after, if they don't hear from Insomniac within a week. And that's exactly what they did. They released over a terabyte of data online. The leaked details reveal that Insomniac's next releases will be a Venom game in 2025, Wolverine in 2026, Spider-Man 3 in 2028, Ratchet & Clank in 2029 and X-Men in 2030. This is pretty fucking big because a lot of this was for sure speculation, but seeing it like written down in this way and not from them, I mean, like, dude, I'm hurting for him because this is shitty.
You want to be excited. I know that, like, dude, this has got to be rough too for Joshy because he loves Spider-Man.
I mean, I'm
like,
sure he'll be so hyped,
but like having it come this way,
it's not right, man.
No, it's not. That's so.
But we got to cover it, you know. So it's speculated that some of these games may be released on the PlayStation 6, which is expected to launch around 2028. But fans will have to wait for more concrete information. Further speculation is PlayStation has contracted them, Insomniac, to essentially be a Marvel development studio until 2030, because each of these games is Marvel except for Ratchet and Clank, which is a first-party IP.
And they're doing amazing. So
Neil Druckmann from Naughty Dog, Cory Barlog from God of War, and many other known figures in the industry rallied in support. Quote, after all the effort and dedication they have poured into their games, they didn't deserve this. I think that was coming from Neil Druckmann.
Yeah.
That's kind of the end of the story with everything that has happened. And we're actually covering another hacker story like coming up next too, because this is kind of like getting ridiculous.
Is this Hackerland?
Dude, it's Hackerland, bro, because, you know, we were just talking about the big hack that happened with The Last of Us Part 2, you know, and how kind of crippling that was. And sure, they've recovered from it, like, largely, right? But I remember you and I were like in the thick of that news, and we were like, dude, this is shitty.
Yeah.
Big shitty. Yeah. So,
well, because, you know, it's like all these developers, you know, and the people working on the game, you're making something that no one knows about yet, and it's like giving someone a present.
Yes,
you're working on this thing and being like, dude, I can't wait for people to see this, and then we can start teasing them and be like, you know, and I'm sure it's like that's how it feels. Like you're so excited, you can't wait to tell people. You can't, you know, you're making this thing.
Also, everyone in the studio and involved has written agreements of silence.
Right.
So they're all upholding that, and imagine how hard that is. Right. You know, that's how leaks happen. So the most tight-knit places, like Apple's pretty fucking tight-knit, like Nintendo's really fucking tight-knit, right? Like there's so much secrecy within it that, like, if it's just getting out in like the most bullshit way, that even feels shitty. Like you didn't even get to tell them. You were doing what you were supposed to.
You didn't get even tell them. You did all right, and then some a-hole comes and steals all your work and then throws it on the internet demanding money.
Right.
It's I hate thieves, and I hate thievery so much, and so it's pretty sad. It's pretty pathetic.
So, you know, personal like emotions aside from this, just regarding the games that were announced, anything you're surprised by here?
Honestly, I'm not really surprised by all of those. I don't play Ratchet and Clank, and well, maybe a little bit about Wolverine.
Yeah,
but
Wolverine though they announced a few years ago.
Yeah, so they did announce. So no, because I'm like, I already can tell. Like, I know, Joshy, I'm sorry, and I will. I need to play the Spider-Mans.
Right.
And I should.
I'm in that same boat as you.
And I should have got them, dude. They had such a good deal, like months back, where I could have gotten Spider-Man remastered and Miles Morales for like maybe $25. And I should have bought it. And I didn't, because I was like, okay, well, they'll have another sale, and then I'll get it. Because we have so many games, right? And then they haven't. I'm like, crap. But I'm not really surprised that there's going to be a third one, because this is doing good. Spider-Man is loved by a lot of people. The Venom one, I know that there has been outcry that people are like, dude, give us a Venom game.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's a little surprising that they're going to straight do a full-fledged Venom game, though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
I think my big shocker on here was X-Men. Like, doing a full X-Men game. And that was, like, planned so far in advance, you know, for 2030.
2030.
Like,
for the PS6, they
Right.
Which, I mean, do you think they're going to do a PS6? Or do you think they're going to jump PS5 Pro?
You know, I think they are going to do PS5 Pro, and I think they're also going to do PS6. Because if what this is saying is true about dates, it's saying that the PS6 is expected to launch in 2028. So we're not even at 2024 yet, right? Like, that's a week away.
That is a little bit.
And my kind of take
in tech
is kind of, because the PS3 has been out for like 3 or 4 years, we're probably at the era where, like, this year, I think we may get a PS5 Pro announcement, and then years
because
later,
they're starting to do the
new Xbox,
because they got the Slims out.
Right,
I actually saw a Slim at Walmart yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Have you gotten to see them at all?
No.
So they're smaller, but they also have different face plates that copy the original, but they're halves.
It has the divide, right?
Yeah. So I was like, that's pretty cool.
Because you see you can take the discless version, you can buy the discless, you can take off the panel, literally take out, or there's no drive there, so you can add on a disc drive that you buy from Sony, then put on the faceplate that matches like the disc drive version. So you can literally convert the console if you want to. That's pretty
cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like modular. I'm with that.
Yeah.
But let's move on here, Caleb. We got my last big story, which is GTA 6 hacker gets... Okay, this is a meme. This is kind of like hot justice because compared to what we just heard, okay? But GTA 6 hacker gets indefinite hospital order.
What the hell does that
check
mean?
I got a lot of info. I'm just gonna word vomit real quick.
Just beat his ass so bad he has to stay in hospital.
Check out this 18-year-old kid. His name is Arian Kurtaj. Hacker Arian Kurtaj, age 18, affiliated with the international hacker group Lapsus with a $, responsible for leaking GTA 6 clips, has been sentenced to an indefinite hospital order due to his literally, the reasoning is crazy. Due to his ongoing risk to the public. That is court ordered from the judge. So because he is leaking so much GTA 6, he is an ongoing risk to the public.
What the heck?
That is so.
Is he a hacker in another country?
Funny.
Maybe.
I think he has. I think it is like the maybe hacking group is international. Right. So I think he is. I don't know if he's from the United States. That
is so weird.
He's got to be though. I feel like this is a U.S. thing.
And what does that mean? Hospital? You mean like?
Check this out. It'll answer the hospital question. Okay, so I'm pretty sure also this is either the guy or this is the group responsible for leaking GTA 6 early, forcing Rockstar to drop the trailer a day early. Right. So the leaked GTA 6 trailer revealed details of the game's setting in the fictional state of Leonida, I think, featuring the franchise's first female lead character, Lucia. Kurtaj's cyber exploits cost Rockstar Games approximately $5 million, and despite considerations for his mental health, his sentence is expected to prevent future cyber attacks. And I'll get to the mental health because I think that's why the hospital's involved. So, psychiatrist revealed that he, quote, continued to express his intent to return to cybercrime as soon as possible. He is highly motivated, end quote. That's directly from his psychiatrist. So that taken into the court case was taken into consideration. So in July, a group of psychiatrists declared this GTA 6 hacker unfit for trial due to autism. However, the hacker couldn't escape any, no punishment. Yeah. And this particular sentence will keep him in a secure hospital until doctors determine he is no longer poses a danger. Kurtaj's cyber exploits involved him using an Amazon Fire Stick to breach the Rockstar Games database while on bail, by the way. This is after already getting caught hacking. He hacked them with an Amazon Fire Stick. This whole story is such a meme. I can't believe this is real. Resulting in 90 stolen footage of GTA 6. Quote, if Rockstar does not contact me on Telegram within 24 hours, I will start releasing the source code, end quote. Kurtaj announced to Rockstar after breaking into its internal messaging. He sent that message out to the internal messaging system to everyone at Rockstar at the building that he hacked into.
Dude.
Last thing, while Kurtaj faces his sentence, a 17-year-old hacker, also a Lapsus member, was found guilty in the same trial of stealing code from big companies and demanding a $4 million ransom. It still remains unclear if there's more individuals responsible for the GTA 6 hacker attack. Wow.
Amazon Fire Stick.
Bro, I remember when they were when this Fire Stick was coming out and it was such a meme, and then they were like, oh, it's compatible with controllers, so you can play games. And the Fire Stick was not selling. It was not competing well with Apple TV. Roku was really big. Mm-hmm. And then it was...
They're going to sell good
suddenly
now.
There was a big insurgence on YouTube of people hacking the Fire Stick with easy. You literally plug it into, your computer or whatever, putting on some code, and you could run emulators on it. So Fire Sticks started selling like hotcakes because they were so easy to mod. It was like a PSP for your TV, right? So I get that. And that's hype. I get behind that. The fact that you could literally use this device, though, and hack into the security,
The security
is so bad at Rockstar that they could hack in with
the security
Amazon
of probably
Fire
the
Stick?
most lucrative gaming company right now. You're telling me you have, because you guys talked about how much money GTA made. 5.
Right.
You're telling me you have so much money that you kind of update your damn security, dude? Unless this kid is just a god.
Also, they're so tight-knit. We're talking about tight-knit stuff and like all these things.
Yeah.
Rockstar is so tight-knit. All we have had is speculation about GTA 6 before they actually said it's coming. Days before the trailer. So the fact that they got in through all that security with a fire stick.
Bro, you know what?
My mind is blown.
That kid isn't going to stay at that hospital. He's going to a black site. They're going to recruit him.
Dude, he's going to hack himself out. Like,
he's going to hack himself.
He's going to like put in some like
he's going to get
message.
a spoon and a fork and it's like
going to be a movie scene and they're going to like recreate this as like a Netflix documentary where he's literally going to be he's going to be hacking from like his iPad or his phone, some fucking device that they're like, "Oh, he can't possibly use this." I don't fucking care. Old VCR. He's going to take this old VCR. He's going to hack into the mainframe, text somebody on staff to just literally walk him out the building, and he'll literally like say to somebody like, "I'll be walking out of here tomorrow."
Yeah, and people,
that's gonna be him.
People want to get people want the future to be like mental implants and stuff. Like it's Cyberpunk 2077. You got guys like this who could hack you with a fire stick. Nothing.
Yeah, no, you don't. Could you imagine if you literally had like a chip in you and you just get hacked and like just kill somebody?
I mean, people,
or, like,
you can
whatever.
do that in the game, so that'd be crazy.
Fuck that.
That's insanity, dude.
Yeah, dude. All right, I'm gonna cut to the footnotes here, and then we're gonna move on from all this crazy news. So I got a bunch here, actually. I got 10 pieces of footnote news. So stuff that I just wanted to keep kind of smaller scale and not go so in depth. But check this out. So first, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. That new game. It looks awesome. I don't know if I'm gonna play it just because of, again, the immense backlog and current log of fucking games.
Right.
But it has gone gold officially.
Nice.
It has a January release date, so that's hype. That means they're on track. It's looking really good. So we got that. We got some files in the Insomniac leak detailed Sony requesting the company to remove 50 to 75 employees, to lay off literally 50 to 75 employees, recommending the teams for the upcoming Wolverine and Spider-Man 3 games to be cut and replaced with members from the Ratchet and Clank team. And this stems from alleged Sony's concern centered around Spider-Man 2 costing about $30 million more than its original budget, which was $270 million. And that caused them to kind of stress, I guess, and they needed to reach a threshold of 7 million units to break even, which they sold 5 million in the first week, by the way. So, right. Internal strife and money, right? But really disappointing because I felt like that. I didn't know if I really wanted to add that into the same topic, but I felt like with just how it happened with everything with Insomniac, this is just further kind of like stepping him in. Throwing salt. Insomniac has done nothing but, since Sony's acquired Insomniac, from my perspective here, as a fan, they've done nothing but excel Sony in the right direction. Like, you literally go like, what's the reason for Xbox or PS4, right? Like, in that era, Spider-Man is the reason that you need an Xbox over PS4. And it's just further, Spider-Man 2, like, even though it didn't win Game of the Year, one of the best rated games that's a Sony exclusive and the best received critically everywhere. Yeah. What is the problem? Why are you literally asking your studio to cut its staff?
Because they want more money. CEO needs more money.
It's bullshit.
I know.
Because I would think, okay, from my naive perspective, that they deserve a reward instead. More money to the staff, more money to the studio, more time allocated to make sure I'm taking care of the team that's taking care of me.
No, it's because, remember, I talked to you about this about Square. How good Final Fantasy VII Remake did. Dude, it did astronomically good. But it's because they have their quota that they decide, like, we want to make this much, and it's up fucking high. And then the game comes out, and it does insanely good, but they just expect so much that they're like, oh, and it didn't do as good as what we projected. Well, maybe stop projecting it to do $200 trillion billion. When it's already doing, 15 billion or some crazy number already.
Yes.
They just want more. It's just greed. It's, again,
corporate greed.
That's all it is, always.
Number 3 here, Caleb, is new World of Warcraft expansion, which is called The War Within. and that is launching fall 2024.
Yeah, time to go back.
It's time to get back into it, baby. I don't really know anything about it, but I think it's kind of hype because I don't know that I even like remember the last WoW expansion or whenever that made.
Yes, you do, Miss the Pandaria.
No, but that was the last one. There's
was there more after?
Well,
I thought you meant for us playing.
No. I meant like when I've seen like the last WoW expansion in the news. So I feel like this is like, World of Warcraft. It's still really relevant.
I'm actually surprised it's still around.
Me too, especially with everything that's happened with fucking Blizzard. Fallout 4 next gen update has been pushed back to 2024. I'm not surprised by this because we're literally at the end of the year, so I don't know if they were just gonna like stealth drop this.
Yeah, because I didn't know shit about this.
I didn't either, but I thought you might be interested because I know you're a big Fallout boy.
I'm a Fallout boy,
yeah.
And I am one of the few who really enjoyed Fallout 4. A lot of people are kind of like, the isn't as good, right. But I had fun with it.
Yeah.
Played as a Silver Shroud. I role-played as a Silver Shroud guy, which you can find this cool black fedora and this cool black jacket with a silver scarf.
Yeah.
Ran around with my handgun, and I kept, I don't know if you play it, but there's a partner you can get. He's a detective synth. He's like a robot humanoid dude.
Okay.
He's all kind of beat up, but his name's Nicholas. I love him so much. And so it was just him and me, and we were just figuring out crimes and shit, missions.
Yeah.
Just run around with them.
Yeah.
So I really love it. So that would actually be pretty cool because I think that was a pretty maybe in between the lifespan of PS4 or maybe like more to
it was like
the beginning. So it's an early
I think you're right.
PS4 game.
It at least runs like it. You know what I mean?
So that would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, next up here is Shadow the Hedgehog has been found in a data leak for basically a potential new skin for Sonic in Sonic Superstars. This made a headline, and it's kind of controversial, right? Because obviously I feel like the fans want actual Shadow the Hedgehog, but this is kind of also throwing them a bone, being like, hey, like, we'll give you Shadow in some form. So I think it's cool.
More
I'm
than
with
what
it.
we got
yeah.
for Waluigi.
Yeah, it's more than nothing. It really is.
Really.
So Shadow is my favorite Sonic character.
He's mine too. Edgy boy. Who,
yes,
you know
bro.
what I mean?
Big reason for all the love behind like Sonic Battle, Sonic Adventure 2. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shadow carries the team, right? Mm-hmm. God of War has a new weapon, which you were talking off cast right before we started about.
Right.
Asking me, did I see like all the new stuff in God of War? So I don't know if you saw it, but there's a new weapon.
A new one? Huh?
Yes. You want to know what it's called?
Yeah, hit it.
It's called the Dropnir Spear. And fans are saying they hope this is a new permanent weapon because it's awesome.
Wait.
Big ol' spear.
I've been using the Dropnir Spear. You get the Dropnir Spear in the main story. It's the weapon you get to even kill a certain god. That's why you make it. You make it out of
Oh, well then, maybe I misread it.
Yeah.
I think I did. Wait,
that's the third new weapon, because you start off with the Frost Axe.
Yeah.
But in Ragnarok, you have the Frost Axe, and you have the Blades of Chaos.
Right.
So, but there's a certain god that you need a special weapon to kill a god.
So do you get it permanently for the rest of the story?
Yeah.
Okay, so then... Now I'm thinking what the article meant is that fans are really hoping this is a permanent weapon for the rest of the series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what do you think of that then? Think they should?
Dude,
you like it that much?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
It's got it's so not. I don't want to spoil it because I want you to play Ragnarok.
Yeah, definitely.
But it is a very cool sphere and it has very cool attributes that the other weapons do not have.
Cool.
And I do like it a lot because, I mean, obviously, like, you swapping out weapons and doing all types of stuff, you can use all of them.
And that's the big, like, you know how much I love the first one.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to be a thing because I'm pretty sure Kratos' story is done.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So, who knows?
Okay, we'll see. Next on here, number 7 is Skull and Bones. This is a new game coming from Ubisoft, and I'm pretty sure it's from the guys...
Pirate game.
I think it's the guys who made that one, the first pirate game, where you're, like, on ships and it's just PvP. You know what I'm talking about?
Like
Xbox exclusive.
I can't think of it.
Yeah, I can't either, but you know what I'm talking about.
For some reason, I want to think of Monkey Island, but that's
that's what it is. It's Monkey Island. Return to the monkey. No, the banana.
Return to the banana.
Return to the banana. No, apparently this is some new game called Skull and Bones, and I think there's like single player aspect. I think there's co-op aspect. It's supposedly, I think. damn, what the fuck? Sea of Thieves.
Sea of
That's
Thieves.
the
There you
game.
go.
I was like, what is the game
Bro,
called?
you
I
love
can
it.
see it. Can't you see the title screen in your mind sometimes, right? And I'm like, oh my god.
No, or you can
it's
see
blurry.
the word, but you can't say
Yes.
the dumb word.
Right. I literally saw that it started with an S, and then the rest is blurry, and I'm like, what is it?
Bro.
I'm squinting my eyes. Okay, Sea of Thieves. I
Yeah,
think
Sea
it's
of
the
Thieves.
same guys. Allegedly, game testers right now are literally dropping the game after playing it for a little bit out of sheer boredom, because it's just not. It's like it's spectacle to see. There's a lot of shit in it.
But there's nothing to do.
They just are kind of bored, you know? That's really bad in play testing. You know, if your testers are getting bored, how the fuck are you going to retain a player base?
Bro, if there's one company that I think will drop if they don't figure out their crap, it's Ubisoft 100%.
Really?
Yep. They need to figure it out. Like, when's the last
I feel like I'm with that.
When's the last time you enjoyed a game from them? What game did you enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, but I always kind of attribute it to just like maybe not my taste, because I've kind of like dropped off of like a lot of like their big games, like Assassin's Creed. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's all the same game. I mean, except for
Yeah.
these certain alliterations, I guess.
True.
But weren't they the ones who gave us Anthem?
Oh, God. No, that's EA.
Was it EA?
Yeah.
Okay, EA
Yeah.
also is kind of
No.
everyone's shit.
Well, yeah, I know. It's really, I feel like they're both in it because they still have so much money.
And the thing is, like-
Assassin's Creed still like top sales charts when it comes out, though.
Right.
So like, I feel like Ubisoft's still sitting
but
pretty.
they're not
But
doing
they're not really
anything
moving
new.
forward much,
No.
to be honest. So let's move on, though. We got number 8 is Activision Blizzard to pay $54 million to settle gender discrimination lawsuits. So this was like from an old story from a few years ago of basically like all these stories started to come out within
Right.
Blizzard from
remember.
women in the company saying like they have major like female gender discrimination there. So the process started, I think, in 2021, and it has basically the whole lawsuit is now settled as of now.
it's done.
Okay, just settled. So settlement includes a settlement fund for worker compensation potentially benefiting women who worked for Blizzard between October 15th. What? No. October 2015 to December 2020. So allegedly that's like kind of like this time frame that these allegations were happening, and so basically it looks like it's a positive direction for those people involved. So
Yeah, good.
on
because
them.
that thing, because we didn't know anything, and it started exploding like
Right.
what, a year ago, maybe 2.
It was like a couple years. It was a few years ago, because I think it was before 2021 when we started hearing about it. It's like maybe 2019 or 2020, because it was affecting people like at that time, and then change started happening. But I think a lawsuit went forward in 2021.
Right,
We didn't really
right,
talk
right.
about that, but it seems like it just settled.
Well, good.
Yeah, good for them, honestly. Number 9 is Gerard the Completionist. We talked about this, actually. You sent me this news article, but it was Gerard the Completionist has been removed in an update on Sea of Stars. And that is all around this controversy behind what is happening with this the fundraising.
Yeah, the charity
scandal.
fundraising thing.
Which, I will say the last thing I saw on it was this guy that I follow on YouTube. I think his name's Bob. Mm-hmm. And he does like a lot of Switch stuff. And he has a podcast called Nintendo with another guy, Woody. And I think he just left the podcast, actually. He's going to do other things. But he's got a big YouTube channel. I think Wolf Den is his YouTube name. Okay, that's his handle. Okay. So he came on, and I saw it was underneath this article, and it was like an image, and it showed him quoting a apology video and like a clarification video from Gerard, and it said like, he doesn't deserve this. Like, this guy cares so much more than you all think, and this is all just wrong or something like that. I'm definitely misquoting, but that's kind of what he said. And then it was him replying to that, so replying to himself, basically, and saying something along the lines of like, unfortunately, I have to rescind what I said, and I'm not going to say anything on the matter, say anything else, you know?
Right.
But wow, like so
Yeah.
despite, I don't really want to get into like all like the
dramas and stuff.
the nitty-gritty, because I just don't know.
Right.
I still don't think I know enough personally, even though I feel like good evidence has come forth for the sadness.
Yeah, I've been watching quite a bit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and it's not.
It's not looking
it's
good.
not looking
okay.
good.
That's my understanding.
And if you guys are wondering, both me and Sam, we're huge.
I'm a huge fan of Gerard the
fans.
Completionist.
Watched a lot of his stuff. I mean, it was fun.
Yes, and I even said it on cast of like how awesome it was that he was in Sea of Stars. It was literally Gerard the Constructionist.
Yeah,
he's a builder in like your main town, right?
Yeah.
It's so cool. So, what I really wanted to touch on this was that I don't personally think it's right. And I'm not standing behind the decision to remove him in an update. I don't feel like that game and his support for the game had anything to do with what's happening. Even if it was somehow involved same time frame wise, Gerard still was a supporter. He was a character in the game because he also donated a huge amount of money to the game to be that character, right? So I don't feel like it's right to involve this kind of political drama into it, especially because it's not really going. I feel like sometimes
I don't think we're going to get a true answer in the end.
No, we're not,
because
right?
he already.
And so I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I
understand.
I do understand, right? Kind of the direction here, because a lot of companies do this. They'll like sever contracts, like whenever like some celebrity or some YouTuber like does some fucked up thing, or they even are accused of something. That's enough sometimes for a big company to just sever their ties, right? Happens all the time. But to remove like a post update in a small indie video game, I just think this was like a little silly, to be honest.
Yeah, I understand that they want to not they may be afraid of, I don't know, legal or being tied to it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, if he
just don't even
paid for it though and donated, that's one. That is one thing.
Yeah.
And
I just feel like it's so separate from this, again, involving political drama. Like, if you I don't know, if you already made, it's not I'm not saying as a company to be silent, not necessarily take a stand. Sometimes I am for that. I feel like not everyone needs to be involved with everything. Right. I don't like to talk about big political stuff on the podcast to not keep it controversial and take sides. Just make it family friendly. Make it not about that. There's plenty of other people talking about that.
Oh yeah, dude.
News sources or in real life. Let them handle it. That's where I'm at, right? But I'm not saying I'm defending anything, but really what I'm saying is there's a side to this whole topic under that umbrella, and the other side is this is a retro video game that has nothing to do with the topic, and Gerard is just this video game channel, one of the biggest ones still, right? And is a character in the game because of the circumstances, and the game has been in development for years, so this is a total past thing. It'd be could you imagine if something happened with Miyamoto and he was deemed just I don't know, serial murderer, and so they decided to retroactively take his name out of the 64 credits? That would be so silly. What?
Yeah, right?
No, he doesn't. Don't discredit what he already has done.
Or imagine taking out Nomura.
Yeah, bro.
And being
that's what I mean.
We all the characters that you love, they can't look like that in Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, or anything. Just we gotta get rid of it.
No, it's absolutely silly, bro.
Yeah.
Well, the last thing I have on here, Caleb, to finally wrap up all of the news here is number 10. James McCaffrey, the Max Payne voice actor, has passed away.
Are you?
As of December 17th.
No.
He passed at age 65 following a battle with multiple myeloma. Big sad, because I know you are a huge Max Payne fan, and we were literally talking last night about you were showing me gameplay of Alan Wake 2 and how he's involved in that.
That sucks.
Yeah,
because
big depresso.
A lot of us were thinking, and it'll probably still happen if it's what they want, but we were thinking that Max Payne we were gonna remake,
right?
And that voice, his voice is super unique.
Very.
You can't beat that voice.
No.
I didn't get to show you how he talks, but the way he talks and his.
No, you've shown me before with the when you were really going through, I think Max Payne 3, right? Right, or was it just Max Payne?
Maybe just Max Payne.
Yeah,
how he speaks and stuff.
Yeah, big sad.
Dude, that's depressing.
Big depressor, bro. I know. And I knew that would be relevant for both of us here. So, with that being said, Caleb, I'm going to take a small break because my bladder is about to implode, as it was probably on footnote number 2. So I'm gonna piss real quick, and we'll dive into the game drops, brother. All right, we are back. I just taught Caleb how to dab up. Let's practice real quick. Dab me up.
Yeah.
Got it. Easy, bro. Okay, sweet.
Nice.
I'm listen. Nobody dabs around here, right? Nobody does
No.
that, right? That's not a thing.
No, this is Oregon.
Yes.
Nobody does anything except for being old.
Right. Like knuckle bumps, and sometimes it just ends up in your face, right? Like, so.
Yeah, give you a smooch?
No, I'm like, listen, Joshy and I, give you a big old. Joshy and I always dab each other up on the reg, but on cast all the time. Usually when we start, usually when we end, sometimes in the middle. I'm like, Caleb, you got to learn this right now. I can't believe I never taught you that. I've never come home in the last 4 years and done that with you. Yeah, it makes sense because we usually just get right into gaming and deep talks and
usually
we're huggers.
Yeah,
too,
we're hugger guys. So we do the big hug, spank each other in the butt. Oh wait,
yeah, you know. All right, we got game drops, Caleb. The funny thing about this list is that it's so relevant, but there's only one game because, as I'm sure you've heard in the podcast, but I used to announce every game that was dropped on a weekly basis, and then I realized two things. Number one, I was getting bored because the list is so fucking long, and Josh and I were just not getting engaged during this whole list of games that I've never heard of and that I know I'm not going to talk about, right? So we had no input. Then I also realized everyone else already announces every game.
Right.
So we're only going to announce games that is relevant to myself or whoever my co-host is. And this week, on December 20th, and these are games released between December 18th, this last Monday, and the 31st. So this is the rest of the year. Okay?
Ooh, okay.
We have one game, December 20th. It is Resident Evil 4, the remake, on iOS and Mac, which is following what they said they were going to do, Konami, right? Capcom, thank you. Exactly what they said they were going to do of re-releasing like these like Death Stranding, like the full on PS5, PS4 version of the game on current iPhones and Mac. So this is following suit, which is nuts.
It's crazy.
Could you imagine actually playing the entirety of Resident Evil 4 remake on your phone?
It's showing how insane technology, especially for phones and iPads, dude.
Yes.
I mean, look at your rig.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like I told you, I was like, dude, I would love to play. If I had to play Ever Crisis, it would be on your thing.
Which I have to show you what it looks like and runs, by the way.
Show me how beautiful it is.
And honestly, it's a little less of the experience than I wanted.
Right.
It's blown up and it's like, how do I say this? It's not like you're actually blowing it up. Like, what the? Is that a microwave?
Oh, she forgot to turn the oven off.
Oh, yeah, because she decided she's ordering.
That's okay.
That's okay. We'll keep it burning.
When we have our
nice and toasty in here. Yeah. So, I need a little heater action. I'm getting cold anyway, bro. Dip my toes in. Let me explain this. Like, see if you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like back in like older days when like an iPad first came out, most of like the apps for it, because the iPad is always it's iPad OS, but technically it's like a souped up version of iOS for the iPhone. So it has like all the same like apps and games and things, and there are iPad only apps that you can only get on the iPad. So obviously they're completely optimized for the screen of the iPad, right?
Yeah.
But you can also, like, especially before we reach modern times, most of the iPhone only apps, it's just a blown up version. It's stretched, right? Ever Crisis is not stretched, okay? It fully, like, it's made for the iPad. It fits the screen. I played on my phone too, so I've seen them side by side. And on my phone, it's like perfect. It's just tiny. I have a tiny phone. I even have the plus size phone, but I don't really like gaming on it. Like
same.
Pokemon Go is the only game I really like play on my phone.
Yeah, but something engaging like this, and that's how I am too. Like I want to play Ever Crisis. I don't want to play my. My phone's not too bad. I don't want to play on my phone.
Exactly.
I love having a controller.
And yeah, dude. I'm so with you on that. I need the physical hardware. I do. I love, like, there's even just the appreciation for whatever console I'm playing and the layout of it and all that things. I want that. The tactile finish and feedback and attention to detail. Touchscreen does not do it for me, and it never will.
No,
right?
Because your fingers take up what you're trying to see too, obviously, because that's where the controls are. So it's kind of...
Right, and Pokemon Go works, but it's literally designed for the phone. Right. It's not a virtual controller on screen that I'm pressing, right?
Yeah, you push buttons here and there.
And I've even, like, back in the day, like, I remember having, the iPhone, like, 5, and I had a Game Boy on there. It was, like, an emulator, right? And I think I showed you one time. I literally was playing, like, Pokemon Emerald, and it was, like, a virtual Game Boy SP. So it had, like, the buttons looked like a Game Boy SP, and it looked like it, right? Yeah. And I played through most of the game. to be honest, from beginning to end, it ended the same way. Like it's still touch controls. I still would much rather be playing on physical hardware. So with that being said, though, Ever Crisis on the iPad, like it's not stretched. Like the resolution, aspect ratio, it all like is for the iPad, but all like the little portrait images, like the 3D models, it looks ever so slightly not optimized. Like it looks slightly stretched, and not in like a normal way. Again, that's what I'm trying to emphasize. It doesn't look like they just blew up the phone version, but it looks like it could be higher resolution and they just didn't turn on a setting, is what it looks like.
Right, what?
Yeah, it's weird. So I will, if I play through Ever Crisis, I will play on my iPad. But there was a small feeling I had of my first impression of like, damn, it doesn't look as pretty as it could be, as I thought it would be. Because the screen on the iPad Pro, the screen is gorgeous.
Yeah, that's a beast.
It is, man.
Obviously, what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we're on recording
well,
the
that's a
entire
little
podcast
disappointing because I heard that they were going to bring it to Steam as well. So I got excited. But honestly, dude, this game deserved to be brought to consoles.
Dude, I know.
I know it's a gotcha, but honestly, like, they should have just brought it to consoles.
I know. We'll see. Because I haven't really played it, I do want to see, because honestly, it's been received like pretty well, especially with like the content that's in it. So we shall see. But let's move on from that and let's head over to some off topic. We'll break away from gaming for a second here, Caleb, before we dive straight into the main topic that I know we're both so excited to get into with Final Fantasy. But we've got, I created a little list here, okay? And the question I have for you is, you get 3 of the following until you retire at age 75 because you're a workaholic. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like this is, you're obviously going to extend it beyond your working years of 65. So you can only pick 3 and the rest are forbidden until you retire. So choose wisely, okay?
Okay.
So we have meat, caffeine, water, processed foods of any kind, seafood, vegetables, beans / legumes, if you want to go that route, or cheese.
Oof.
And if you want to I'm a visual person, so if you want to see this list, so you can see the 3.
So obviously, meat, because I need my meat.
You're a big meat boy.
If I don't have meat, I'll die immediately.
I'll combust.
So
meat.
So obviously, I'm gonna have to choose water, dude. I need my caffeine, but I don't need it to survive. Right, my body would figure it out. It's an addiction. It's like anything else. Right. So
absolutely.
And you're not gonna live long without water.
No. But water's kind of a must.
Yeah. On processed foods of any kind. Or cheese. See, now that's hard.
Yeah. And cheese is the only exception to that processed foods rule, because technically you have to process cheese. Cheese doesn't exist naturally. Yeah. However, I'm putting it in its own category because I think cheese is worthy of that. So.
Yeah. Because I'm not an ultimate seafood guy. I do love my veggies, though. Frick.
I know.
Dang. I think I'm just going to have to go with the good boy, the triangle, and do vegetables.
So meat, water, vegetables.
Veggies, yeah. I know it sounds like super not me.
Yeah.
Right, for, because that's super healthy, right? But honestly, if that was literally a choice,
that's literally what you would choose.
That's the most like logical choice.
It is. It's definitely the most logical choice.
And honestly, I need my fiber.
Yeah.
Because I'm an old man.
No, dude, I am with it. Well, if I was choosing this list, I'm kind of following suit with you. It would be water for me for sure. Seafood. I would much rather, if I had a choice between seafood and meat, seafood is always my choice.
Yeah.
And I would choose vegetables.
Oh, okay, vegetables. Yeah. I thought you were going to go for the beans because you were my bean boy for
I do love beans. I absolutely love beans. But if it was like between all of these, like, you can't, the only way to like get a lot of like the vitamins you really need and nutrients you really need is vegetables naturally. Otherwise, you're getting like micronutrients from multivitamins, and that's kind of it. Yeah. And I just feel like, I'm getting old fucking too, right? Like, I'm like, for my longevity here, like, I feel a difference if I'm consistently eating vegetables, green vegetables.
Yeah.
And then honestly, it's kind of fun because I was looking at the list, and I'm kind of looking at it right now too, and I'm like, damn, like, I really could cut out everything else if I absolutely needed to.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you really can. Now, if
And
you
at
were,
times in my life,
right?
I
Because
have.
if we were doing this in our 20s, you'd be asking me, I'd be like, caffeine, processed foods, and cheese.
Right. Absolutely.
So.
Sweet. Thanks for doing that with me, Caleb.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro.
That was fun.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I kind of just thought of that. Honestly, I thought of all that on the plane. I was just like, I was just kind of thinking, I'm like, it'd be like a fun little game. Ooh, we can do a little Selectamundo.
Yeah,
here.
I like that. See, I thought you were going to ask me, like, what would be...
What's your worst childhood memory, bro? What would be 3 what?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask what would be like your 3, if you can only have 3 games or something. Or like,
oh,
if you could only have 1 game in your life, what would you choose?
Fuck.
That would be so rough no matter what.
That'd be hard. That'd be really hard.
No matter what.
I know, because
even if you chose something amazing, like I would say, I would either choose Baldur's Gate 3 because of just how massive it is, or Witcher 3 because they're the same, right? Yeah. Or if it would be allowed, Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3.
See, it's so funny you say that because I would be like, could I say the Xenoblade universe? Just all the Xenoblade games? Because
would that be allowed? But even then, like, at some point you're going to do everything and you're going to get bored. But, like, I'd probably choose Baldur's Gate 3 because apparently just what you can do.
Massive replayability. Yeah. No,
so
I'm with you. Okay. Fuck yes.
Yeah, man.
Caleb, let's dive into the main topic, brother. It is finally time.
Dude, I'm so excited.
We are here, my man. The main topic today is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Wait, what are you holding right there?
I thought it was going to be Troy Amikin's football and the NFL for the Super Nintendo. I thought that was our main topic.
Let's change topic. Yeah. I think I'd rather talk about that.
You want to talk about the football game, right?
I don't even see a rating on that thing. He's holding up an NES, or it's a Super Nintendo game right now. Yeah. I don't even see a rating.
Yeah, it's rated A for S. I don't even know why.
All right. The main topic today is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Paradigm. That's the tentative title as we're working on, although Caleb gave me a few more name ideas off cast, and I'm really with it. Like, there's some good names we could even derive just from like chapters within the game. Right. You know, like the final kind of like crossroads of destiny and getting there.
Yes.
But basically the topic is we are going to be dissecting the Final Fantasy VII universe. So with that being said, I'm going to start off right now with the main topic on if you do not want to be spoiled at all for any of the Final Fantasy VII universe, and this covers, so that we're going to be covering all of the mediums. So there's a movie involved, there's all of the games, there's remake, there's the OG. We're going to be discussing all of it very extensively, so if you do not want to be spoiled, this is your spoiler warning to just skip the main topic.
Yep.
However, I will say that a lot of this, like a big main point of all of this is ultimately going to be on Rebirth and speculation and theories of Rebirth.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be a pretty casual discussion, but we're going to be diving in. So with that being said, I just wanted to put that spoiler warning out real quick and dive into this, bro, because Rebirth has been, man, like an emotional roller coaster journey along with this trilogy of Final Fantasy VII Remake that it has just gone exceedingly uphill in ways that you and I have both thought not possible in this whole journey. So really I wanted to take some time to discuss and dissect the games in the Final Fantasy VII kind of series, discuss remake, discuss some key points and takeaways and differences between where we are and where we started, between OG and remake, and then dissect Rebirth, what we know, what we think, what we want.
Right.
And kind of everything to wrap it up. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, sweet. Let's dive into first the history of the entire series. And this is not Final Fantasy. This is just Final Fantasy VII. Okay?
Right.
So we'll start with the base game that came out January 1997 in Japan on the PlayStation 1. Okay? Obviously, where it all began. And we've kind of talked offcast a lot about this, but I think it's really worth noting. We talk a lot, especially in terms of like retro games and retro recap, what games meant at the time, right? And how far we've come. And Final Fantasy VII was really the first Japanese-based role-playing game that ever reached mainstream level, like medium,
Yeah.
I want to say,
became
right? Or a
critically
game.
acclaimed.
It was critically acclaimed internationally, right?
Yeah.
And even though we've had before this, we've had things like Earthbound, we've had things that have stemmed from Japan, like Zelda, like Mario, like things like that, right? We've had other, like, this is Final Fantasy VII. So we literally had 6 other Final Fantasies that came before it. Plus we had Chrono Trigger. No other game up until this point had ever even come close to the budget, the technology, and the team size, and the critical public reception of a video game.
Yeah.
Like along this magnitude, and that was a Japanese role-playing game, you know? And Josh and I have talked on the Xenoblade episode, but the origins of Final Fantasy VII is that Takahashi, the director of of the Xeno series, he proposed an idea because he was a part of the creative director as well as like an artistic lead. He was an artistic lead in Chrono Trigger, okay? He was recruited specifically as a part of the Dream Team. So Takahashi came forth to Square with the proposed story of Final Fantasy VII. It was rejected because Square felt that it was too dark and too convoluted for what they envisioned for the Final Fantasy series, basically. And so he persisted a little bit, and instead he was given his own game to work on. That is Xenogears, and thus what we have now in the Xeno series, which basically Final Fantasy VII and Xeno series, they coexist through everything that has happened in their own world, which is crazy, right?
Yeah.
So, and what I mean by that, to be a little specific, is we've talked off-cast on this too, but to tell the audience, like Sephiroth as an example, the name Sephiroth and the villain Sephiroth was derived from Takahashi, not from Square's team, not from, I don't even remember the original developer. I think it was Nomura was the original developer of Final Fantasy VII. And Sephiroth stemmed from all the ideologies and mythology and religious overtones that Takahashi set forth from his envisionment of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
And they literally stole a ton of ideas and content because Final Fantasy VII and Xenogears and Xenoblade, right? They're very different. Right? And I know you haven't really full-ass dove into Xenoblade yet.
Yeah.
I've told you a lot about it while trying to refrain from spoiling too much. But also, you have played extensively Xenosaga, one of the only people I know in my life who've ever played a Xenosaga game.
Yeah.
And so you know kind of like where he's at with his storytelling, and it's very convoluted. Like, you know, they're not wrong. It's very dark.
Right.
And it's all about kind of like humanity, gods, and the connection between the two, and like the survival of humanity, right? As a existence, right? And challenging a big question of like, what is life itself? Like, how is it created? All these things, deep things that humans themselves, like us, challenge at some point in our life. But it's all handled within these ideologies of the game, which makes it so fascinating.
It's crazy.
Right? It's crazy, right? And to even go further, the name Sephiroth, as I was telling you last night, Sephiroth is actually a made-up name if we're going deep to the roots of the word Sephiroth, because it's derived from Sephirot, which is Kabbalah, like one of the gods from these mythologies. Kabbalah has all these branches that basically make up the tree of life or the chakra, right? And basically, the way I understand it is that God, Kabbalah, makes up all of these entities of what makes life exist, okay?
Right.
I can't even give you an example, but like say just off the top of my head, say one is like spiritualism, one is kindness, one is like love, right? Different branches within, again, like kind of like akin to chakras and whatever.
Right.
So when God wanted to make mankind, another like species in God's image, to kind of like watch over and have manifest its creation, humanity was not God and thus broken. And so because humanity was broken, it couldn't handle all of those chakras and this tree of life imagery. And so the bottom 7 fell with humanity and created the known universe. And each one of those is called a Sephiroth. And together it makes the Sephiroth, basically.
Okay.
That's kind of the origin of Sephiroth. So that's an idea that Takahashi presented to Square. Square rejected, but then took that idea and literally made the main villain of the game, Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth, right? Like,
Yeah.
the crazy parallels. There's so many, it's crazy.
Right.
I've watched hours of YouTube dissections of the series.
That's crazy. You've
that
definitely
nuts?
dived in a lot more with that than with me, because obviously, like you said, I haven't played Xenoblade at all.
Right.
But I do know what it is funny, and it's so blatant. I don't know about Xenogears, but Xenosaga, there's a white-haired character,
Right?
and he's literally
It's Weiss.
It's
It's literally Weiss.
he's in Xenosaga.
Yep.
He's Jesus. He's literally the epitome.
Literally.
And he's helping around, but he's literally like, yeah, I'm supposed to destroy everything, but I kind of don't want to.
Right.
And then in Xenoblade, I know that there are white-haired characters too, though I don't know,
Which is very symbolic, right? For
right, white
kind
hair,
of like omnipotence and like
and like
greater
the
power.
higher level, like, and it was to a time too that like white hair was the cool, edgy character.
Oh, yeah.
But they have like meaning, and it's just funny
Right.
that.
The parallels are crazy because what is Sephiroth? Sephiroth is the silvered-haired swordsman.
Yeah, and he is definitely at this point omnipotent. He's a deity.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And one of the best revered villains of all time across any medium. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So let's move on the game list here, though. So we've got the original Final Fantasy that came out in 97, okay? Which is where we get the biggest chunk of lore we have now is from that game.
Right.
No question. And then we have a lot of these extra games that were added on canonical content. So first up, there was this Japanese-only release, but it was before Crisis Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
I don't know about you, but I did not understand this existence at all. I didn't know what this was until way later, until it was like not a game anymore, right? And it was Japanese only. It was canonical, had narrative in it that was important.
So it is canonical.
It is. It has to do a lot with like what happens with the Turks and the origin of the Turks, and a lot of like there's another like gang that's not the Turks, but you know what I'm talking about.
Avalanche? Are you talking about?
No, they're another like. Almost like indigenous tribe separate
Wu-Tai.
from the Wu-Tai.
The Wu-Tai.
It goes into like the back lore behind the Wu-Tai, behind the Turks, behind their connection to Shinra, and kind of like leading up to the events because it's before what happens in Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
So that was always interesting, but I remember seeing it, maybe even like a Game Informer magazine.
Yeah, in a mag.
And reading about it and being like, oh, what is this? Because also I remember looking at a screenshot. It's a tiny little, there's a few of them maybe.
Right.
And it looked like Chain of Memories on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, because it was only available on a certain brand of cell phone back in the day.
You're so right, bro.
And,
in fact, I'll tell you right now, this is available September 24th, 2004. So it's the first time we ever got extra content within the extended universe now of Final Fantasy VII. So the first piece, besides like written mediums, I'm not talking books, I'm not talking... They came out with like a compendium and like all this stuff. We'll acknowledge that there, but really like what we know, I feel, is from the games and from like the actual official releases.
Yep.
So this came out on mobile platforms only in 2004. Action RPG split into 24 episodes, with each episode delivery working via a monthly subscription-based distribution system. This is one of the first subscription-based video games to exist.
That's crazy.
It's ahead of its time.
It's literally the very first Telltale style.
Yes.
Of just like, here's a little bit.
And it had 24 episodes.
Wow, man.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't, that was like the extent of really my research on it, other than it was recreated for international release via Ever Crisis. So Ever Crisis is basically a full recreation.
Is that?
Yes. And they have retroactively gone back to whatever Square has on their website of like the compilation. Yeah, that's what it is. The Final Fantasy VII official compilation, right? They have retconned it so that anything that has carried over to Ever Crisis, that's canon, and everything else is not anymore.
See, now I'm super interested in Ever Crisis because that's one thing that I really don't know anything about because obviously, except for like I told you just earlier.
We should have like a movie night. We just like go through and like watch all these cutscenes and get like the info
there
or
was some
like
very,
a YouTube breakdown.
Some very interesting things.
No, for sure
about Ever Crisis that I'm just like, what?
Right, akin to Crisis Core because it's like a prequel effectively.
Right,
you know,
and it really centered around Sephiroth and everything. Truly, everything before Crisis Core, obviously. So this is early.
Right. It's like the earliest content within the universe that we have. So after that, We have Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, right?
Oh,
Obviously.
yeah.
And this was around the time I first discovered Caleb's existence because we had a mutual friend, Cody, who him and Reese both were like so fucking hyped on this movie coming out. And I was like, cool. It looks cool. I've never watched like an anime movie. I don't
CGI wasn't a huge thing.
Whatever, right? But we all watched it pretty extensively, and we were like, it was like Cody was borrowing your copy, so like you live like down the street, right? And like, and we took it in, and it was like, to be honest with you, where I kind of still stand with Advent Children is I don't remember a shit ton from it. I remember feeling depressed most of the movie, and then, leading up to the hype that was like. A lot of the battle scenes, but specifically that last fight scene between Cloud and Sephiroth and the whole interaction, like that was to me the reason to watch the movie, right?
Yeah, and I think you and me, like we were talking off cast too, is that I personally was not around playing the OG Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
I was I didn't have a PlayStation yet, like I said earlier, and got it way later, and I never got into Final Fantasy. I had different PlayStation 1 RPGs, so. My first true foray into really Final Fantasy VII grabbing me was the movie. And then I really fell in love with the movie. Fun tip, I bought it 3 times. I bought the original DVD version.
Yep.
Then I ended up getting the limited edition collector's set.
Which is sexy as hell. Caleb has it right here, by the way. He pulled a Joshi, like
I pulled a Joshi,
and he did a little shrine right now of Final Fantasy VII. Everything he owns from it.
So it has a cool little picture of Cloud doing a side shot in his Advent Children clothes, and it had like.
I just love like the box too. It's like this nice like matte finish box. It opens up like a book.
Yeah, and you get the novel. You get the script, and then you get
the script.
Get the
whole script. What the fuck?
Yeah. And then you get
no way.
You get these cards with each of the characters that I haven't opened.
Guys, this literally is a script. It literally like timestamps everything. Who says what at what time? It even has it describing what's happening.
Yeah, dude.
What the?
And then the novel I think is about.
That's really cool.
It's about after the events or during, like
literally
a smile and stuff. Yeah.
91 staff roll. Insert FF main theme. 92 ending credits. The end.
Isn't that crazy?
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. I've never read the novel.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna read some to you right now.
All right, read it.
Just a mini novel here. Okay, it's the last line of the movie. It's from Cloud. He says, it's called the chapter's World of Pure Light. He says, "I know, I'm not alone, not anymore." Insert theme song. And then the very last image before the credits is vestiges. What's a vestige?
Vestige is like, could be the same as like remnant.
Okay. Vestiges of Aerith, nothing more than any presence in reality, silently watch Cloud as he rides away. Aerith looks a little lonely, but then she smiles. That's it.
What the hell's Zach? He's supposed to be there.
It's just as cryptic in writing as it is watching it, bro. I'll tell you that much.
Because Zach talks to you the whole time.
Wow. All right, yeah. So Advent Children, it was go to movie, and then they actually had a full like kind of remake.
They did it called Advent Children Complete, which they made.
Movies don't really do that.
No, but like I guess Nomura or someone was very dissatisfied with the length of the Sephiroth and Cloud battle because that's what it's really building up to.
Right.
Obviously the two main character, the main character, protagonist and antagonist, who everyone wants to see Sephiroth. So they made the battle better. They gave Sephiroth a form of his Octaslash, which is, if you remember, which you might not, it's when he throws Cloud up into the air. He gets his wing out. He doesn't. I don't think he originally pulled. Maybe he does, but he stabs Cloud.
Yeah,
like he did when he first stabbed him. When Cloud stabbed him when he was looking at Genova. And he goes on this thing, he goes, "Do you remember this pain?" Blah, blah. And then he flings you up in the air and you're bleeding. And then he chases you and he stabs you.
Oh,
8 times. And then the final stab goes through Cloud's foot, through his leg, and then he chucks you straight to the ground and you crash.
Yes, I remember.
And then he's just like, "I'll give you despair," blah, blah, blah. And then Cloud, remembers all his friends and everything he fights for. And then Omnislash version 5, I think he calls it, or at least just Omnislash comes out and he finishes Sephiroth.
Right. Yeah,
so they
right
so
at
they
the
added
end.
quite a bit of stuff.
They added a lot.
Yeah.
I remember watching it.
Obviously,
through
on Blu-ray from DVD is a huge jump.
Yeah.
Dude, I tried watching a DVD
now there's a
movie
4K
lately.
version.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, you
I already
know.
bought it 3 times.
Yeah, you know. You don't want that fourth copy.
All the copies. So anyways, it was my first true foray into being grabbed by Final Fantasy VII. And then I think I remember tried playing the game, and like I told you at the time, I was just like, it's just not working for me. The old school graphics and everything. So I played through it, and I just did a base play of the game and beating it, I think.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, this is good. I can see the appeal and stuff, but I never super dived into it. And for like, at the time, I think we're either, when did the PS3 get released? We're either at the end of PS2 era and PSP.
4?
Yeah, or we're at PS5. Or we're maybe at PS3 era. So obviously I have huge expectations for games. Though I do appreciate the old ones. But like I told you, for me, my RPGs on the PS1 was Legend of Legaia.
Yeah.
And like Legend of Dragoon. And so I see these and I'm like, well, what does this do so special?
For sure.
Right? Now I can go back and I understand the appreciation.
Right.
But I started with Advent Children. And then Crisis Core came out not too soon, like years later.
Right, yeah.
So,
and we're almost there. So before that, though, we got a couple more things. The first is Last Order Final Fantasy VII.
Bro.
So this was a September 14th release, 2005, which was actually the same release date of Advent Children. Okay?
Right.
They both came out same day, same year. Advent Children came to DVD. Last Order was the Japanese-only OVA. Okay, so original, what does it stand for? Original variation... Animation? Original something animation.
Josh is going to beat us up.
I know, he's going to kill me. He already explained it on Cast 2. Okay, but I got a small tidbit to kind of describe it, and this is all I really know about it. So it was an OVA detailing the destruction of the town of Nibelheim. Last Order was packaged with a limited edition Advent Children called Advent Pieces, and it was limited to 77,777 copies worldwide.
Oh, dude, I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't know either. Yeah, just found out.
I might have to get that 6th copy.
Might have to, bro. With the release of Remake, Last Order was removed from the official compilation release.
Really?
Yeah, listing. My bad. Yeah, so it's not canon anymore. So I don't think that it's really necessary. But collector-wise, there you go.
And still was
you need to have
fun animation. I mean, even though... Again,
I don't know anything about it, but I'd love to. I'd love to check it out.
It's a short movie.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then number 5 is Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII, which I only played a tiny bit. Right. I believe Reese's brother had a copy, and that was my first time playing a little bit. But Caleb is a big Dirge of Cerberus fan for obvious reasons. I mean, the game is so badass. Came out January 26, 2006 in Japan on PS2. What do you guys say about this?
Dirge of Cerberus. So when I first saw this in stores, I immediately fell in love with the case because it's just this. It's black and red. I can't remember if it's got a hollow foil feel to it. I still own it.
I want to say no.
Yeah, I don't know, or maybe it's just matte.
Yeah,
but dude, a game about one of the other absolute badass looking characters.
Vincent. Fan favorite,
because I mean, when you look at Sephiroth and you look at Vincent, you're like, dude, these two are the coolest characters, right? They are the edgelords.
And they're kind of like opposites, right? It's like the black-haired Vincent with the long hair, and he's more like that, Midgar steampunk kind of vibe, right? And Sephiroth's very clean. He's the silver hair, so it's like the white and it's like the white and black.
Yeah,
you know?
the white. The black and white.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, yes, I'm so excited for this, and I remember seeing a couple cutscenes where Vincent is flipping and dipping, and he's shooting a helicopter while he's above it, just boom, 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 while he's doing a somersault over it, and I'm like, bro, this is gonna be so sick. It wasn't.
Big sad.
Dirge of Cerberus is a third-person shooter with light Final Fantasy mechanics.
Right.
And it was
RPG mechanics, you mean?
Yeah, and it was a very bare-bones shooter. You did not do any of the cool acrobatical shooting that you were expecting to be able to do.
For sure.
Especially with seeing a bit of Advent Children. and just knowing like and seeing the cutscenes and stuff, like it was just a cutscene. You're not doing that. You can jump, you can double jump, you can shoot in air. But it was like, dude, it was like if you took Devil May Cry, took away Dante's sword and all the other skills and just gave him a bare bones, just his guns. That's really how like it felt. You could do magic and stuff, but honestly, it's just you shooting and running forward and shooting, and and you got a melee attack, but it was just like a 3-hit combo, that you would get, like you do the 3-hit, and it took a second to get out of it. You could get you could change up your guns, Cerberus, to make it a machine gun, a rifle, and so on and so forth. But honestly, was like super disappointing gameplay. The thing that was a lot of people, if you ask them, fans about Dirge of Cerberus, though, is the story.
Which, if I understand right, that's your biggest hook for it, and why you've like beckoned to that. I need to experience the story, right? Is because like the narrative.
No.
Oh, really?
Dude, no. No. Dirge of Cerberus is. I want that to be scrubbed away.
You want it to be scrapped.
Okay,
I guess what I'm thinking of is like that specific scene showing Genesis, and the only scene that's he's outside of Crisis Core.
Right. So what Dirge of Cerberus is that in the timeline, it's after Advent Children.
Okay.
Everyone's doing their own thing, and they're all alive and stuff.
What?
Hojo
was before Advent Children.
Hojo comes out of hiding.
Okay.
And he does something. So you have this amazing cutscene. It's raining its ass off. Vincent is with Yuffie. He's talking to someone, and he's running up. He's outside, and he's running up these metallic stairs. He gets to the top, and there's a console, and Hojo slumped over it, and Vincent pulls his gun out and points it at him. I don't know, seemingly waiting to see if he moves, or he just wants to shoot him, because obviously, if anyone knows what he did to Vincent, is pretty fucked.
It's fucked.
And along with the woman he loved and everything, all this stuff.
Whole family affair.
So it has to do with a lot of Deep Ground. This is where Deep Ground comes from.
Right.
Deep Ground soldiers, White Vice, the Immaculate, Nero the Sable, and the Tresets, I think they call them. I think I'm saying that Trevets or something.
Okay.
I'm saying it wrong. It's like some kind of word. And they have other characters too.
Okay.
You know, and then you see a little bit of Cloud, you see a little bit of Tifa, Yuffie, you know, and but the story was so boring.
Really?
It's boring.
Yeah.
And now when I think about it, I really love Advent Children.
You think it like pacing wise, or just the overall narrative is like whatever? Maybe
pacing wise, but a lot of it was just kind of like, I haven't played it in so long. I watched someone just recently play it, but it's just it's just the story's not engaging.
Yeah.
When you're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Dude,
it's
stuff's happening.
So engaging.
Action. The characters are like
I
talking
couldn't stop, bro.
They're talking about meaningful stuff and everything like that, right? This one, it just seems like it's just filler. That's what it is.
Yes.
It's like a filler episode with a game.
You know, I get that. I really do.
So along with not engaging gameplay and all that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then the last, or I'll go to the next one. Right. Here, okay. 'Cause that was the. Let's see, that's number 5. Okay, there's 12 games, all right, released in, or not just games, all mediums here, okay? Number 6 is Crisis Core, right? Fan favorite of Caleb and I both. So this is Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. That was released September 13th, 2007 in Japan on the PSP.
Yeah.
And this whole story, we really get a full in-depth look of what happens right before Final Fantasy VII, right?
Yes.
Which is 2 characters we'd never heard of, Angeal and Genesis, and how they play a part in this big story. We see Sephiroth, like, before Crisis Sephiroth, and, like, by it is literally a human, normal Sephiroth, and he's beautiful, you know? Like, that's how he's deemed. Like, he's kind, he's revered, everybody looks up to, the way they talk about Sephiroth in that game is, like, this is the hero.
He's
the hero.
Yep.
Right. And you even see like everything happening with like the transformation with like the crisis he goes through and all that happening in real time. But even like just excuse me, I think I inhaled a bug, bro. The feeling you have when you're like alongside Sephiroth as an ally It's unreal. That cutscene that takes place, one of my favorite Final Fantasy cutscenes with Genesis, Angeal, and Sephiroth, and the pipe outside, and there's the training room cutscene,
the music playing.
Oh my god! Like that iconic photo with the three of them and the clashing blades, right, and Sephiroth right there. Yep. Like it's so insane. It just further, I feel like truly to get the most out of Final Fantasy VII. In today's world, my recommendation personally would be watch Advent Children, play Remake, play Crisis Core.
Crisis Core is Crisis Core Reunion now because they have an update.
Yes, absolutely. That's it.
But even then, like, this is so needed because this is the origin story of not only the Buster Sword,
right?
Which Angeal is the original wielder,
right?
But it's about literally a character that if we didn't have him, there would be no Final Fantasy.
There would be no Cloud.
There'd be no Cloud,
right?
Zack
is literally intertwined with the destiny of Cloud.
Yes,
right.
Zack Fair. He starts. I think you're a second.
You're like a third or second class soldier.
Yeah, so,
I'm pretty sure it's second class.
Yeah, so you're a second class soldier, I believe. You are training under Angeal, and you're a young upstart wanting to be a hero boy. You wield the typical soldier sword early on, and he has longish black hair and the typical Mako eyes, but his eyes also have more teal. He's super energetic, and he is all about positivity, honestly.
Yes.
And you go through his story of him losing Angeal, losing Genesis. Genesis and Angeal start a coup. So you and Sephiroth are trying to find them. You don't really know Sephiroth, and Sephiroth is kind of still like typical. Because Angeal and Genesis are his true only friends.
Right.
So the story is that you go through it trying to find these guys, and you become close with Sephiroth.
Right.
Which is crazy to think. You come close to this guy, and it ultimately has some sad stuff where you find out really bad stuff, because if you guys know
the Nibelheim incident.
Yeah, Shinra is truly really bad. In every sense of the way, everything they dip their hands into with people, they absolutely ruin and they corrupt with their experiments. Hojo is garbage.
Yeah.
And so much gets put on Zack. But long story short, Zack is bequeathed the Buster Sword, Angeal's sword, and he goes through more pain. He's older. He finds out about Cloud being from a backwater town, like Zack is.
Yes.
Cloud is a normal grunt. They become friends.
Yes.
They become close, but not ultra close because they're off doing missions. And then that goes into everything. And then, like you said, more stuff happens. Nibelheim incident happens.
Yes.
Zack, Sephiroth, and Grunt Cloud go to Nibelheim to check the reactor. And this is where people go, well, wait, wasn't that Cloud? Spoilers, but Zack is the one who was the first class soldier.
Right. So that's kind of like the two big takeaways for the current narrative of Remake.
Yeah, because you need to know this.
Yes, like everything Cloud remembers as memories before Final Fantasy VII begins. Those are not his, those are Zack's memories.
Zack's
like
memories
intertwined with him during the Nibelheim incident, right? And then second is that wait, no, there's one more. Oh shit, I just had it. The thought is bequeathing me, bro. Really, it's basically just like how it ends too is Zack's death, and specifically how it ends, right? So Zack is trying to escape Shinra's clutches with Cloud. Zack, they get overhauled basically and overwhelmed so fast by literally hundreds of thousands of fucking Shinra troopers.
Which a super soldier can take out a lot of guys, but you still have limits when you're getting shot.
Right, and this is also after all the events. This is after the last boss. This is after getting, literally destroying Genesis.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So he's exhausted. He's capped.
Yeah, because they've been on the move
the whole time,
and Cloud is comatose as well, so he has to carry him around. So he probably hasn't even slept in days.
So he's not just defending himself against the bullets in Shinra. He's defending Cloud. So he's making sure Cloud does not die. He literally he gets to the last soldier and falls over and overwhelmed.
Yep.
Preventing Cloud's death, but it causes his own.
Yeah.
And that causes this big shift, which we don't really have to get like deep into it, but you know, like big like psyche swap that we still don't fully understand, but basically because of the S cells, which are Sephiroth's own cells, and why Sephiroth, it's largely because of the way he is because Caleb and I were actually talking about this off cast, so I'm gonna like just kind of like insert a theory here, but Sephiroth is really deemed and made out to be this chosen one, and this is really deemed through the Hojo experiments, and so because he was the chosen one, and he fused so perfectly with Genova's cells when he was an embryo, right? He's the only one to undergo an experiment like this and not just live, but be like a god human, right?
Yep.
Like the most apex human to exist is Sephiroth, and he stems from that, and then they take his cells that Hojo had, so they're like infused Genova and Sephiroth cells, they called them S cells, and he did an experiment infusing them into Cloud and Zack together.
Right.
And you and I were talking off cast, and it kind of goes in this part of like how this happened to Cloud, and the best we got really is that Zack is mouthing his entire journey and his entire life to Cloud as Cloud's in comatose, which probably had a part in fusing and confusing Cloud's own memories.
Yeah, his memories with Zack.
Yes.
Because he's through PTSD.
Right.
And
then making some
trauma.
interconnection between, like an actual connection between Zack, Cloud, and Sephiroth.
Right.
Because they all have the S cells. Right. So that kind of is like the big takeaway of like what is relevant in terms of like the theory and like what's happening, especially with like, you know, at the end of Remake, we see Zack alive. What the fuck does that mean, right? We will get into that. Yeah. So let's move on the game list here. We also have number 7 is Final Fantasy VII G-Bike. Did you know that this was a video game?
Is this an old one?
This came out October 30th, 2014. And it came out on iOS, Android, and iPad.
No, I don't know anything about that.
This was made... I didn't either. This was made by CyberConnect 2.
What?
The entire game.
Oh my god, I know that.
Free to play, and it was a racing game with RPG elements. It actually, if you were to look at pictures of it, it would remind you of how the biking like mini game runs in Remake.
Really?
So they definitely stemmed a lot of their ideas from this G-Bike game.
That's crazy.
Kind of nuts.
I didn't know there was... I didn't freaking know.
I didn't freaking know either, bro. They never talk about this, you know? And you can't get it anymore, so it's not available.
It's gone.
Then there was Final Fantasy VII Remake, which came out April 10th, 2020 on the PS4. And then after that was Final Fantasy VII First Soldier. That came out November 17th, 2021. And it actually shut down not that long later, like a little over a year. It was shut down January 11th, 2023. So almost a year ago.
Yeah.
That came out on iOS, Android, and iPad. It was a 3v3 like battle arena.
Yep.
But like I understand it here. Like I don't even know anything about the game. I've never even seen gameplay. I'm just gonna tell you right now, the reason it failed is because Final Fantasy is not like a 3v3 like battle royale team.
Yeah, they were trying to jump on the battle royale.
And it had no lore. You know, it was in the universe, but it didn't add lore. Yeah. So there wasn't really a point if you were a Final Fantasy VII fan specifically.
Right. And I
it
had
was just an extra. I mean,
it was cool. I thought I was like, all right, more Final Fantasy VII love, but at the same time, I was like, again, phone game.
Yeah. And a 3v3 MOBA.
And
I don't know.
Nah.
Yeah, it's not my thing. After that, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Right. That came out December 13th, 2022. So just over a year ago, and that came out everywhere, so everyone can experience the whole, like, really, like, a huge part of this story, and it's highly recommended by Caleb and I both.
It is definitely.
Came out on PS4, PS5, PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and the Switch, so you can literally play it anywhere.
Yeah.
Then Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, right? And that came out September 7th, 2023, not that long ago, on iOS and Android, and then finally, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out
February 29th.
2024, baby, on the PS5. Yes, he did. I cannot wait to see that. When I see you next, brother. My man, we are past the section of history here. What do you think about a little break? Because your mother just dropped us off some pizza.
Dropped us off a care package.
Do you want to get the care package and we'll come right back?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sounds good, bro. All right, we are back.
All right.
Caleb, I want to talk about the incredibly drawn out development cycle of Final Fantasy VII Remake real quick, because really, if you were in our shoes, for as big of fans as we were of like, and we were along this hype train of hoping Final Fantasy VII would get a remake someday, like a well-deserved remake,
right.
and we both of us were honestly on the same page of like, if they just up-res the game to modern level and keep the gameplay the same and the story the same, we'd be satisfied.
Right.
And obviously, what we got is beyond our comprehension for, like, I can't believe what we have actually exists and it's as good as it is. Because the hype was so high. Normally, the hype can't, right?
The hype and what do you call it? The expectation.
Yes,
right?
Expectations. 100%, man. So, let's go back a sec, okay? Mm-hmm. Because the first thing, first and foremost, back in, like, an issue of Game Informer or some old magazine, there was a interview that was sourced, and there's a photo of it online, of basically, I think it was one of the heads of Final Fantasy, presumably Nomura, talking about they were like considering a remake on PlayStation 2. Okay, so the idea had been in their heads that fans wanted a full remake of Final Fantasy VII as early as the PS2. Obviously, we did not get remake until 2020, right? Yeah, on PlayStation 4, right? So way, way, way later. But it all started with the PlayStation 3 tech demo, which we talked offcast yesterday. And as you know, this was shown for the first time in 2005, okay? 2005 E3. No plans of a remake for PlayStation 3 was also released by Square with the demo.
Right.
It was just to show off the technology within the PlayStation 3, which is kind of a meme because it wasn't gameplay at all. It was just a recreated CGI scene, but they're showing it off as a part of like the PS3 demo, and everyone went nuts just because it was the possibility of this is what Final Fantasy VII could look like, and Square's thinking about it, you know? Yeah. So outcry began, the fan uprising of we want remake, right? Mm-hmm. So fast forward later, way later, okay, 2008, 3 years later, on August 16th, I'm sorry, there was an August 16th, 2008 release date found on a Best Buy printed out physical ad that you'd like walk into like the gaming section at Best Buy, and it like had like this like billboard looking thing, right? Like waist high about and like pretty wide, and it had like some upcoming releases, and on that chart on the bottom was Final Fantasy VII. It didn't say remake, it just said Final Fantasy VII PS3, and it had the release date of August 16th. Now, Square came forth after these started going around on Twitter and said this is not real, this is a mistake, but it's very interesting that why would Best Buy print that out like officially, right? There had to be some internal conversations going on, right? But still
why
nothing.
Would they even do a tech demo, and then why would you do that in the first place? Honestly, that pissed me off so much.
Of course, right? It was like, here's a little teaser, but we're not even thinking about it.
Well, we're not doing it.
Right. It was kind of along the same lines of like showing, remember the Twilight Princess-esque kind of like Future of Ocarina of Time. Nintendo did the same thing. Because they showed Link going through the Temple of Time. He's in like the Ocarina of Time, like adult gear. It's not the Twilight Princess Link, but it's kind of akin to that graphical art. Right. And it was shown as like a demo for how it could look, I think, on the Nintendo Revolution, right? Before it was officially the Wii. So they're showing like a demo. Maybe it was the GameCube. I think it was Nintendo Revolution. And they're showing like what Zelda could look like before Twilight Princess was a thing, right?
It just seems weird for me that why would Square, a game company, do that to show off the power of the PS3? Wouldn't Sony do an in-game house or a Sony-made game? You would think? That was literally like... It was
you're so right.
It was literally just a big FU to fans. And that's how he really took it. It just made no sense.
Absolutely. No, I'm on board with it. So it was the year 2008 when we got like that false Best Buy ad. 2009, December, Tetsuya Nomura hinted at big announcement coming in 2010. So he said that in some interview, okay? So March 2010 comes. Square Enix asked the public on its official Twitter blog what would they think of a remake for Final Fantasy VII. So that was like the first publication of them literally asking the public, would you be interested, right? Yeah. June 15th, 2015. 5 fucking years later, which is also 10 years after the first tech demo, by the way.
Yeah.
The anticipated remake was announced at E3. And that was the E3. That was the first trailer. It had, the stars aligning. It had the opening theme song. Right. It was like a kind of a recreation of that opening scene from Final Fantasy VII. It's so iconic. And remember, like, Cody was crying, right? Like, I'm shaking, like, watching this. I couldn't believe it was real.
Seeing Barrett and Cloud walking, their backs towards us, and seeing that, and not the announcer, but person, whatever you call it, explaining it, saying that a reunion is at hand. It may bring joy, it may bring sorrow,
right?
Because it was still controversial,
right? It was like the reunion trailer, right? It was like the first.
If they were wanting to work on something, a lot of people were like, "Well, I want turn-based only." Right? Even though I don't think we saw any, there was no gameplay yet.
There was nothing
at all.
It was just that opening CGI. Cinematic. Yep, exactly. So we got that June 15th, E3 2015. Mm-hmm. In December 5th, there's a gameplay trailer, the first one shown from CyberConnect 2, who was originally drafted to be the main developers. They were working with some of the Final Fantasy team that was handpicked, but most of the dev staff was CyberConnect 2. And you and I were keeping up with that because then we were like, okay, the gameplay, we watched that first trailer, it looks hype, but it looks rough. So it's like, how far along are they? Right?
Because we kept going, okay, well, it's got some time then. But it's being done. And
it's being done.
And it's starting to look like... Yeah.
And that's 2015, okay? May 9th, 2019, 4 years later. Mm-hmm. Brand new gameplay trailer for the first time ever. It's been pretty, tight-lipped up in these 4 years, right? Mm-hmm. Unveiling of Aerith's design, Sephiroth's design, and the new development team, which was an internal studio fully by Square Enix. CyberConnect 2 is not working on it anymore. Right. And they announced episodic releases, meaning we are focusing on Midgar for the first part. They didn't say how many parts it would be. They just said it was a multi-part series. So everyone went nuts, right? Being like, it was very divisive.
Very,
right?
very
And
divisive.
you and I were kind of on that train of I don't know.
I was a little worried.
Obviously, I'm really glad they did it. Because it's honestly building hype in a way that's so unique, right?
And it's a huge game.
It's huge. Playing through what they did now, they would have had to cut so much content that we got because they decided to dive in to this section so much more than they did in the original game.
Right. And I'm actually happy they didn't because I'm excited for Rebirth and everything outside of Midgar. But
me too.
Truth to be told, I think Midgar and its theme and its style is my favorite. Is that, like I call it, the Mako.
Yeah.
The Mako punk. Mako.
What you say,
instead
Mako
of
punk?
steampunk.
Yeah.
Because it's Mako.
Yeah.
And so it's like Mako.
The Mako punk design.
Yeah. I love that. And the tones and the greens and stuff and everything like that.
You're right.
So,
yeah.
So I'm really happy they fleshed it out. They fleshed out a lot of characters.
Excuse me. Bro, I'm gonna... Hold on. Wow, sorry, I was losing it for a second.
No, you're right,
I had to go fucking hawk up a lung, you know what I'm saying?
You don't need those anymore.
No. So after we get all the new info and the new dev team, all that, this is like when the hype is literally building, right?
Yeah.
May 9th, 2019. In June at E3, which I think is the last E3, by the way, like the last legitimate
I think
E3.
So.
There's a worldwide release date announced of March 3rd, 2020, with a new trailer showing Cloud and Tifa's designs. Remember how hyped everyone was for Tifa, right? And we saw gameplay. It was the hype was getting where we are now with Rebirth. This is finally when it's built up so much hype, which by the way, from the announcement, we're at 4 years later exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Time's flying, dude.
Time's flying. And it was kind of, even though that isn't really long in the grand scheme of things, especially for this level of vision and budget and whatnot, for a dev cycle to be 4 years, that's not bad.
It's
really not bad at all.
No.
But I feel like you and I, along with everyone else, we were kind of thinking it had been in development for much longer because we don't know how long it was in development under CyberConnect,
Right.
right? We just know when it was announced, and we got a trailer that year. So it had at least been in development for like a year prior, right? Like that, it had to have.
It was for a bit.
So it felt like we were waiting a lot longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Technically we have been waiting for like decade plus.
Yeah, decade plus.
Because ever since they did that tech demo, dude.
Yeah, you're right.
They just threw
it's almost 20
on the
years
fire.
since that tech demo. Isn't that nuts?
And that's insane.
That is insane to me because it's like, it's so different from OG Final Fantasy VII too. And it doesn't seem like that long ago.
Yeah.
So that was in the E3 2019, the June that we got the release date, the last trailer. And then in January 14th, 2020, we have an announcement that it's been delayed to April 10th. Okay?
Right.
Which was the last big negative thing we ever got from this, right? Because then in March 2nd, we got a playable demo, which you and I went ham on, and it was unreal.
So much.
And then in 2023, so obviously Remake comes out, right? But in 2023, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out with a launch date of February 29th, 2024. Yes. And that's basically where we are right now, right? With the other stuff in between, like I've already gone through like the history of the series and whatnot, but that was kind of like this big development cycle with Remake. And man, it felt like hell sometimes.
Dude,
you know?
It really did.
Like it was a lot, but I feel like I would go through it again to get what we got right now.
Right.
100%.
Yeah.
I would do it all
and
over
again. You really think about it too. What would we have gotten if Square went ahead with your Xenos Blade guy?
Right.
I was like, yeah. I wonder like what kind of Final Fantasy VII would it have been. Definitely not this at all.
No. If anything, like I don't think we would have Xenoblade. If anything, it'd be like an alternate. There's another universe out there, an alternate timeline where the Xenoblade is effectively
Final Fantasy
VII.
Yeah.
And maybe it's even Final Fantasy VII 1, 2, and 3, right? Like it's so big because his vision was way beyond one video game.
And which is now it's so funny because literally it's coming full circle. Because what are we getting? Final Fantasy Part 1, 2, and 3.
Which there's how many Xenoblades? By the way, yes, thank you very much. Okay. Caleb, let's move on here to some key differences real quick between the original and remake, okay? Right. So there is some big obvious here. First being combat, all right? Which was overhauled in my opinion, I have never experienced. It is an experience playing this video game. I'm not kidding. That's the best way to put it. Because there is truly something special with how they have designed this action-heavy Devil May Cry style combat that more or less, like when you're in the thick of it, you're not thinking about any RPG elements, right?
No.
Then there's a turn-based system to it because it's on an ATB system that actually is fluid with real time.
Yep.
They somehow make that work while making it an RPG. So then you have the abilities, the equipment, items on the fly, character swapping on the fly, which also was amazing. Like how they handled the specific character swapping and how the camera jumps, how time is still moving, but it's so slow that it's not really moving and you're able to think and make decisions and things. Man, I couldn't imagine it better.
No, how they did it was for me personally, I think it's perfect because you can play in two different ways. Actually maybe three in like a hybrid. So you can play the game Devil May Cry level or Devil May Cry style.
Right.
You don't have to use so how it works is that you can set up your abilities to have certain button presses. Like I think if you want to use some, you can hold R1 and then it maps to X triangle box circle. And you could be like, oh, well, R1 and O is braver. So you can be doing your normal attacks, which is, I believe it's kind of like chip damage, right? Because it's not doing an insane amount of damage. And then you can whip out a special attack.
Yeah.
If you have the appropriate charge, you can block on the fly, dodging, and you can get different skills to do like danger dodges. You can do skills to dodge and do it's mostly like a spin attack.
Yeah.
All a plethora of different styles.
Yeah.
Or if you want, you can play it on auto battle. There is in the systems where the characters will move on their own They will run around, and you just wait for the ATB charges. They will attack, and they will do special moves. They will dodge. They will block when appropriate.
Right.
Kind of like, was it Final Fantasy 13 akin in some way?
Ish. Right, yeah.
And you can do it that way, where the characters do their control and everything like that, and you just control when you want to use magic, use a charge, use an item, use a charge or ability. Or then you got like a mix where you're in full control. You can use the button presses, or what I like to do, and what you mentioned, is when you go to hit your X button, it does the slow down thing. And you can do this at any time during the battle, and it's like if you were going through Kingdom Hearts item list and stuff, but time slows down.
Right.
So then you can look at your skills and stuff, and all the while you're doing this, the game is giving you this amazing spectacle of light and particle effects and cameras and everything. You can get such cool stuff. And what's cool about it is that when you do this stuff, you can slow down time and say, okay, set up Cloud to do Braver, and then switch while it's slowed down. All right, and I want Tifa to do an attack. So then you both are doing 2 ability attacks on one enemy or 2 different enemies. And so it really sets it up that you can do special stuff. Staggering is a thing where an enemy takes a bunch of damage, which you call, they have a gauge under their health gauge, pressure, where they will stagger for a bit, and it's your chance to kind of try and get the stagger gauge higher, because that's when they're more susceptible. And then once you fill that baby, they are knocked down for like a good, 5-6 seconds, depending on the strength and the enemy. And that's when you decide to go ham, egg, and cheese on everybody.
Usually securing the kill.
And just dump all your best skills on them because they're not moving.
Right.
Or at least trying to take care of a character while there's others.
Right.
There's a whole plethora of stuff. Cloud has his normal fighting mode where it's very balanced. He can move. He can slash easy. And then if you hit triangle, he goes into operator mode.
Right.
Where he becomes super slow. And
or is it like, it's Punisher mode?
Punisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where he takes a heavy stance and he doesn't move. But if you attack, he attacks with heavy slashes and combos that you can't really get out of. Or if you decide to block in this move, he will parry the enemy's attack, physical only. He'll take a teeny bit of damage, but the outcome is them taking quite a bit of stagger or physical damage.
Right.
And then you can mix that in with skills as well.
Yeah. Right. No. Wow. Yeah. That was super in depth. So it's got all these combat changes, and it's like that truly is like what makes the experience so special, and everything else like too, truly. But playing the game, right? It's a video game at heart. So like the combat is easily one of the most important aspects of any game. Right. And it just nails it. They had new characters and that don't like one, for example, Chadley, right? He's basically on this quest, like he kind of seems omnipotent. And he's got the white hair kind of look too, right?
Yeah.
So
he's an if I remember correctly, he is a android. He's a
Oh, that's right. That's what you're right.
He's a Shinra
and he's trying to like complete.
But he's trying to get rid of Shinra,
right?
Because he sees it, and
he sees
logically he sees that it's bad.
Yeah, and so as you go on like quest for finding materia, and he's trying to like do all this research. So you're kind of like Cloud's this little fetching boy.
Yeah.
But they incorporate in a way that's not weird. Like it really it fits everything.
He seems like he belongs.
And it's a great extra for at least for like side quests and like whatnot. It's great extras for unlocking things in the game. I really like Chadley, and then your favorite Roche. Right,
dude.
Roche, whatever his name is Roche. Yeah,
Nope.
He's a first class, right?
Nope.
Second.
So he's a third class.
He's
a 3C soldier.
Why did I think he was a second class?
Nope. So he has the blue. Second classes are the maroon or reddish.
Oh yeah, true.
At least in
he's
Crisis
just a
Core.
fucking badass.
He is
really strong personality.
He
third class.
is such an amazing character, and them bringing him in is why I want more of him. I really hope that I'm pretty sure he's going to follow Cloud. He's in love with Cloud. And him fighting Cloud, he's just like, he just can't get enough of him. He's like their star-crossed warriors or fighters or whatever he is. He's so crazy. But it makes me want more soldiers in depth. And I know since Crisis Core, a lot of them are gone.
Yeah.
But I know that they still have ways to make them. And I feel like soldiers are very, very unique characters. And like I told you off cast, I really want to meet a second class at least. Or a new second class soldier that's around that. Like, because in the OG, I feel like once you leave Midgar, Shinra's kind of just like, meh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. But I kind of want them to come after us more and using like resources of soldiers. I do at least want Roche. I'm pretty sure they're gonna.
Dude, he's gonna be a recurring
I don't
character.
see
There'd
how
be
they
no way.
He's a bicycle. He's a friggin'.
He's made out to kind
a
of just be like this,
motorbike
like
guy.
yeah, where he's not necessarily like
He doesn't-
fighting for Shinra.
Yeah.
He's like this like anti-hero
He's literally
rival.
having fun.
He's having fun.
He doesn't hate you. You beat him and you ignited a fire where he's just like, oh my friend,
Yes.
and he's just ultra excited because each soldier has weird quirks about him. Genesis was crazy about Loveless. Angel was so crazy about Honor.
Well,
Sephiroth
yeah, and I
was
don't know that it necessarily like correlates to like them having like the Mako or like them being like a certain class soldier. I think it's just how their approach has been to personality.
Right. I think their personality gets super heightened because when you're fighting Reno, the red hair guy, he makes in the remake he makes a comment. So this is when you just meet Aerith and they're showing up and he's like, what? He's like, what are you, a soldier? And he's like, and you're like, yeah, I'm a soldier, first class. And he's like, huh, well, you're weird enough to be one. I think when you become a soldier, you become super.
You start losing it a little bit.
But I think your like personality gets super heightened. Zack is an unstoppable, happy puppy guy, and like I said, Angeal is just this honor.
Yeah.
Genesis is he goes insane because of Loveless because he can't stop.
That's all he thinks
and
about
then
and talks about.
Sephiroth he's a loner, but I think of like most of them, he's still technically normal until then he finds out about it and he loses his mind.
Right. Or like power or something.
Yeah. So and the only person who doesn't seem to really do that is Cloud, but Cloud's obviously messed up in any ways.
Well, kind of losing it a little bit too, like especially with like all the flashbacks and like all the going crazy and like even like what we saw in the new Rebirth trailer. He's like, I have memories that aren't mine, and I know things I shouldn't know.
I know things that I have no right knowing.
I have no right knowing. Exactly. Let's move on here though.
Yep.
There's like new like side quests. It's just like it's totally different with how they handle everything within Midgar. It's just a complete reimagining, and you also think too like, oh, like it's just Midgar. I guess I was thinking it's not going to be that big, and that was a lot of like fan kind of like outcry before the game came out of like it's just Midgar. Because Midgar is a short section in the OG, right? Like you're way out of Midgar and past all the shit before the end of Disc 1, right? And there's 3 discs, if I'm not mistaken, for Final Fantasy VII.
Is there 3
of the OG?
I think
pretty sure it's 3, right?
Or 4.
So like because if you were to look at it in that kind of like that like scope, right? Then less than half of the first disc is all you're covering in the first game. That would be like a 6-part trilogy or whatever you want to call it, right? 6-part series, right? Star Wars Episode 6, Final Fantasy Episode 5. Yeah, no. So like it was kind of like, oh fuck, like it. I don't think that's a good idea.
Is this going to be just a bite?
No, and like you really do explore. Even though it is Midgar, it's so much, and you cover so much, and like there's so much within Midgar. It's way I really appreciated it because it made me understand. I feel how big Midgar truly is, which it's all of humanity is supposed to be living there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, all of at least civilized humanity.
Right.
Correct?
Right. So
or at least the
most of civilization. It like exists in these walls, in the slums, within the borders of Midgar,
because the world is infected with monsters.
Right. It's not safe. Yeah, it's unsafe. So this is the only place you can raise a family and be safe. Right, exactly. So I loved how they really like showed you how big it truly is, and you really get to explore the Shinra building and see how big that is, and really see just the scope of power that Shinra has. Yes, man, and oh my gosh, just. I couldn't remember if in the OG, we had so many convos about this, but I couldn't remember if the plate dropped in the original. And so it drops with that huge heavy scene, which is over Sector 7?
7. Yeah,
it's 7, right.
Because it's...
that's where Seventh Heaven is, right?
Heaven
yes, so it shows that whole scene, and man, like that was like emotional. It was like, no, that plate can't drop.
Yeah.
No way.
Have you seen that cutscene recently? I watched it a couple nights ago, just to be like, it's been a while. I don't remember what this looks like. And, dude, it's pretty messed up. Like graphical wise, it doesn't capture as hard as like the remake can, but it does do the camera angles. There's like a camera angle where it's straight up looking at the plate, and it's under 2 people standing there, so you're getting them, and it just on them.
Yo, okay, I want to watch it.
And I'm like,
I do.
I'm like, oh my god, and like there's like a a camera shot of like in someone's house and the TV was going, and then you see the window and then the plates falling from another sector,
right?
Or like a topside person's room, and it's just like the plates just like boop, and I'm like, dude, and it's
shit,
right. Both of them are so heavy.
It's so heavy.
An OG.
So moving on down the list here, there's like Corneo's Coliseum and like everything entailed there. Like even fighting, like what a meme. The final boss there is a haunted house, right?
And the Hell House.
The Hell House, and it's so absurdly hard. Like he's just ridiculous for no reason. You know what I mean? Yeah. He reminds me of a Dark Souls enemy, straight up.
He is super hard. And for you guys wondering, I've been playing the remake. I was trying to beat it before the podcast, but I actually didn't make it. I'm just got to Shinra Tower. We're trying to get Aerith back. But I've been playing on hard mode. And I have played on hard mode a little bit, but I chapter skipped to get to the Shinra...
the building? The
Shinra building again to get to the VR stuff, because that's where all the secret bosses and stuff and everything is.
Right.
But it's because I needed to grind. Because, dude, hard mode, you need to have... Like, I was texting you. I'm running Cloud right now as a full hard edge physical build.
Yeah.
And the only thing of magic I got is Barrier that's magnified, so when I use it, everyone gets it, but it's at a weaker thing, but it's all maxed out. But I'm running him with double HP ups, 1 MP up, and then the rest is like battle skills. He has 0 magic, and he has, except for healing. I kind of
love that though.
Which yeah, so I have healing because I mostly like control Cloud the most.
Sure.
So if everyone dies, I can at least try and keep going. But dude, Hell House with him and Aerith was tough. I died.
I mean, I struggled. I only played on normal, and I struggled immensely on Hell House.
You have to be so deliberate with everything you do. And if Aerith dies, you're screwed, dude. Because Hell House is all, I take just magic damage. And if you're trying to hit him with just your sword, it's reduced damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, hard mode.
Not for
but I'm
the week,
still
bro.
loving it. That's the thing.
Dude. Yeah, you're
That's
a wild
how much I
one
love
for
this
that
game.
too. I know, it's amazing. So they also added like new mini games and how they even handle kind of like mini games. And Final Fantasy is very known for their mini games, right? And so they have all these new ones which are very animated, and I love it. There's the biking segments, which is my favorite kind of like subsection of the game, the 2 major biking sections, right? And the boss fights, and it's way like more expanded than you think it would be, you know?
Well, the bike scene, the first one, that's when you first meet Roche.
Right.
Because he's a crazy biker boy.
Right. Yeah, and then there's like the robot and all that. Yep. But I love it. Yeah.
Do you know the secret with that?
What?
If you keep your health up to a certain point, Jesse will give you a kiss.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is that a trophy?
I don't know.
Why do I feel like it would be? Or
but yeah, if you do super good, because she does make a comment and she rates you at the end. If you keep your health a certain thing, she'll give you a smooch on the cheek.
Cute.
I didn't do it this time.
Yeah, dude, it's tough. It's super tough.
It is, even
like,
on
go
normal.
Unscathed.
You have to be so perfect.
No, you do. Yeah. You gotta be super careful. One mistake, you're done.
Yep.
So then, like, plot-wise, okay, there's major changes to Cloud's character, to Sephiroth, and to this new concept called the Whispers, but I like to call them plot ghosts, right? Okay, so let's expand on these. Then we're going to dive into Rebirth. So we got Sephiroth. First of all, Sephiroth did not make any appearance whatsoever in OG Final Fantasy VII in the Midgar section.
Right.
We do not see Sephiroth. We hear about Sephiroth, and we have flashbacks, but you don't see Sephiroth, right, until after Midgar, right? Other than that one, like telekinetic.
Yeah, remember because when you're gonna bomb the reactor, and it's like, oh, be careful, that's not just a normal reactor,
right?
It's actually Sephiroth, which seems weird why he would say that because it doesn't make sense. But apparently, it's him. Or at least an avatar. Or
I kind of understood that too. Yeah, just like through the connection. He got some inner voice saying something. So either some connection there with the SLs or whatever it is, right? But that's it. We don't see Sephiroth like show up as a character. So the concept of Sephiroth appearing in all the forms that he does in Remake, that is definitely a huge piece of why Remake exists and what Remake is. Because the meme behind Remake is it's not a remake at all.
Right.
It's a reboot. Yeah. It's literally effectively, it is it's furthering canonically the entire plot of Final Fantasy VII. And the whole theme behind it uses these whispers, aka plot ghosts, because to basically describe what they do, and they start showing up pretty early in the game, right? And anytime the plot is beginning to, like, certain events that are like deviating from what has originally happened in Final Fantasy VII,
changing from the norm.
plot ghosts are there to nudge it along. Okay, to make sure that fate follows its path, because there is a predetermined fate, and that is what we have already seen through basically Advent Children, Crisis Core, and OG Final Fantasy VII. Right, that's all the canon events. Everything that's existed up until Remake has been like this canon timeline, right? And I love talking about like timelines and like and things like that, because, you know, like Zelda even like gets involved here, and things only make sense when you like think about it from this expanded like timeline point of view. And when you're explaining time travel, like time travel doesn't make any sense unless you have timelines, because changing anything in history changes a lot more than you think. You know, as we know, it's a butterfly effect, right?
Yes.
So we will get into the thick of the plot ghosts, and the last thing is Cloud's character, and I want to bring this up because it's Hamaguchi is the director of Rebirth, and I think Hamaguchi was also the director of Remake. Pretty sure it's the same director, right?
Yeah,
He's working with Nomura, but Nomura's like a creative director. I don't think he's like the director, right?
No, because we would never get this game released.
Oh my God, it would take forever. Like, literally, no. That guy takes years to make anything, even a decision.
Dude,
should I
Kingdom
take
Hearts
shit? You know? 6 years later, let's do a fan vote. Okay. So Hamaguchi decides that in this remake, he decides two things that were made public. He decides, number one, I think this was in like some interview, maybe with like IGN or another publication, but Hamaguchi said that he wanted to change the designs. Originally, it was going to be directly Advent Children designs, especially because that is the canon future of OG.
Right.
But it also just looked a lot more modern than like the base, like what they looked like in 7, right?
Right.
They had come so far. It's not like way back when they planned this out, they knew that they were going to be going through a remake. And no.
Right.
They're like, okay, we have to give a redesign, because that's also what the fans would want, right?
Right.
But he decided through them starting the remake process that it all deserved like a fresh, unique coat, unique to Remake. Okay, so based off Advent Children, but different. And in that was Sephiroth got a pretty big redesign, and so did Cloud, right?
Yeah.
And Cloud's redesign, along with it, was they really wanted to get rid of the thing that made me not really connect with Cloud. And same thing with you, right?
Right.
We kind of had a hard time, and I feel like a lot of people do have a hard time connecting with Cloud as a character, because Cloud is a shell of a character. Cloud is basically Zack reincarnate, and he just is the chosen one, and that's why you like him. He's the main character, but because his personality is mostly depressive,
right?
Like no personality, and like a shell.
Yeah, and it makes sense because, you know, like I said again, and I think Sam's saying, our first foray truly into Final Fantasy VII was Advent Children. And yeah, it makes sense. Cloud is depressed. He has PTSD. He remembers everything.
No, it makes total sense.
He's sad. You know, he's lost people. He's still coping with losing Aerith, even though he does love Tifa, because he did love her. Even if it was fake memories, that the feelings are still there. They don't go away. You know, everything he's been through, you know, remembering that he lost his best friend and everything, like, so yeah, it makes sense. He is super depressed.
Makes total sense.
He has, you know, he has problems. Of course he's gonna be.
But it still makes
for a boring
difficult,
character.
right? A boring character, right?
And it makes it hard to, I mean, because we all got problems, you know,
right.
Of course, in our own way. But like I guess I'm hard on Cloud, but I'm like, dude, you are so strong though.
Yeah.
You need to pull through. Like, pull through already.
Right.
I have to.
But there's
and
certain,
I'm not a superhero.
So, and that's why there's certain tropes within movies, within other stories like this, right? It's like there's something to get behind with a pure-hearted main character who defies the odds, right? And so there's a deep part of you that like you want to connect to the character in that kind of way, and Cloud was kind of missing that, right? And so Hamaguchi recognized that and made a big decision to kind of change Cloud's personality so that he developed a personality. So he starts the game in kind of the same state, right? But pretty soon after like I really noticed it when you start going when you're in the town of like Sector 7, right? Or one of the first sectors, and you start doing quests and like running around for Tifa, right? And when you're doing that, he starts to smile and he starts to joke. So it's pretty
Especially
early on
when
that he
spends
starts
time
developing.
with Aerith.
Yes.
So what I've been noticing with just playing is that he really starts over. He's still, because he is. It's because he wants to be. So he wants to be cool.
Yeah.
He has this visage of how a soldier should be, and it's to be cool and strong and. Nothing bothers. No, nothing bothers me. No big deal. And he's
like a facade
on. But the thing is, Aerith is such a complete opposite, and I love her to death because she's such a shit that like immediately she picks on him about it. And he doesn't know how to handle it. He's like, oh, okay, and she just is like, she's a sassy thing that's breaking his shell almost immediately. And now, where I'm at in the game, where all the bad stuff can happen, he cares. He always makes his joke that they're all like, we got to rebuild Seventh Heaven. You going to help too, Cloud?
Yeah.
And he stands there and he goes, for a price.
Yeah.
And then he goes,
Right.
And now he cares about Barrett. He cares about Tifa and what he cares about the planet and stopping all this stuff and getting Aerith back. He truly cares now. And now he banters back and forth in a more playful manner instead of more of like an asshole manner.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he has such a personality. And I'm really hoping he can keep his personality for a Rebirth, because I know things are going to happen, and revelations are going to happen for him, and he's mentally going to start getting worse.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, until the big bad happens. And like we said, I could hear it in that trailer. You could hear it in his voice when he was talking about like knowing things that he shouldn't. It was shaky. I haven't heard him like that before. He sounds scared.
Terrified. Yes.
Because when you really think about it, Cloud is just a boy who got thrown into some shitty circumstances, lost his friend, got experimented on.
Well, he was a subject of fate. Is what he was.
And and so now he's kept together. Basically, it's funny to say, basically by glue or Mako.
Yeah.
And this facade he has for himself.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Without it, he would fall apart.
Right. He's like nothing.
Yeah.
Let's take a tiny break.
All right, bro.
Real quick, Caleb. We're going to dive right back in while our mind is fresh.
My
All right,
mind is
Caleb.
fresh like a pickle.
Yeah, sure. Let's dive into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So this is directed by Hamaguchi, right? Same guy who directed Remake. This is what we know so far, confirmed details, okay? Right. And there's a lot more than this. This is just stuff I jotted down from memory mostly, and then kind of recapping my memory over the last couple of weeks, right? But we know that it was just put out recently. You talked about this today. The natural completion of the game for most people is going to be about 60 hours.
Yep.
Which is awesome. I'm all for that.
So ready.
That's a Xenoblade level experience, and I'm with it. Completionist, you're looking at 100 hours.
100 hours.
And I'm guessing that is not difficulty related. So if you really wanted to go through and like really beat it hard and challenge yourself to the fullest, you're probably looking at way more time.
Right.
I think this is just like, hey, if you're playing the game on normal and you're wanting to do everything, it'll take about 100 hours. So I'm excited to see how I feel when I'm going through it, because I'm probably going to want to do most things.
Honestly, a giant open world Final Fantasy VII game is exactly what I want.
Dude.
So bad.
Yes, and I can't wait to see how I feel playing it.
Because I'm seriously not, at any time I'm like, man, I'm tired of playing this.
Yes, dude.
I'm just like, why is this game so amazing?
Why can't I stop playing it, bro?
Yeah.
So this is a quote from Toriyama, okay. Which is... pretty sure that's Hamaguchi's first name, actually. So he said, regarding titles like The Witcher 3, which, by the way, he has come on record saying how much he loves and adores Witcher 3, okay?
Yeah.
Meaning, Witcher 3 has big influence on how he designed this open world, bro, okay? So regarding titles, it's insane. Regarding titles like The Witcher 3, which has that open world role-playing type element, we did some extensive research into these types of titles and looked at a baseline in which Rebirth should be a type of title that can stand alongside it and have the type of content that would be satisfying to its players. Basically, I think what he means is, as we've seen from the trailers, and going back to what OG was, when you went to the world map, the open world exploration, it's not really open world. You're a mini character on a big blown up map, and you're choosing where to go, right? So random battles aside is like a small element. That doesn't really change much. Right. And so really the open world feel is like Breath of the Wild. It's like Witcher 3. It's running around... or Xenoblade, right? It's running around in the actual scope of what the world is as a life-size character, and basically they decided to make it like physically smaller, but it goes hand in hand with how you feel when you're playing it. Right. So they designed the size to fit the elements they wanted. And he also said, I don't think I wrote it down, but he also said that the open world elements of it, mostly if you really want to just explore, go out and explore and experience Final Fantasy 15 style open world. Yeah. If you want that, that's mostly extra content. So if you just want to experience the game, you get a taste of the open world and you get to like explore it and do these things, but you're not going to get lost in it, which I know like can also be a drawback. Like I didn't really love open world inside of like a big narrative heavy game because I want to
be daunting.
It can.
Like, dude, I'm not going to lie. Witcher 3 is my favorite open world RPG so far. But dude, it can be it was daunting sometimes. Dude, the world's so big and you want to see everything.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, how can I'm in a giant forest, and it can be scary.
Giant.
Scary.
Scary.
Unquote,
yeah. So other things that we know. Queen's Blood was a competitive card game, and I believe this is in the original Final Fantasy VII. But apparently it's so extensive now that Hamaguchi said there's enough cards in it to be its own game, basically.
And you know where they probably really got that and supercharged it, though?
Witcher.
Gwent.
Yeah.
Gwent.
Yeah.
And there was a card game kind of in Final Fantasy 8.
8, right?
Well.
Yeah, right.
But I don't even remember Queen's Blood.
Yeah, I don't know.
But like I said,
I haven't heard of it, but apparently it's akin to the lore. So I'm guessing it at least it's been referenced in the OG. Yeah, but like, another minigame. Like I'm all for it. Yeah, and I love these type of games.
Be like.
I know. Yeah, I don't know.
Be like Pokemon.
Because I told you in Sea of Stars there was like this like mini game that was like it's called I don't remember. It's called Wheels, okay, and it's like a strategy game with a lot of like luck to it, but there is a strategy, and it was just a mini game within Sea of Stars, and it's totally optional to really like master it and like play it. But it was so fun. Yeah. Like I got lost in it. I wanted to be a master within the game, right? Like
Gwent was so fun too when you would go to stuff, and that's literally why like CG Projekt Red then made a full-on
Gwent game
because everyone was like, "Can we get Gwent?" And they're like, "Yeah, all right." Dude, that might be cool, Josh. You might have to play Rebirth if it's Pocket Monster style.
Hey, yeah, if it isn't Pokemon. Here's what also we know. Zack is alive, as shown at the end of Remake, and also in another trailer. Was he in one trailer or was he in two?
He is in 2 trailers.
Right.
The original, where everyone freaking cried, because he's like, where'd everyone go? And I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Bro, when I saw that, I literally was like...
My jaw...
I think I texted you. I was literally like, bro,
dude,
Zack is alive? Or no, I couldn't, because you didn't finish the same time as me.
Right.
I had to keep it in.
Right. It was at the end of the game, and I fucking called you after I beat it, and I'm like, dude, we have to talk about this game. There's so much to talk about.
That music playing, and he's just still... Oh, my God.
Yeah. I know. Fuck. Okay. Another thing, Avalanche is dead, minus Biggs. That's just seen really from like both trailers kind of have like a culmination of that idea. But especially in that last trailer we got, it literally shows an image like panning onto a wanted board, and everyone is crossed out except for Biggs. But it includes Cloud and it includes Biggs.
Did it? I didn't even notice it showed Cloud.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all on it. And Barrett.
Because the first trailer shows Tifa in a stretcher. And I think also, I swear to God, Aerith was there too. So I don't know how she's home.
I could be mistaken about Cloud. But everyone else is on there.
I'm going to have to look
Aerith's not. Aerith is not on that chart. It's just the OG Avalanche squad, right?
Right.
And so I can't remember if Cloud's on it, but I definitely know I saw Barrett and Tifa both crossed out.
Red 13 might have been there too.
No.
Oh.
No.
Was he?
No. Fuck. You know what? Just for sake of this special podcast, I will look it up. We have to.
Yeah, we have to.
Because wanted poster.
There is so much information on this, you guys. It's insane. That trying to keep up is almost impossible, especially with just my little brain.
With just my little brain. Okay, this is literally the image right here. Okay, shows Barrett, Wedge, Jesse, and Tifa. They're all crossed out.
Yep.
Okay, so no Cloud and no Red 13, but Biggs is alive. Which we saw at the end of Remake, too.
I don't know why I saw that. I'm thinking in the cinematic, for some reason, Red was there. Because there's no way they would have made it up there without Cloud. Because that's the thing. Cloud isn't there in this version, they didn't make it. Cloud, they're strong, but Cloud is, he's the heavy
Cloud's
lifter.
the juice, bro.
He's a superhero.
Cloud's the reason that Avalanche succeeds, right? I mean, that kind of goes with this whole theory of what we're about to dive into about Rebirth, which is like basically this idea that the course of actions that took place along the canon timeline, we're going to call it, right? Mm-hmm. From OG all the way up to Advent Children, like it ends in victory for the planet, because at the end, as you and I both rewatched last night off cast, at the very end in the last cutscene of Final Fantasy VII OG, it literally has Red 13, two like little cubs going out to an open plain, and you see the entirety of Midgar, right? And all of Shinra, it's all gone. And so effectively it kind of is showing that, hey, Shinra is no more, they have no more control, and the planet is living again.
It's literally Last of Us.
It's literally
it's Midgar being overtaken by plants and growth.
Right.
It's literally Last of Us. Yeah. And remember, that was 500 years later.
500 years later. So presumably the theory is kind of that the planet wants, like Gaia wants this course of action to happen, right? So every key that we've experienced from Crisis Core, OG, and Advent, it's all necessary to make sure that all happens, right? Which it seems like that's what this whole theory is about, of Sephiroth or Genova trying to prevent it from happening. But the last thing I want to say that's confirmed info is Aerith interacts with Cid in the trailer, which that does not happen in the original, right? Which basically means Aerith is living longer than she was in the original timeline, right? Marlene appears to know of Aerith's death when talking to Zack, that just from a specific line that she says. And I feel like we've known that Marlene is now able to see things because of all that happens. Did you get to the cutscene and rewatch it with Marlene and Aerith? Right. And then Aerith, like they're hugging,
and she changes all of a sudden.
There's a little bit of the blur that happens that goes along with like the illusion, like kind of headache things that Aerith and Cloud get, right? Exactly. So, and her whole expression changes from crying to like, and she's a kid, right? She's a child. She's literally crying, and then suddenly she looks really confused, and she's just like staring at Aerith, and then Aerith's like,
right,
like she passed on some level of knowledge. So Marlene's been known and connected in some way since that moment, I believe. Yeah.
Which is super weird.
Weird.
We literally, I have no idea why.
I have a theory on it.
You think she's
I don't.
You don't think she's a Cetra blood?
I don't. But I have a theory on it. Okay. It has to do with Aerith. Sorry, I dropped my pen.
Oh my god, dude.
It has to do with Aerith specifically. We'll get there. Last thing is that in the final scene of the last trailer that we got, it is literally a recreated scene of Aerith's famous death scene, right? And in that, we see two things that weren't in the original death scene. We see Sephiroth's feather, which Sephiroth was in that scene, right? But because of all that's happened in Remake and it diverging timelines to new events, we don't know if she's actually going to die in that scene. Right. But it shows, basically, it's alluding to Sephiroth is present, and there's whispers in the back, meaning they're also involved somehow, which also is kind of really confusing to me, because how are whispers there now? Right. Because I thought we got rid of whispers, right?
We defeated the Arbiter of Fate.
Right.
If anything, Sephiroth, he has control. Remember, he took in everything.
Oh, fuck.
Remember?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
All right, let's dive into this, Caleb. It is finally time for, I'm going to write it on my notebook here. This is the theory crafting section, the meat of what I've really wanted to talk about in this podcast episode. In fact, if you've listened to everything so far, I'm sorry for wasting your time, because we are getting right into the meat of this podcast, wasting my time. Yeah, you know we are about wasting time over here, charging $70 whole fucking dollars. You know what I'm saying? So with the theory crafting, my brother, I've got some things that I have really gathered from all the conversations that we've had, which Caleb and I have been like, we usually talk like at least once, twice a week, and we've had so many
what if?
Text messages back and forth, phone calls back and forth, theories. I've kind of compiled a bunch of things, and then of course, if there's anything else you want to add to anything else that you've taken in or what you're thinking after this, I want to know. So, but I thought the best, because theory crafting is kind of, in my mind, it's a lot of abstract, and we could go 1,000 different directions with it.
Right.
So to try to make it cohesive, I put it in writing, right? The first thing I want to cover is kind of the name, okay? Because I feel like the naming is everything in this game. It's turning into like Xenoblade / Attack on Titan. Everything is becoming intentional. Yeah. So every little detail matters, as we'll get to with like the dogs, right? And the dogs and the stamps.
Oh my god, dude, yeah.
Yes, which is a whole thing, and I think it explains a lot. But first, what I really thought is like an obvious is like, okay, we had Final Fantasy Remake, okay?
Yeah.
And as the name really implies, it's a remake of like the timeline. It's a remake of events.
Yeah.
It's not a straight video game remake that you think it would be, right? So then Rebirth, what does that imply?
Well, Rebirth implies Sephiroth coming back.
Resurrection of some kind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another resurrection, because obviously he is not... Because what we know is that he's back, and he knows that he's things are different because he's changing stuff. But we know that when Sephiroth shows up right in the beginning and is messing around with Cloud this time around, it's not him. It's either him influencing his will on Dreamweaver Genova, who's up in Shinra Tower, or it's him influencing her to influence the cloaked figures that are walking around, which are discarded. I believe they're discarded soldiers who are degrading, who just walk around and they say reunion,
right?
Reunion, and so he's forced into there. So I'm pretty sure he is still in the crater, waiting for his rebirth, but it's gonna be different.
Okay,
things are gonna be different. So. And it also might not imply just Sephiroth having a new rebirth, but Cloud as well.
It could, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It could be Cloud, it could be Aerith, it could be Zack.
Could be Zack. Or like because who knows what they're going to do, because I forgot to mention this when we were talking remake, you didn't play Intermission.
Right.
They're trying to bring back Deep Ground. And I don't know if this is just a fun little thing and it might not mean anything, but Deep Ground is integral because they are Deep Ground soldiers. Vice the Immaculate, they're all soldiers, but they tie into, and even though it was later, the fact that Genesis still exists.
Right.
We don't know where he is right now. We don't know if he's sleeping or whatever, but he is very much alive and healed from his degradation from the things that happened in Crisis Core.
Right. And we see that at the end of Dirge of Cerberus, right?
Right.
Yes.
But anything can change because remember, you change time, butterfly effect. We're
on a new timeline now. Yeah,
so
literally.
It could be a rebirth where he comes back. I kind of want that because I really do love Genesis.
Yeah.
Even though it's crazy.
No, of course.
But honestly, rebirth could mean anything happening.
Anything.
Anyone coming back. Something different.
Yeah. I'm kind of thinking it either, if I was going to make a like absolute guess, it's either directly just implying Zack is now back alive.
Right.
Okay? So it could just be that simple.
Yeah.
Or it could be it's going to be involved somehow with reviving Aerith, I think. Because with what we have seen so far of the trailers, they are definitely intentionally designing the information they're giving us right now in these trailers. And the information that they've given us is Tifa's dead or gonna die, and like Aerith's scene is coming. That's all. Like those are the things we like know, right? Yeah. We see Aerith dead twice because she literally gets stabbed by Sephiroth and is being like talked about as dead at the end of the first trailer.
Right.
And the second trailer, she has her name X'd out on her poster. So that's implying she dies in this, okay? Heavily.
Yeah.
Whether or not she actually does, we don't know, but they're wanting us to see that. And the second thing is that they're alluding to even showing us the scene right before Aerith is supposed to die. And Aerith dying is an integral part of the original story. She had to die because Aerith could only perform wholly when she was one with the live stream. So her physical body had to die. She actually, I kind of like think that with everything with Remake now, Aerith knew she was going to die in OG, right? Because she does have a deeper connection. Being a Cetra, she's connected to the live stream, she's connected to the planet. She knew she was supposed to die, but she knew that that was her destiny because that was the only way she could summon Holy and save the planet. Right? So if she doesn't die in this scene, which I think is what's going to happen. I think that they're leading up to this, and they're going to change it, because if Sephiroth, seemingly trying to change history here, knows that her dying summons Holy, why would he kill her?
Right, because that's why I said before.
Right.
Why would he do the same thing? He's not gonna want the same events.
No.
If he
You're
kills her,
100% right.
Holy comes.
Right.
Right. But now think about this craziness too.
Yeah.
Because if people were theorizing are true, if Holy is not allowed to happen, and because it's like Holy is released and the final battle, Meteor's coming down, boom, Holy
then, like cancels Meteor basically,
and then Sephiroth and team beat Safer Sephiroth, and then Cloud defeats Sephiroth, right? And they're saying that while Sephiroth goes through the life stream, Holy is wholeheartedly Gaia planet's ultimate attack, so it's part of the life stream, part of the planet.
Yeah,
he somehow uses Holy's influence because Holy goes over the entire planet, and showers it in its light. People are theorizing Sephiroth does something that's where the geostigma comes from. It showers everyone all over the world. So if he stops that now, then the events of Advent Children don't exist.
Right.
So wouldn't that then make this not happen at all? I guess not. But it's just because more crazy.
It is crazy. And it's all
But
linked,
also think about this too. If Aerith does die, and remember how I was telling you in Zack's timeline, she's laying in the bed comatose? What if that's her rebirth? Waking up.
Okay.
Waking up in Zack's timeline. See, that's why I keep alluding back to that. Because I would be crazy if someone were else to die like Tifa. That'd be insanity. And then I couldn't even imagine where they would go. It would be such a different story, right?
Yes, bro.
But if Aerith dies, and because remember how we theorized, we feel like everyone who is dead, in one time, everyone who's alive in one timeline is dead in another, and vice versa. And it feels like you can't have, in all timelines, there's only one version of you that's allowed.
Yes, and I'm on the same page as you. I don't think that two souls, right, of any person in this story can exist at the same time in two places.
So in remake timeline, like it said, Cloud is run. We're obviously playing as Cloud. We're running around.
Right.
But in Zack's timeline, he's with Aerith. Aerith is alive in the remake. Cloud is conscious and alive in the remake. But with Zack, Aerith and Cloud are both in a comatose state. If Aerith dies from Sephiroth like normal, I feel like she is going to immediately awaken in Zack's timeline in the bed, and she's gonna have some inkling.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm with that,
and I think then she's gonna obviously go Zack and be like, "We need to do this. You need to trust me." Blah blah blah. Cloud's alive, and he'd be like, "Well, yeah, he's right here," and she would have to explain it, or at least have an inkling.
Yeah, wow.
And that because I'm thinking some crazy stuff. This is gonna be two battles. This is gonna be Cloud and team going after Sephiroth and doing their thing while Aerith is gone. And then in this timeline, because here's the thing, two souls can't exist, right? People can't exist in two things. But who says Sephiroth can't? He's literally an omnipotent deity at this point.
Yeah.
He has remnants of himself running around. He has, and not even that, but he can basically make other versions of Genova's body parts him. So he might be in remake timeline, but then also going, hey, you Genova in Zack's timeline, do this.
Sure.
And then Aerith and Zack need to go do their journey of saving the timelines, maybe.
Right.
At least, because it might just, space and time's fucked up and everyone loses.
Which is that's a whole part of this, and I think where the Arbiter of Fate comes in because of kind of that divergence and singularity and all those things. Which I want to save the Harbinger because I feel like that's the most solid theory we have, and I want to talk about that after these others. But I'm with that because I feel like you're not.
Yeah, and this is all speculation.
I know. No, it really is, but it's based off everything we know, and it's trying to explain the events the best way you possibly can. Because with Zack coming back to life, let's get this out of the way. So with what we see basically in the events that unfold at the end of remake, okay, Harbinger of Fate happens, right? Which effectively is depicted before they enter the heart and see the Harbinger of Fate. They enter a point of singularity, and before they enter there, it's within a dome of whispers around Midgard, right? And if what we know of the Whispers, they're effectively trying to ensure fate, right? So they're trying to make sure that it's following this timeline, and then the party and Sephiroth is trying to intervene. And seemingly, Sephiroth is definitely using the party to do this and using Cloud to do this because he, for some reason, is unable to, and that's an unknown. Right? But it's got to be because if Sephiroth could destroy the Harbinger of Fate, he would have.
Right.
Like, no question. That definitely was a goal that he had. But he needs Cloud to do it because of some reason. And I think that it might be, an explanation could be because you're right about his body, his physical, the actual existence of Sephiroth does only exist while he's like in the crater or in some future timeline. And he's literally like transporting his soul like to another, and using,
or at least even his influence and will.
His influence, right? And it could be just like you said, a literal mirage of Jenova. And if it was a mirage, well, that would make sense why he couldn't kill the Harbinger of Fate, because he literally can't influence the Harbinger of Fate as a mirage. It would have to be the literal physical Sephiroth, right? So that would explain everything.
But remember, he does cut them. Remember, he cuts at the end.
Yeah.
He cuts through them and they scream. He cuts that thing and then he walks through, and then your team's sitting there and then you decide to walk through. So he does.
Right.
Even
hear me out. Mm-hmm. What if it is influenced because of the omnipotence or power in some way? There is some influence there to open that gateway, but. What if it's just an illusion of him walking through, literally trying to show the party you need to come through, right?
Yeah,
because it doesn't prove that he actually went in there, because that could still be illusion based. It could still be Jenova, and everything that we see with Jenova, it's hyper illusion. You can't tell whether you're in reality or not.
And he doesn't fight the Arbiter too. He goes in, I think, and then it's just there.
Just there,
and then the team fights it, defeats it, and then that's when everything goes crazy and everything starts getting sucked up, and then it's just Sephiroth taking in the Arbiter and the Ghosts.
Remind me, does Cloud participate with the party in killing the Harbinger of Fate?
Yes, it's a huge thing.
Right.
But like they're making their way.
I just wanted to make sure that Cloud was involved, especially in like the killing.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
He and the team all had to work together. Remember, they had to fight the three aspects. Yeah. Which allude to them being
Kadaj and the other two guys.
Yeah, Kadaj and them, because it's one with
Kadaj and the boys.
I know, I can't ever remember the others.
Yeah.
But it's like one has dual swords, or at least two blades, one in each arm. Mm-hmm. Kadash's had a dual bladed katana. Then it has Punchy Boy. They had Punchy Boy. And then it has dude with guns, and the other guy had guns. So obviously
it all fits. I also saw a theory matching that, so I think I feel like the connection is very intentional.
But then you got to think about it. Why? Why are they there, and why would it take forms of remnants of Sephiroth from the future to come and protect itself?
Yeah.
Right. And then it transforms into Bahamut, and I'm like, okay, well, I can understand that, because Bahamut, is the king, the strongest summon.
Yeah.
And okay,
nothing but
use
pure
it
power
to stop these guys from killing me.
Right.
Doesn't work, but that's still weird to me.
Okay, let's break down kind of this big meat of discussion here about the theories, okay? This is my grand theory on Sephiroth, which I have pulled. This is largely based on a massive Reddit post that was a big breakdown that I talked to you about a couple of times off cast. But I broke it down and kind of took most of its ideas, kind of added some of my own, and I just wanted to bring forth this discussion because I feel like it has a legitimate explanation for everything. And if it doesn't, it's as good as I've heard so far. Okay. So I want to know what you think. And I've broken this down a little bit before, but I have the whole breakdown here. I was literally typing this before Caleb and I started recording for like 50 minutes. Yeah. So there's a lot. So let's dive into it. And I want to know if this makes sense to you, because I feel like it does explain a lot of the questions that we've already presented in this episode so far. Okay. Yeah. So basically the grand theory of Sephiroth is he is ultimately trying to break free of Jenova's control. Right. Because Sephiroth is tapped into like this greater power, because from what we know of Jenova, basically she's kind of put off as a side character in OG, but Jenova's really the reason for everything.
Yes.
And her power is so, it only really says it in text. You don't see the power, but I feel like you get a snip of it in Remake because you see like Jenova with like, you're not even fighting Jenova.
Right.
You're fighting your mind.
Right.
And Jenova has full control of your mind.
And Gaia didn't have monsters until planet fell.
Right. Right. And Jenova was the biggest threat to the planet from the Cetra.
Yep.
Like we know this in history. It's all a part of Remake. Okay. Mm-hmm. So because of who Sephiroth is, and ultimately, I think it makes sense to kind of look at it as Sephiroth reaches omnipotence or like godlike status once he unlocks the full power of Jenova. And then ultimately he dies though, right? And enters the life stream, which I think is a part of, he has like him along with the Cetra, along with other beings like Jenova and Cloud, being in the live stream does not mean death. And that's why I think Zack is alive too, right? There's some greater power here that exists within the core of Jenova, probably because she's alien or godlike, and like it influences the live stream in some way, right? Yeah. So if you think about it, the theory is kind of like, because of Jenova, Sephiroth gets this power, but Sephiroth goes through with everything that he felt possible and probably under or influenced by Genova's control, because he, from how he talks about Jenova in Crisis Core, in the OG and Advent Children, Jenova is his mother. He is one with Jenova. However, following that plan, what happens? Sephiroth fails. And by turn, Jenova fails. We never see any ending that's successful for them. If we take the canon ending 500 years later, there's no sign of them, right? Yep. The planet is good, which means Jenova can't be there because Jenova is literally sucking the planet dry by herself, right? And that's basically where Mako is even coming from. So Sephiroth, then, the theory goes, is he now has seen all this happen, and time doesn't exist within like the live stream and within like kind of like space-time, and like when you think of like that chronological order, that's like things like the live stream in greater existence, it kind of breaks time, right? So it kind of fizzles out, like, which makes sense if you're a god, right? Like you can manipulate time, do whatever you want, okay? So he's trying to break free, and in breaking free, he realizes through his power, he can go into the live stream and travel, okay, to a different point in time and influence it. How? We don't know. Right. But the theory is just that Sephiroth can do it. Whether it's his physical body doing it and he transports, so maybe it is actually Sephiroth in Remake. But the theories that we have go along with like, hey, in some way he's exerting influence because his physical body and now his soul are in the live stream, okay? So he travels and he's trying to break free of Jenova somehow, okay? Yeah. What if the power of the Whispers and the Harbinger, it is the power of the planet, but also Jenova? It's trying to make sure this chronological timeline of events takes place. And, okay, let's actually say the Harbinger is not, like, it's the will of the planet. It's the will of Gaia. And that is, like, the duty of the Harbinger of Fate. With that all in mind, I'm going to break this down. Okay? You following so far?
Yeah.
So,
give it to me.
Breakdown. Whispers are reactionary. So they even have such influence as bringing Barrett back to life, as they did in Remake, right? Sephiroth, or at least what looks like Sephiroth, literally stabs and kills Barrett, but the Whispers, as you can see from the darkness when they stab him, plus all around him when he literally gets up, Barrett is literally revived, okay? So the Whispers have such power that they actually can influence life. I think that's worth noting, right? Ultimania, the
Giant Compendium.
The Giant Compendium from Final Fantasy VII confirms the duty of Whispers is, quote, to prevent the flow of destiny changing. So that's their job, okay? When they create the massive dome over Midgar, they decide the flow of fate. The flow of fate is definitely about to change. That's when basically the more swarmy they get and the bigger that the Whispers gather, that's when they're really being determined that they need to be there because some shit's going down that shouldn't go down, okay? Basically, what happens in Remake, and especially at the end, we get the dome, okay? Yeah. So we'll call that the Whisper Dome. So, Harbinger of Fate. Harbinger of Fate, Harbinger, the word, literally means a person or thing that signals or brings the approach of something. Fate. Yeah. AKA fate, right? It's like Harbinger itself literally means like exerting fate. Okay? The Whispers, this is all along the theory, okay? The Whispers are the fail-safe of the Harbinger. So the Harbinger's sole duty is to make sure that the planet stays course. But not everything can be influenced by the Harbinger, right? Like, especially if, like, other powers start coming in, aka, like, Sephiroth the Genova. So he has a backup plan, which is the Whispers, which also all kind of watch too and all have smaller influence, okay? So they're a fail-safe. So there's the Whispers and the Harbinger. They're working together to make sure fate does not change, okay? Attacks and abilities. This is a breakdown of the abilities and attacks that the Harbinger has as a boss in Remake. It has Inviolate, which means to keep something, fate, safe from harm or violation. It has Intercession, intervening on behalf of something. Indomitable, impossible to subdue or defeat. Reformation, the action of reforming or rewriting something. And correction, a change that rectifies an error inaccuracy. Okay? Those are literally the abilities and moves of the Harbinger of Fate in the data files. Okay?
I think they use them when you fight him.
He does. Yeah. No, literally. I think it even shows it on screen, right? Yeah. The little text.
The little red.
Right. So everything is matching up with, like, kind of the theory of, like, what even the Harbinger represents, which is, like, this absolute force of making sure fate stays. Which, all this is not really new info. I feel like, you could really, like, put together our theories and understand when playing Remake what the Harbinger is literally doing. Right? It's like, no.
Yeah.
We're making sure we're doing this. Okay?
And especially the Whispers, because all throughout the game, and they will stop you from doing even the smallest of stuff. They stop you from getting to Jessie sooner to make sure she dies.
Yep.
You know, they hold you back.
Who did they push out of the building?
Biggs.
Isn't that Biggs?
Yep.
It was
Biggs.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't Biggs.
Biggs is the big guy. There's
No, it's not.
No, it's Wedge.
It's
Sorry.
Wedge. It's Wedge. Yeah. They made sure
they literally killed him.
Yeah, literally.
Which is
like, it was
sad.
terrible. It was so sad, man.
Yep.
Okay. Another concept here. Correction event. Okay? This is what we're calling it when the Harbinger does not want to simply create a new timeline because it would require more energy to monitor. So the Harbinger has the ability of the planet to influence anything. But its job is fate. It's a reactionary force. It's not trying to change fate unless it has to. Fate, unless it has to. Yeah. The words are getting hard, okay?
I hear you.
So it can create a new timeline, but it doesn't want to because it would rather everything just exist on one timeline. But instead, it would prefer a reformation, which would be done in real time, okay? So during the party entering the singularity, which is that point that they enter inside and everything, all space-time is fucking weird, right?
Yep.
It appears to be in the Midgar Expressway. That's like what's being shown on screen as like the area. Some details are pointed out by this guy. The massive tornado appears like there's a tornado that comes down from the light above you, and it appears to be destroying everything around you. But if you actually look really closely, it's actually creating and taking up duplicates of the terrain around you.
Really?
It is. Then the Harbinger constructs a full copy of Midgar in your entire fight with the Harbinger. You can see it in the background. So it is literally duplicating. The tornado is duplicating everything that it's like touching inside. So it almost is implying he's trying to like create another reality, which I'll get to. Like, why would that happen? We'll get there, right? So the Harbinger constructs a full copy of Midgar seen throughout your time within the singularity. This attempts to connect remake reality to the singularity, which swaps and overrides all elements, including people and memories, with OG's reality. So it gets to the point, this guy is saying, where the new changes in the timeline are so bad that it creates a singularity point within the dome, okay? And like everything is like stopping within the dome, basically. It creates a point of singularity, you enter it, now you are void of space and time and nothing else exists. You're in like this like weird space, like where a god would be, right? Because if you look around, like it makes sense. It's all weird, abstract, right? So it's literally it's like the Arbinger's like physical domain where it's having this influence. And so you're seeing it trying to make this new Midgar to literally replace. It literally is trying to take the OG timeline and physically put it in because so much has changed. Oh, man. Right? That's what this guy's saying, right?
Holy crap.
So then with that, Zack's last stand in Remake specifically, okay? Whisper Dorm. Wow, okay. I'm going to back up. So this is what you see at the end of the game
Right.
with Zack's last stand. You see this during the entire scene with Zack.
Yep.
You see the Whisper Dome. Why would you see that? You don't see that in the original Crisis Core, right? Okay, this guy is saying that the Whisper Dome is forming over Midgar. Whispers encircling Zack and the Shinra troops are seen in the scene, right? You kind of see that happening.
Yep.
He wanted to specifically note in bold that 0 Red Scarf captains are present and less overall troops were present in the entire scene than compared to the Crisis Core image. Okay? Just remember that. And then the stamp that blows by shows the Terrier stamp design instead of the Beagle stamp design that exists in the remake timeline.
Right.
And to further that up, I talked off-cast with Caleb a little bit about this stamp concept, but basically in the lore of Final Fantasy VII, like 15 years before the event of OG Final Fantasy, the government, Shinra and the military, they wanted to put out propaganda for joining the military, and they used a dog to represent them. Right. And in the original game, it's a terrier dog that is present in OG Final Fantasy and in Crisis Core. But in Remake, they have the same stamp, but it's a beagle. In everywhere in Remake, it's only a beagle and it's not a terrier. Kind of, and just remember that in the back of your mind, but it's kind of implying two realities, okay? Because in one reality, in the OG, in the canon events, they had a terrier, and the new, they have a beagle. That's kind of butterfly effect, right? It's just a small change.
But then Zack's thing when he's surviving, it's a terrier as well?
It's a terrier.
Are they implying... What are they implying with that then? Are you telling me that the remake isn't the true timeline and that Zack's surviving is?
Kind of. It's kind of emerging. And we're going to get to that because that's important with the...
Or they're taking
the singularity. Oh. So this now is a full summary with everything I just told you and everything I said to remember. This is the full theory. The Harbinger successfully performed a correction event during Zack's last stand in Crisis Core. Okay? You don't know it because you don't see it. You're not supposed to see it. He successfully did it, so all memories regarding it are wiped, all this, okay? So basically, because of what we see in Remake and things are starting to change, it's kind of implying that Sephiroth started having influence. If the Terrier dog, which exists before Crisis Core, is different than the Beagle, Sephiroth actually went back in time before Crisis Core and started influencing things.
Right.
Okay? Yeah. So let's start there. Because then fast forward to because Sephiroth started influencing things, Zack could have survived because of what's happening. But the Harbinger said Zack cannot survive because Cloud needs to exist. And Zack is a part of Cloud, so Zack has to die. Right. So the Harbinger successfully made sure Zack died in that moment. Hold on to that, okay? How he has it outlined is the Terrier is the timeline that got created by whoever the time antagonist, aka Sephiroth, right? Likely Sephiroth, the branching point around 15 years prior to Remake. So that's, if we're looking at a visual on paper, I'll draw it out for you.
Yeah.
This is OG timeline, okay? And then Remake and OG start at the same time, technically. But this timeline is flowing, and then Sephiroth attempts to go back here and changes something, and it results in two different doges, right? So we got doge number 1, doge number 2, the Terrier and the Beagle. Fast forward, more changes start happening, resulting in two timelines beginning to diverge. The Harbinger completely negates the Remake one happening and sends it into the OG timeline, and you don't know because you're not supposed to know, okay? But because of what happens at the end of Remake, it offsets what happened with the Harbinger of Fate at all, okay?
So he fixed it, but we fucked it up.
Yes.
Again.
Yes. So to further outline like everything, because it answers the questions, and that's like I want to explain this all. I'm gonna word vomit the fuck out of you, and then I'm gonna give you the floor because I know I've been talking for a long time. So the Harbingers and the Whispers are summoned to monitor key events in Terrier over 15 years to keep them on track. So I'm referring to two timelines now: Terrier timeline and Beagle timeline. Beagle timeline is remake, okay, or at least Sephiroth influence, but we're calling it Remake. Terrier's OG. If Terrier makes it to the end, we are still on OG timeline, okay?
Okay.
Beagle's new. So the Harbinger Whispers are summoned to the point that changes start happening when we have a new dog. So the Harbinger is sent to monitor, okay? Mm-hmm. Like we see during Remake, small differences start to slip by the Whispers, causing more to be tolerated, but then the Whispers start appearing a lot more, and then it leads to more branching effects, okay? Right. These changes result in growing larger changes and a different Midgar design over the course of 15 years, and the new Beagle stamp, okay? Mm-hmm. So now we've got the difference here. Because he said worth pointing out, there's a lot of key differences in design, even though it's the same sectors and whatnot. There's some new areas and there's some new designs. There's things that are different in Midgar from OG and Remake.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think someone said something about reactors. Their like style is different.
I think you're right.
Reactors are more round in the Remake, but they were more boxy in the OG.
There you go. So that could be one. Yeah, seriously. So basically, it's a different kind of Midgar, which kind of explains why the Harbinger was literally going to be like, I'm just going to scrap this Midgar because it's just not going to work, you know?
My God.
Right. And so changes at Shinra culminate in less soldiers being sent to kill Zack. So let's go along with the theory. So because of the changes and because of just everything happening, for whatever reason, they decide they're going to send, on this specific timeline, less soldiers to kill Zack. Well, what if they send less soldiers to kill Zack? He might survive, right? Right. So Harbingers and Whispers sense this key event will now happen differently, which will break fate if Zack survives, because Cloud was the one that repeatedly defeats Sephiroth, and Zack surviving would put fate off of its course. So the Harbinger therefore summons the Whisper Dome that we see in Zack's scene in Remake and successfully performs a reality correction, overriding everything, including people and memories, and with that, as they would be per the OG game, putting it back on the OG timeline. And this now includes stamps being overwritten back to a Beagle Dog, okay? Mm-hmm. And Midgar now overwritten back to its original design, okay? And then Zack's last stand now is corrected back to the right number of soldiers and outcome, resulting in Zack's death. Cloud then takes up the Buster Sword, proceeds to Midgar, where Tifa finds him, and the Remake timeline begins, okay? So it begins with you not knowing that the Harbinger just fucked with Sephiroth's plans, okay?
Oh my God.
So due to the nature now of the singularity, time does not exist. That's important, okay? And this is explained like, do you ever hear people talk about like black holes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Basically, the theory is that if you were to get inside of a black hole, the density of gravity and like is so great that it surpasses time and time ceases to exist. So you live in a completely different reality in the black hole, and theoretically you could time travel. Okay. So if that's kind of the laws of nature that they're describing with the point of singularity. Okay. So this means that from within the singularity all Whisper Dome, space-time bridges occur at the same time. Okay. So the singularity that the party goes into at the end of Remake occurs because that singularity is there and they're in it. Mm-hmm. That is at the exact same time that the singularity is active when the dome is formed trying to kill Zack. It's the same time because time can't exist. Oh. It's the same Harbinger, right?
So he's just right over there.
Right.
When
so
they were doing their stuff.
Time is now stopped in the real world. Oh, it goes by in a blink of an eye, right?
Right.
But time is stopped. And so the party is literally killing the Harbinger as the Harbinger is trying to kill Zack.
Oh, and that's why he survives.
Not just Zack either, because there's a lot more that happens too.
But here's the thing real fast.
Yeah.
Why
Interject.
does Zack remember dying?
We'll get there.
Okay.
Destroying the Harbinger changes the past. That's a key point this guy made, okay? So this is the explosion in Zack's scene. Do you remember that's a big explosion near Midgar, right? He says that the energy gathered from the correction event culminates in the destruction of the Whisper Dome space-time bridge, resulting in a huge explosion and results in falling golden dust, which is what you see when Zack is not dead at the end in that scene, right? The same golden dust you see when Biggs is alive, when Sector 7 is still standing, because it completely falls in the OG.
Yep.
Bunker-style Midgar remains intact, having not been corrected to the original Midgar design. And we can assume that the stamp remains a terrier in this new timeline and not having been corrected to the beagle. Which is why it shows the stamp sliding across the screen, to show that it's back on, or it's not been corrected to what it should be.
Right.
It should be the beagle, and a terrier's still there. So what is going on, right? Final thoughts that I was putting together. So actually, I want to know what you think. Like, what do you think about all this? Because
dude, this is so much to take in. This is insane.
This is insane,
This is literally
right?
insanity. I didn't think about it like this. This whole like. Yeah, I didn't think about the Arbiter being the ones killing Zack and doing all this stuff at the same time, but that would make sense.
It would make sense, right?
Also, when you keep talking about stamp and stuff, I seen something when earlier when we were setting up, and the stamp thing.
Yeah.
There is a picture. No, there's a picture very early on. It's after the first the bombing mission.
Okay.
And Zack's by himself, and Sephiroth's kind of screwing with him.
Okay.
And you're by yourself. You know, the team ran off
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do their thing,
yeah.
and you're running through Top Plate trying to get back to the slums. That there's a picture of Stamp where he's standing that it's upside down.
Let me see. Let me see this.
Let's see this. And that's why I kept saying, like, these guys were talking about also how it has to do with, God, it's not a very super good picture. But it's an upside down stamp. And they said it was, like, Sephiroth influencing it.
The timeline.
Yeah.
You know what?
Trying to hide it. Or it has something to do with, because remember, these guys were talking about how, because, dude, if you read this, you'd even more, and I don't think our brains, but like how the role of Stamp and Angeal are connected for some reason.
Oh no. This is gonna I definitely think Angela and Genesis are both going to return in this remake trilogy.
Right.
If not in this game, then the next game.
Yeah, because
But
there's just so much
if
stuff.
Angeal's connected to the stamps, that's like basically
Right.
confirming
Beagle Stamp
it
is
for me.
identified with Angeal's influence over the original continuity.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And there's so much. This is why, like, bro, there will never be enough time.
Oh
for
my
us.
gosh. No, you're so right.
But like, and of course, you know, this is people's.
It's all
Right?
speculation.
And we could be so
you know?
wrong as hell.
Right.
We could be making it a mountain out of a molehill.
Right.
And you know, Nomura's just like, dude, literally, he's just stop, you guys.
Just
you know?
stop. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how we hated how convoluted Kingdom Hearts was, but then now we're convoluting the shit out Final Fantasy and loving it?
I
but-
love it. I'm so glad it's so
But
deep now.
yeah, that's so crazy to me that like, oh
Right.
my God,
So
there's
then,
so much information.
If that theory is true, everything I just said, which I think this is the best theory we have
because
to
you said
explain
it
literally
started with
everything.
Crisis Core, right?
Yes.
The stamps.
Yes.
But the thing is, like, how would Angeal know to do anything? How would he know? He doesn't know this level.
But what if Sephiroth went back and influenced him? What if... Here's my thought, too, and we've talked about this off-cast as kind of a separate theory, but what if... Because I really think that there can't be two souls at once. I don't think that there's, like, it's meant to be this omnipotent, Sephiroth, exist in every timeline, complete domination.
Right.
But what if he could travel back to, like, another physical version of himself?
Right.
And he physically goes to his body in Crisis Core, influences Angeal in Genesis, and then leaves? Or maybe even, like, you know what I mean?
Because he could,
Because that's all he needed to do?
Yeah, because... right.
And then maybe then in leaving Sephiroth, like, leaving that physical Sephiroth, instantly he's got, like, amnesia or something. He doesn't remember, so he can't be held accountable. He's got no influence. Mm-hmm. But, you know what I mean? Like, in some kind of way, or maybe some hallucinations.
Because omnipotent Sephiroth is going to be stronger than normal Sephiroth at this point. And he's not going to have the, you know, the, what am I thinking? The, like, mental fortitude of being like, you can't control me.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because he's a pretty normal, well, you know, normal guy.
Yeah.
He's not evil.
Yeah, right.
So he probably can be influenced. And obviously, same cells and everything. He might not even know he's getting influenced. He could just be boop.
Right. Right. So this is a final thought for you.
Okay.
Along with this whole theory that I just laid out for you, okay? If Sephiroth is the time antagonist in this case, like he's the reason for everything, which it definitely seems he's at least up to something and aware of something way more than you are at the end of Remake, right? With like the 7 seconds to the end.
Right.
Then that means the Terrier timeline was his plot all along. Because he created that timeline, made key changes over the course of 15 years to his advantage, but then underestimated the planet/Harbinger's power. Okay? Mm-hmm. The Harbingers overwrote the timeline back to as it should be, per OG. This likely means Sephiroth's motives in Remake were purely to manipulate Cloud and the party into entering the Singularity, to destroy the Harbinger, undoing the earlier correction and allowing his main Terrier timeline to now continue free of Harbinger oversight. That explains that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay? Second thing, with multiple timelines intact, how would that impact the live stream? And this guy said he suspects that due to the fact that the live stream is so centered around memories, that allowing 2 new timelines to now massively diverge would put the live stream into crisis. We've already seen snippets of the impact of slight divergences during Remake, giving Cloud seizures. Aerith gets like hearing/feeling different things like stomach knots when she leaves Midgar. And we all heard the screams of the Whisper Souls as they formed the dome at the expressway. There should not be one soul with one existence of there should be one soul with existence of memories, not 3.
Yeah. 3.
And if there's 3 and that's true, my kind of thought is because of all that's happened, we have the new Terrier timeline, which we are following with Rebirth, but another timeline is simultaneously existing that Zack is alive in. And because 2 souls can't exist together, Cloud is KO in this timeline. And it's a completely different timeline that has different events because for the first timeline for Remake to work, Zack had to have died still.
Right.
So
we're not even on the Remake timeline at all.
What I think is we have 2. And we're going to be kind of like with what you said offcast is we're going to be, when we control Zack, we're going to be in Zack's timeline. When we control Cloud, we're in Cloud's timeline.
Okay, yeah.
And we're somehow, I don't know, my guess is that Sephiroth only wants this timeline to happen. And so through this timeline happening, it could be like Zack's timeline. It could be because Sephiroth wanted it, but it could also be because like that is what's going to actually save everything.
It wasn't something he accounted for.
Right.
Because the Arbiter was going to kill him.
Right. Well,
but at the last second, it didn't.
Well, yeah, like if what this guy's saying is true, like what I was thinking, like maybe he did want to undo what the Harbinger did, but he didn't know it would make Zack live.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
Or maybe he did, thinking it would subdue Cloud, but Zack still exists. So like somehow I feel like there's going to be some crazy connection with going between the two, maybe even ending in a merging of timelines at the end of the game, right? But this is crazy, bro.
Holy shit.
This is nuts.
This is freaking making my brain melt.
Brain hurts, bro, right? Because then you can even think of it as OG timeline right in the middle, which would be 3 different timelines, right? Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Oh my god, dude. And the fact that, you're right, he could go back in time. He could have influenced Angeal, Genesis,
which would explain some weird things that happen in Crisis Core that we don't have answers to.
Right.
Like the behavior of Angeal and Genesis. It was kind of sudden, at least to us, right?
Just super
and
sudden.
Sephiroth didn't know anything. He genuinely didn't know anything, right?
And he's fucking smart.
Yes.
Dude. When it comes to him being like the best, it's at everything.
Everything.
He's ultra smart. He's ultra powerful. He can learn. So he would have some inkling, and for them to just kind of and him not to know where they are,
dude,
or what they're doing, unless he did know the whole time, and he just played a game.
What if though, like because he knows himself and how he was like back then, he like the whatever he directly told them and communicated to them without knowledge of his original form, like OG Sephiroth, right? Young Sephiroth. He did it in such a way that he couldn't figure it out, you know? Because he knew how smart he was.
Maybe.
Because he knew it was him, right? So he's like, well, I can't confuse myself. I have to make sure I still go through with my own events of Cloud killing me.
Yeah.
You know? So many questions. We could talk about this for hours.
Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to touch on was something that we talked about, I think, either early in this episode or it was off cast, but theories on what he says in Remake when he says 7 seconds till the end.
And I love that, dude. 7 seconds till the end.
Time enough for you, perhaps, but what will you do with it?
I wonder. Yeah.
Yes.
So
what did you present to me? Like, what do you kind of like think it is? Because I have my theory.
So it was what I saw and read was that someone had a theory that we're at the very end, right, where they're talking after their fun little battle, which, by the way, if you guys or if anyone has seen the very final cutscene between Cloud and Sephiroth, they look like they're at the edge of nothing and everything at the same time. They face off, and it's literally the original face-off of OG Final Fantasy, where just Cloud and just Sephiroth finally clash again. It even has the same camera, the same of going looking at Sephiroth and Cloud, Sephiroth out back and forth, literally everything, and then they proceed.
I forgot it did that. That's so.
They proceed to fight,
yeah,
which then really truly shows how absolutely OP Cloud can actually be. He's strong. He fights Shinra mechs. He fights monsters, right? He does effort. You're not just cutting down on him. He's fighting Sephiroth literally at such a level, I don't think he's realizing it, because this man is moving so fast, it looks like he's going in and out of reality, how fast he's moving.
You're so right.
Beget that it does nothing to Sephiroth. Sephiroth dances around him and just plays coy, because still Sephiroth is beyond levels.
Right.
But the way that Cloud fought was insanity. But what someone had, the thing is that where they are right now, after they're done fighting, and Sephiroth goes, I will not end, nor will I have you end. You know, they believe that where they're at, wouldn't he know? Because Cloud goes, where is this? And Sephiroth goes, this is the edge of creation. This is what has yet to be made. Time does not exist there.
Right.
That's what they're saying. And Sephiroth is alluding that they are at the edge of creation, but if time was to continue 7 seconds, everything would truly end. It is the end of all life. It's gone. That's what people are thinking.
Okay.
So that's why he says, I will not have you end, nor will I.
Okay, I'm with that.
And dude, that cutscene is that cutscene gives me the freaking the goosebumps.
The goosies
on that. Just oh my god, dude. The choreography, everything, the way he talks to Seth or talks to Cloud. You know?
I want to actually after this we should watch that cutscene. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, we
like right
too.
away. Where my mind kind of goes with it is I went back to OG Final Fantasy VII and I've rewatched the cutscene the famous cutscene where Sephiroth ends Aerith. It is 7 seconds from the point that the cutscene starts to him stabbing her.
Really?
Exactly 7 seconds.
Oof. What an a-hole.
What do you think about that?
He's an asshole.
He's an asshole, right?
Holy shit.
What about the fact that he says that at the end of the remake, and then the last trailer we just got, it's like that point, right? So, I think both are so valid. Both could equally be true.
Because it could be both.
It could be.
It could be him going...
Because it is everything is so cryptic in that final cutscene. Everything he
is
says.
Cryptic with him.
Yes, dude. You're right. We don't know jack shit.
We really don't. But, oh my god, that would be such a dick move.
That would be a dick
because
move,
he does still like torturing Cloud.
Dude.
And the first time you see him, he mocks Cloud when his house is on fire. And he's like, oh, when your mother's flesh yielded to cold steel.
Dude.
All this
It's
stuff.
like all this it's like control, you know?
It is control.
Complete control
he
over
needs
Cloud.
Control over Cloud.
He does.
But it's weird because he does actually try and win him over in that cutscene too.
Yeah, it's true.
He's like, will you join me in defying destiny? You know, and put his hand out. And Cloud literally thought it for a second, but then he shook out of it and he's like, no. And then took his stance up, you know? And then they fight.
Caleb, the last thing I want to touch on, and we can wrap this up. This has been a long combo, a lot of info. This has been awesome. You've done great, by the way.
Thank you, man.
Your first podcast Wow, dude.
First person.
I'm doing trash. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, I can't even talk anymore.
You're doing a lot of talking because this was a lot of.
There's a lot of info.
A lot of research.
Yeah, dude. It feels so good. I feel like it's all just paying off so well. Like, I feel like I really stand behind that theory that, like, right now that's got to be the closest thing I think possible to what actually is happening. Mm-hmm. Any other theory I don't think can explain things like this one can. And I really feel like if it's different from this theory, there's no way we could predict it. You know what I mean? Way. Like, they're so good about how they're making everything so cryptic. It's like, if you're the meme of like AOT, you know, is like, you can't predict it because you can't. It's so masterfully designed, like, with everything. But I feel like I'm so excited because there's, I think, this greater challenge to be recognized of retconning and making a cohesive story like this with stuff that has existed, like, you know, since 1997. Yeah. So they're literally like using what they've already done to retcon a timeline and explain everything, very similar to kind of Zelda with the Zelda timeline, but in a way that is intertwined with this massive JRPG that, like, it needs to make sense. You know what I mean? Otherwise, people aren't going to, like, get all the way behind it. It's just going to be a bunch of hoop. All right, so there still is, like, so many questions, right? And like, it can be pretty unsatisfying. So yeah, I am so excited because the fact that we just had this huge fucking episode with this length talking about this, about Final Fantasy VII, it's great how far it's come, and it's so beyond the scope of what I ever thought possible for the series.
And we're only going to be getting part 2. That's the thing.
You're right. I can't wait for the second part of this episode where we're theory crafting.
Dude, because we're going to have
the end. No, absolutely have to, bro. Fuck. All right, before we get there, my last thing I want to ask you is hopes and dreams, okay? I just want to know, like, what's one gameplay aspect or something you want new to the game or in the game or hope you have, and then what's, like, a plot thing you hope happens? Or it doesn't happen.
Gameplay stuff's kind of rough because they're really, honestly, giving us what a lot of us want and didn't even know we wanted, but we would have had a taste for. So, like, obviously, intermission, you got a taste of Synergize, where Yuffie and Sion would link up, and it would change your whole attack pattern, and you would do dual tech skills. You know,
right?
Like, your favorite.
Yeah, I fucking love dual text. Triple text?
Dual text and stuff.
Come on,
so,
baby.
So, like, I've seen that you get, like, you can ride chocobos, different chocobos, chocobo breeding. Super excited for that. Finding the buggy from the original. You get to drive buggy around at some point. I'm like, okay, sweet. I know that the combat's going to be amazing. I'm super excited. I don't think it's going to happen like a lot of people are thinking. My hopes is that you do get to play as Vincent in this one.
All right, I'm gonna put play as Vincent for your
Vincent
first one.
Valentinos, Bobinos. I want to play him. I don't know if you're gonna.
I don't know either.
They might do a Red 13 thing.
They could, yeah.
Where Red 13 was in the remake, but you had no say over him. He was like an extra character. He did his own stuff. You couldn't control his abilities. You couldn't switch to him or nothing. He did his own thing.
So, if he is like that, if Vincent is like that in Rebirth, does this count, or do you want to actually play?
I want to play.
Okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't be counting. So that's like my gameplay stuff. Okay. Everything else that I've seen, I'm super down for. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Plot stuff, I really hope Deep Ground becomes more of a thing, and at least if not Deep Ground, I definitely want more soldiers. Even one more soldier, someone new, or even maybe a new Turk, or
like, and by soldiers you mean like first, second,
at least second, I know no first, but second or third.
Yeah,
and at the bare minimum, I definitely, I know they're gonna do it. They don't bring a new one in, but Roche.
Yeah,
Roche,
your favorite boy.
I love Roche, and I love interacting with other soldiers because they are all soldiers are so unique and quirky.
Yeah,
and they bring so much, and I would love to see more soldiers, and being like, could you imagine one's just like, you were never a soldier. Who are you?
Yeah.
Or some crazy thing, and mess with Cloud's head even more and be like, of course I am.
Yeah, of course.
How do you think I did all this stuff? Well, because you're weird. So those are my
okay. Yeah, so I wrote down here so we can reflect later. Play as Vincent, Deep Ground expanded, and more soldiers 3rd and 2nd class.
Yeah.
I'm putting on here, gameplay wise, I hope that Sephiroth has a major gameplay role. Like,
Yeah.
I don't. How do I want to put this?
You're
Because
hoping that the
I'm
Nibelheim area is more fleshed out than.
Well, I'm
Here's
hoping.
an hour.
Honestly, I'm hoping you play Sephiroth just more than I. True. To be completely honest with you, my hope is that Cloud, Zack, and Sephiroth have equal protagonist time. That's
Yeah.
what I hope. Like, it's equally all 3 of their stories.
Yeah, we could go down the crazy rabbit hole, and what if Sephiroth's the good guy the whole time?
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
But we know he's not, because obviously OG says that once they're gone, everything's fine. At least we think.
Okay, I'm putting Sephiroth and Zack as equal protagonists to Cloud, and for plot, my plot hope, it's probably that Aerith lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. For honestly no other reason than that would be the most like
Crazy.
defying thing, like defying destiny, Crossroads of Destiny. The Aerith living would literally just like shake everything. And I think, like, if you think about it, you know, from a logical standpoint, I would be thinking like, oh well, she can't live because she needs to die because of like everything that happened and because of Holy and stuff. But that we also don't know what would have happened if she lived. Okay? Right. And it would just be so fucking cool to have what was once the most iconic gaming moment in history to be completely flipped on its head.
Yeah.
In this series.
And who do you think would die if it was Aerith? Tifa?
I think it's Tifa. Because I think that the theories are right about someone has to take her place, right?
And here's the thing too. Who fixes Cloud at the end when he's completely lost again? Loses himself.
It's gotta be Zack.
No. In the OG, Tifa is the one to bring Cloud back from the brink during his second
canonically
psychotic breakdown.
Oh, my bad. I was in Theoryscape.
So what if Sephiroth knows that and then purposely kills Tifa to fuck up Cloud?
Which would explain the first trailer and the motive. Okay. I have to know. Last question for you, Caleb, as we wrap up the main topic. Give me a review score of Remake. 5. Done. I already wrote it down, actually.
Yeah, so, you already know.
No, dude. Like,
no, definitely.
Yeah, we're moving on.
This game is a bazillion out of a bazillion.
It's no question.
I honestly think it's a true masterpiece. The love and hope and attention to detail that these guys did, all these guys, everyone working on it, these guys were these aren't all the OG team. These are people who played OG over and over. They brought these guys in. This is why it's so great and so like attention to detail. The amount of love in this is so surreal, and it's so real because there was an article. I didn't remember what it was, but it's something about like development team with Rebirth and like the amount of love and support people are giving them is just astronomical.
Amazing. Yeah, you know? Astronomical.
Like, people were crying when this game was truly announced and it was a full remake, and like,
oh yeah,
you know,
oh yeah, no, dude,
and it's such a huge testament of being like, this is real. You know?
Yeah.
I told you before, dude, when you finally get done with the first bombing mission, you're under the plate and you get off the train and you just look up at the plate, you're under it and everything, and I'm like, dude, this game's fucking real. I'm here. It made me tear.
Yes.
It was just because it was just so beautiful.
Me too.
And I was just like, this is crazy.
Dude.
So yeah, 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5, no question.
No question.
No question, bro.
Every facet of this game is so quality.
Yeah.
Music, gameplay, characters that feel tight. I have not seen a glitch. I don't know of any glitches as far
You're
as I
so
know.
right. I'm like, dude, I don't remember any when I was playing. Like, nothing that was
I don't
ever
think characters. I've never seen characters do like fall on the ground. I've never seen monsters get stuck on shit.
Yeah.
Or enemies.
Yeah, you're right.
I've never even had the game quit out. You know when a game goes,
oh yeah,
sorry, had a moment.
Yeah, there's a little error and force quits.
Nope.
None of that. Caleb, let's move on here to Telegram, brother. I got a couple of questions here for you. I got a couple of write-ins from my
no.
boys. First one is from Johnny. Asks, what is Caleb's favorite Metal Gear Solid, and which protagonist is the best one?
Oh, bro.
Loaded question, huh?
That's kind of hard.
What's coming to you? It's a...
So what comes to me immediately?
Yeah, what's coming to your
the
mind?
one that I played the most out of is actually Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots.
That's Johnny's favorite, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Something about... So, like, most of the games, you are a sneaky boy, and you're surrounded by enemies, right? But, dude, Metal Gear Solid 4 just had it, like, Snake got... he ended up getting Octo Camo, his whole suit. And it really brought in CQC for Solid Snake, because CQC was originally taught to Naked Snake, the true original Snake.
Right.
Again, it's a whole
No, yeah, and
thing.
you and Johnny have kind of like given me like a lot, so I understand a lot more now.
So, Solid Snake never wanted to learn CQC because he said, "Oh, it's the techniques of a traitor," blah blah blah.
True.
And everything.
Okay.
But he finally takes it on, but they really push it. But it just was like, you could crouch up to a wall and stand in there with your gun, and the camo would activate, and enemies would walk by you, and it just felt so amazing to be right there, and they have no idea. It's just like you're in the thick of it. Even though it was sad to see Snake aging, he's old Snake now. It's definitely my favorite. CQC, the crazy storytelling, all the insanity. Raiden does come. This is when Raiden comes back as an android and does an absolute amazing job of taking out these giant robots. They have 2 legs. They're called geckos. They sound like cows. That makes sense, right?
For sure.
Anyways, super amazing. Very sad too. Very emotional at the end, because Snake's aging.
Yeah, sure.
Fast, and he's not gonna
Rising
live long.
came out after, right?
Rising came out a bit after.
Okay, yeah.
And
That's
Rising is its total whole own thing.
Oh, yeah.
And has nothing. Snake, I'm pretty sure is.
Well, I just remember you loved Raiden as a main character in Revengeance.
I love Raiden.
Would you say that's your answer for your favorite protagonist?
My favorite protagonist? Yeah, honestly, I do, because I love the edgy boys, but I am a swordsman at heart, and Raiden and Raiden and Final Fantasy VII Remake, and we're gonna just take Sephiroth's
There's your
ass.
answer. We don't need fucking Cloud, bro.
Yeah, we just need the edgy, pissed off Android boy.
Yeah, dude. He doesn't even need Mako.
In Revenge, it's no, he's so badass.
Yeah.
And it's just so crazy. And then when he turns into when he finally lets go and becomes Jack the Ripper again and just loses his shit, so good. So yeah,
Insane. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, thanks,
Raiden's
Johnny.
my boy. Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, I
thank you.
put that in just for you there, Caleb, because I know how much you love Metal Gear Solid. All right, my next question here for you, Caleb, is Mikey.
Mikey.
What makes the perfect horror game? Is it the jump scares that pop out of nowhere and make you remember you're alive, or the creativity that goes into the gruesome murders that make you question the devs? I'm a huge pussy when it comes to horror, and I still love it. Can't wait to play the Jordan Peele and Hideo Kojima horror game.
So for me, horror games are defined as good when it comes to psychological, and so jump scares are good, but if they're used too much, you become numb easily, So what got me into horror games was I originally, when I was 13, I saw my first Resident Evil game.
Yep.
It was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and I was really interested in it. And then that same night, I had absolute night terrors, and that the Nemesis was going to literally come and kill me, and I was shaking in my bed. I was scared to death. And I didn't think about horror ever again. Years later, I think around 17 or so, I get my hands on a certain PS2 game, Silent Hill 2. I boot that baby up, and it's very nerve-wracking. I only made it halfway through. I got to a apartment.
Shit.
And it just scared me, and I ended up taking it back and changing it out. But something finally clicked, and I revisited these games. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is the original, is my all-time favorite Resident Evil game for me.
Fuck, yes.
Where of the OGs, not Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yeah.
And Silent Hill 2 is by far my absolute favorite horror game. The reason that I love these games from Japan mostly and Silent Hill is because in Silent Hill, the monsters mean something. It usually means something about the main character. And the way they do horror is that you don't know what the hell this monster is. You're seeing it, but it's not making sense.
Comprehending,
it's weird. It's creepy. It's like, what the hell? So that, and with sound design, because, dude, ambience and sound design are a huge thing with horror. And there's all types of horror game, but Silent Hills 2, 1, even PS1, 3, the OGs of, like, the PS2 era, they all had Team Silent, which they all worked on them, had this creepy atmosphere. You would go into a room, it was static camera, old school. So, of course, you come into a room, go through a door, it would load in, and you couldn't see. But then the sounds would be like, the music would be like, and some other type of thing, and you're like, am I getting what the what's going on? And you don't want to be in there, and you immediately churn out, you can't tell what's going on. The horror is not knowing what's there and forcing yourself to walk forward and be like, okay, I'm gonna, whatever this is, I'm gonna deal with it. The psychological of not knowing what is truly coming after you, but you know it's a danger. You're trying to get rid of or get away from it, and some of them that you can't get rid of. I don't know if you ever heard of Pyramid Head.
No, I have.
He was in 2, and he scared the shit out of me, dude. This thing that chased you around had a metal pyramid-like thing on its head, and the first time you see him, it looks like he's sexually molesting other monsters, because a lot of the monsters in the game have female attributes to them.
Sure.
Because it goes along with James is going through trauma because his wife died. His wife died from sickness. He's mad at his wife, not blaming her, but also blaming her. He's sexually frustrated. Beautiful nurses are there. So the monsters take all of his emotions and aspects and they throw it at him. And so a lot, the theory is that Pyramid Head is James's desire to punish himself, because you come to find out, spoilers, James killed his wife out of mercy. He went to Silent Hill because he got a letter from her and was going to find her, but he blocked this all out. So that's why. And all the monsters are a form of his torment or his desire or his stress or something. And so I feel like that is a true horror, is not only creepy monster scared me, jump, or friggin' Five Nights at Freddy's, and jump scares are great. But a true horror game is seriously the atmosphere, the story, how it makes you feel, how it creeps you out, how it makes it feel like at any time something bad can happen to you. And horror games this day and age, they're a lot of hit and miss compared to the old stuff. Yeah. Now there's some great stuff. I personally want to play this game called Visage. Yeah. And it's like first person. Remember when they did PT?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of PT clones, but this one I've seen played. Dude, it looks scary. You're in a giant house, first person, and it has something to do with a ghost lady and all this creepy stuff, but it's very atmospheric, and I want to play it with headphones.
Yeah,
so
I'm cringing. I'm like,
yeah, so that's what, for me, makes a good horror game.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Thanks,
and
bro.
You can do it, man. You got it. Yeah. You got to just push through. Dude, when the enemies get you, you get mad at them. Don't get scared. Just get mad. That's what happens.
That's how he deals with it,
I started, I'm like, that's it.
I love it. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that so much, you guys. All right. Caleb, I have some pop trivia here for you, brother. As Josh notoriously says, I've got a little bit of a reputation for being a little challenging on my questions. So I figured
destroy me, I bet.
Well, I figured you're kind of like you're pretty familiar with Final Fantasy VII, so I kind of wanted to make a good list for you.
Okay.
So, and as per lately in the episodes, Josh and I have been just doing 5 pop trivia, but I want to make this a little special because who knows when we're going to do the next episode together. So I got 10 questions and a bonus.
10 questions.
For you here, Caleb. Are you ready?
I am ready. My body's ready.
Hell yeah. Number 1. The first remake for Final Fantasy VII was announced by Square for which console? And I will say unofficially announced, as in this is the first console they were considering.
PS2.
That's correct. You got it. We went over it today. Had to see if you were paying attention.
Taking me a
PS2. I got you, bro. You got 1 point. Next up, number 2. Who's the original development studio behind Remake once development officially began?
That was CyberConnect.
It was CyberConnect. Okay. Yeah, good shit.
For some reason, I was thinking, I was like, is this CyberConnect or someone else?
Is it? It's those biker fucks, you know?
Biker fucks.
Number 3. In which location do you encounter the spooky foe Eligor?
Oh, Eligor, train graveyard.
You got it, bro. Good shit. Are you past that point?
Yeah, I'm at Shinra Tower.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Eligor had an amazing... God, what an amazing creepy boss.
Yeah, oh yeah.
The fact that he like makes children get lost, they die, and then feeds off their despair. What the
Yeah, it's kind of fucked. I loved that whole part, and that was like a good creepy.
Right.
That's a good creepy.
That's a good creepy.
Yeah, for sure. Number 4. What was Jessie's career before joining Avalanche?
She wanted to be a dancer for the Gold Saucer, but she never made the lead.
That is correct. However, it's not quite dancer. I'm looking for a different word. There's something very specific, and she mentions it when you're in a room. I don't know if she mentions it. I think you can see it when you're looking around.
If you're looking at maybe a card.
Yeah, her like journal and stuff.
The only thing I can think of is like the theater stuff.
Which is? What do you do when you work in a theater?
You do a play.
And in which you are a...
I'm like trying
you
to
fucking know it, bro.
I can't.
It's actress.
An actress.
Actress. I'm going to give you the point, though, because you're right. It was theater.
You can give me a half
There
point.
she is. She was doing theater.
She's doing theater.
No, you don't get a half point. We're going to do half point shit around here.
Oh,
just like in
on.
the rating. You know what
give
I mean?
Me
We ain't doing that 3.5.
half point.
Number 5. What is the shortest time limit option when escaping Mako Reactor 1 in the remake?
Oh, my God. The shortest?
Mm-hmm. You can tell me both options if you want.
Isn't there a 20-minute and a 15-minute? No, there's a 10. Oh, God. I'm going to go with 10 minutes.
It is 20 minutes.
20 minutes is the shortest?
20 minutes, and then you know what the long one is? 30 minutes.
Damn
yes,
it.
sir. I know. I thought it was shorter because of how it is in like the original. You know,
right.
like
and
I'm
it's
like,
funny because you think I'd remember because
Right.
I just did it. Because
Hard might have a shorter time though.
No, I think
Really?
you're right.
Okay.
Because it's funny because Barrett will say something different to you depending on what you choose.
Actually, I was gonna word the question differently. I was gonna say
He says,
Barrett teases you.
Kind of cocky, aren't you?
Right. When you choose the 20 minute. You're 100% right. You have a good fucking memory. For not remembering the 20 minutes, you remember this quote. Probably the most, probably arguably the more important piece, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, yeah, because we love Barrett.
Right. Number 6. Who sets a trap in Reactor 5 and sends the Airbuster to kill Avalanche?
Heidegger.
You got it. The head of public safety. Yeah. Heidegger himself.
Heidegger the boy.
You got it, brother. Number 7. Who is at the top of the leaderboard for darts in the 7th Heaven bar when you Cloud first arrives?
Oh, man. No.
It is Caleb!
I wrecked that shit. Oh, crap. See...
You went through the timeline and it's actually your first playthrough and it's still there.
Oh, my God. It's like bleeding into
like,
real life.
Wait.
It actually is there. So that's why I don't remember.
Fuck.
Yeah, so it
Well, I'll give you a hint then. It's a party member.
Oh, so then Tifa.
No. I'll give you one more guess, though.
So it's a party member.
Yeah, like of Avalanche, specifically. not necessarily a playable party member, just a part of Avalanche.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I figured that. Shit, then.
One more guess.
I don't know why,
Not
but I'm
Tifa.
going to go with...
And it can't be Cloud, because...
I'm going to go with Biggs.
You were so close. It's
Wedge.
Son
I wanted Biggs. I was like, you know what? I'm going to give Biggs something because he's always like trying so hard, right?
No, he still loses. No, but it's still going to Wedge. He went out with a bang. All right, number 8. And I think you might know this because of how much you've been really into the combat. Cloud's counter stance ability can be learned by wielding which weapon?
Ooh, counter stance? All right,
one of my favorite moves in the game.
It is. It's so cool.
Allows you to block and counter physical attacks, causing massive damage. Whilst using the ability, Cloud is granted 80% damage reduction upon being attacked, then retaliates with a powerful strike.
Let me think here. Triple slash. Disorder.
Triple slash is like my favorite move in the game.
Double slash.
Double slash.
Disorder for the bat. Then the next one is going to be Hard Edge, I think, which is Infinity's End.
He's walking through all the weapons.
And then I know that the Mako sword is, I think it's Twin Stinger.
You're correct, bro. Holy shit, let's go. I knew I chose you well for these questions. Number 9, which party member does not participate in the fight against the Arsenal in the Shinra building?
Which one does not?
Does not.
The Arsenal. I'm pretty sure that's just Barrett and Tifa, so Cloud doesn't fight it.
Correct. It's Cloud. To give the others time to escape, Cloud stays behind to fight Rufus on the roof.
Right.
Red 13 joins Barrett and Aerith in the difficult boss against the Arsenal.
Yes.
100% right.
Awesome
Holy
boss
shit,
battle,
you're
by the way.
scoring, bro. Yeah, it is. Number 10. Sephiroth's ominous words to Cloud at the end of creation leave us wondering what his intentions are. And his final words, how many seconds does he state until the end?
Shit, dude. Really? That's probably the hardest one. I'm going to go with like...
I'm already giving you the point.
I was going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7! We talked about it so much.
7.
How could you not?
Dude, I literally, that's my quote on my PS5's PSN thing.
Really?
It's 7 seconds till the end, and then I go, what will you do with it, I wonder.
I love that. All right. Bonus question.
Bonus.
This is a tough one.
Oh, fuck.
Who is Sephiroth's biological father?
It is the myth, the man, the stinky boy himself, Hojo.
It is not Hojo.
What?
Correct. It's not Hojo. It is somebody else, and Hojo intervened, but he is not the biological father.
What?
He just did the experiment. I thought it was Hojo.
Then the only other person I think is Vincent.
No.
Dude, then I literally do not know.
I think you will. It's Professor Gast.
Professor Gast?
That is
banged her?
Sephiroth's. But no, I don't know if he banged
No.
her. I think his semen was just extracted.
Right, they're
Yeah.
scientists. I
Right.
get it.
Yeah, it was all like, it seemed just very
Dude,
experimental.
Professor Gast?
Professor Gast, which
Why does
is
everyone think it's
basically the
Hojo?
reason Hojo is the way he is, though. Because Gast was like the OG Hojo.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So Gast had more of an influence than we thought.
When did they tell you this? Did they tell you this in Crisis?
I don't know. I looked up a bunch of I was trying to specifically look up lesser known facts about Final Fantasy VII with all the info we have so far. We should hold on. Let's look that up right now.
Yeah.
It's the end of the trivia anyway.
Because dude, I feel like almost everyone thinks it's Hojo. And that's why they hate him so much. Because it would make sense, right? Because for whatever reason, remember when in OG you go to Del Sol or whatever, Hojo's there on the beach and he's got 2 babes with him, and we're like, why do the girls like this guy? He's gross.
I love how the first thing I type into Google is Sephiroth's biological father. Immediately, Vincent, and then Hojo. Professor Gast is what I'm going to look up real quick here.
Oh
Not the
God,
remake.
that scared me.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that
I was
sounded...
like, what the fuck was that? All right. I've spent probably, a few straight minutes trying to look at this. All I can find is Hojo, and I can't find my original source. So I'm going to give the point to you. And now I'm just going to be confused because I thought up until me looking at the question that Hojo was the father the whole time. And he murders Gast. Hojo does. So I don't know. It's going to be continued.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I might have to check the Alta.
Yeah, Ultimania. Yeah.
Because the consensus is that Hojo and Lucrezia.
That's what I thought.
And people always thought it was, and people
Vincent.
who really didn't know it was always Vincent. Because it makes sense because Vincent and Sephiroth have very same features.
Right. I'm gonna go on a rabbit hole dive.
Yeah,
tonight.
you're gonna
have to. Fuck. I got no choice. All right, well, let's wrap up the episode, my brother. I've got a little quote here for you before we hit the end.
This one
it is some weekly wisdom from Uncle Iroh himself.
Uncle Iroh?
Yes, sir. Are you ready for this?
Dude, I'm ready.
We have, I got a little sub-series of quotes here for you. Have you seen Avatar in a minute? Do you remember most of it?
I have not seen Avatar in a hot minute.
In a minute, okay. So this is in Book of Water, right? In the first season. So it's Iroh talking to Commander Zhao. So Iroh goes, "So this is how the great Commander Zhao acts in defeat. Disgraceful. Even in my exile, my nephew is more honorable than you. Thanks again for the tea. It was delicious." Then as they're walking away, Zuko's like, "Did you really mean that, Uncle?" He's like, "Of course. I told you ginseng tea is my favorite."
So
fucking
good.
Classic, bro. And Caleb, with that being said, that is a wrap, brother. Wow. Long ass episode.
Holy
we
crap.
made it through so much information.
We did, and
as
I
we
feel
said.
like we just barely scratched the iceberg.
I know.
The thing is, guys, I think we could literally go on forever because there's so much. Like,
Absolutely.
It's so crazy.
It's nuts. So I feel very satisfied with
I do
everything
too.
that we've talked about. Yeah. And really it's just now going to be putting this to rest and just waiting for the release and diving all in.
I seriously can't wait.
I can't.
And we're gonna. Oh my god, dude!
I cannot wait.
I can't wait for the bro. Oh my god, texting you like what the.
Yes, it is literally the only reason. This game, the only reason I am not like so off my rip right now about Persona 3 Reloaded. You know,
right.
Like that is like my most anticipated game for next year. If Rebirth didn't exist, but Rebirth has to be it,
dude.
Because everything we talked about, everything that is, you know, like, oh my god.
And don't get us wrong, dude. We're both excited for Persona 3 Remake.
Oh yeah,
because
yeah, for sure.
That's one me and Sam both have failed to finish.
Yeah,
Sam got super close.
I got to the last boss,
but the last boss is utter
garbage.
It's
a bitch. And you know what? It'll come full circle because you and I. You turned me on to Persona 3 very early in our friendship, and Shin Megami Tensei and a bunch of like a whole rabbit hole of games I've now played.
Yeah.
And it's being remade after all these years,
right.
And we both get to replay it.
And now it's kind of
nuts.
It kind of feels good that I never truly finished it. Cause
dude.
Now this is the true.
It's the true experience,
true
and it's gonna time. Yes, it's gonna also. I feel like it's gonna really tie in all of the newness that Persona 5 has introduced to the series.
Yeah, dude,
it's gonna have all those features, and you're gonna experience
and how
that.
Stylized it is now.
Yes,
so
bro.
Good.
We'll get into that. So let's wrap this up, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us this week. This has been so awesome. So glad to have you on, Caleb. Have you on as a special guest on the podcast.
I had so much fun, honestly.
I'm so glad, bro. For real.
I truly did. I am. Oh my god. I'm so you got me so excited now for Rebirth.
Fuck yeah.
Even more than. But no, this was truly fun. I had a lot of fun. I love the questions. I love everyone asking me questions. Made me feel good, you know.
Good.
So yeah, dude. No, this was an amazing experience.
Fuck yeah.
Truly.
Happy to have you on, brother. We will do another when the time
Josh
comes.
is not gonna
when
listen
the time
to
is
this,
right.
is he?
You know what? He might.
No, he's gonna hear me.
Oh, okay.
In my horrible voice.
I'll tell him not to. I'll hide it.
Tell him he can't listen.
I'll hide it in the feed so he can't see it. You know, post publicly, but I uncheck it.
Right,
and I click
make it blurry.
Everyone except for him. My friends, I'm going to invite you one more time to just one small plug to join the community. If you would like, that will be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. You can check out everything we got over there and plug yourself in. We would love that. We'd love to see you guys over there. Get your comments, concerns, questions, thoughts, opinions, ideas.
Tell us how dumb our theories
contradictions, whatever. Yeah, I don't care. You can write us at flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, and we would love to hear for you. But thank you, Caleb, so much for joining me today, brother. Thank you all for being with us. I love you. I love all of you. And you all be safe and have an amazing week.
Yep. Have an amazing Christmas, too. I love you guys. Thank you for letting me be here and be a part of your podcast.